originally scheduled this for back in March, but due to the COVID-19, we had to move it back, and we thank the division for all the efforts they put together so we can have this meeting today and all meet here. We'll follow the agenda as follows. I'd like to get a motion to approve the agenda for today. A motion from Wade.
Yep.
A second from Kevin. All those in favor by a show of hands. It's unanimous. We'll go to the first item with Director Fowlks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, everybody. These are extraordinary times, and we're dealing with some really difficult logistic issues, but we're thankful for the IT staff here at the department that put this together and is making it work. And they've done a great job, and we've navigated through this, and I think we'll continue to do that as well. Just to give you an update on COVID, which is affecting everybody's lives, including ours in this meeting today. With regard to the division, we have 2 employees who did test positive, and they're quarantining. They're doing okay. We've had several employees who have been exposed to it and are now self-quarantining as well. So it continues to affect the agency, and it affects the state. And let me just give you an update with regard to COVID and the Executive Appropriations Committee meeting that met last week. They did suspend most of the building blocks that were authorized during the last session, with the exception with regard to us, with the exception of one, which was the building block for aquatic invasive species interdiction. $1.4 million came back to us. That was restored. That one was restored, and we're happy for that because it's been incredibly difficult to continue our interdiction efforts on AIS with the COVID pandemic. So we're happy for that. With regard to the other reductions of our current budget and moving into 2021, Executive Approach took a cut less than 10% from the department. There were several optimistic about how things turned out with the Executive Approach Committee and the special session. With regard to AIS efforts, as you all know, that's a challenge. It has been a challenge, but our folks have stepped up and done a great job. The net around Lake Powell is in place and is working, and we've had good success in interdiction on those boats. But they've been working incredibly hard down there, and when I'm really proud of our efforts, and I'm proud of how the aquatic section and the law enforcement section here at the division have stepped up, and Parks and Recreation, who's our partner in that too, have stepped up to make sure that we continue to protect the state from quagga mussels moving around and continue to allow people to recreate. The Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies meetings, as we all know, are now going to be virtual in July. Many of you will be able to participate there on the commissioners' meeting, so I encourage you to sign up for that. Things are proceeding well, and I think things are going to turn out okay. So looking forward to that. I don't know if I mentioned this in the last update, but we are now not officially the host of this year's meetings. We've been moved to 2022, which is the 100-year anniversary of the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, and we'll be hosting that one in person in 2022. So looking forward to that. I will mention that I was able to slip away Monday and Tuesday and go into the roadless area of the Book Cliffs to have a meeting with our regional supervisors and our law enforcement and wildlife section chiefs to talk about some critical issues on how we move forward and what are their challenges and what are their goals and objectives. And it was a great meeting. We sat down there for 2 days. We didn't have cell phone coverage, so we weren't interrupted, which was nice. But we got a lot of stuff done, and we have a lot of action items that are coming out of that. Some of those action items I'm sure will come to the board for action. So more to follow on that. But it was a really good meeting. We got a lot done, and we'll be working on some action items. So with that, that's all the updates I have, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Director. Any questions for the Director? One question I have, Mike, is, did you talk about the new management plan for the book cliffs out there? I assume that's part of what you were talking about. Just to what you
Yeah,
went through.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and who's gonna head it up and all that stuff. And Miles is gonna be our point person for that. And we're gonna continue to make sure that that goes forward and is successful. So, yeah,
Okay.
that was part of the
Great.
discussion.
Any other questions? Go ahead with the next item, which is, mule deer. Carl, is there anything that you want to,
No, with this being set up in March, it's just mainly just an overview of where we're at with mule deer, where it's our premier species, and we obviously, since this agenda was set, we got a lot of additional information when we set the tag numbers, but just an update of where we're at with mule deer.
Toby? Go ahead.
Okay. With that, I guess this is allowed, right? Take my mask off while I talk. So, hey, with that, we'd like to give you guys something we've put together for mule deer and update you on mule deer in Utah is it's really a team effort. So I'm the big game coordinator. Next to me is Kent Hirst, the big game projects coordinator. We focus a lot of effort on mule deer, and both of us, both Kent and I, understand that we can't manage it alone. There's more goes into mule deer than any big game species that we manage. More work and more focus, because we do understand how critical it is to the state of Utah. So it's a big team effort. We have collaborators and partners at BYU, the biologists around the state. A lot of focus on this species. We want this to be a back and forth with the board. So if please, when you have a question, feel free to ask it so that it's an open dialogue. We may ask you to hold off for just a second and we'll get to it at a later point in the presentation, or just go down that side road and answer that question right then and there. We have, again, as I mentioned, Kent, myself, and then we also have two mule deer research professors with us, Randy Larson and Brock McMillan, here, that will also be part of this presentation. So with that, I guess we can get started. This is our remote. Okay. As I look at myself in the camera here, everybody says the camera adds like 20 pounds. So the camera adds 20, and then apparently Quarantined added another 20.
We can't see you, Kobe, so it's good.
This is pretty rough, man. All right. So we want to give you an outline of some of the things we want to talk about. And so we want to talk about population over time. Where have we been and where are we? Permits issued over time. What is the demand on this resource, along with application trend? So what have we issued? What's the desire to hunt mule deer? And then a big portion of this will be on the mule deer monitoring and research. And that is just what all are we doing for deer? And I hope we can convey all of the state's doing. And we don't know everything, but we know a lot more than we knew 5 years ago. And we're going to continue to go down this road to learn more about mule deer, have the latest science, have the best data, make the best decisions. After we tell you about what all the things are we're doing for deer, we'd like to get into a few of the management implications. Well, what does that mean? Why are we doing this, and what does that mean? And then some of the things that the board asked us to bring back when we had the big game, when we set permits in April, population objectives. We agreed to bring back population objectives in November. And then as we talked about this, when we passed the mule deer plan, we decided to leave the buck-to-doe ratios on the unit plans open. And I think as we bring back population objectives for every unit in the state, we'd like to bring back buck-to-doe ratios with some local input and some other input. And we'll talk about why we'd prefer to bring those all back together. And then finally, just wrapping it up, is what we are doing for deer. Okay, statewide population trends. So we go all the way back, model population estimate to the early 90s. And again, it's not necessarily the number here that's the most important, it's the trend over time. So it's what the graph is doing, and you can look at that. This shows the growth. It shows the crash we had in the mid 90s, 94. We know we lost a lot of deer, and it shows those deer kind of staggered and fought right around peaking just over 300, but a lot of times they were under 300,000. Modeled population estimate statewide. And right there, about 2010, deer really took off. You had some favorable climatic conditions. This screen just went blue. Is that
Keep going, Stacy.
keep going?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. So right there, about 2010, deer really just took off, and we saw it. Everybody noticed it. Everybody had great hunts, and they grew up through somewhere in the 2015, 2016. And we still had a lot of residual bucks, residual deer on the landscape up through 2018. And then if we see what happened now in this, if we call it a crash or deer fell off the peak or whatever we want to call it, summer of 2018 was we had harsh climatic conditions across the state, followed by 200% of snowpack in a lot of the state. And it was kind of the 1-2 punch that hit a lot of our deer. It didn't hit every population equally. So when we see this crash, it goes from a model population estimate of 371,000 to a model population estimate last year of about 319,000, 319,500, I believe is. Some units were much more affected than others. And so, we lost 50,000 deer across the state. And if that had happened ubiquitously, we may not have detected the loss. But where it was, some units lost, I'm thinking of some of the most hard hit units. Chalk Creek, I believe adult doe survival there was 30%. 30%. We lost 70% of our adult deer on the landscape. And when you have a drop like that, you notice it. But I want to point also too, looking at this, I want to look kind of where we are moving forward. So this is Utah deer survival, and this captures what we've seen in our deer survival study going back through 2009. So you can see the years where we were really growing there, 2010 and on, really good adult survival accompanied with great fawn survival. And that's what it takes to build mule deer. When you boil it all down, you've got to have your adult does survive, and they've got to be recruiting young into the population if you want to grow. So we did that. We grew mule deer through that period of time, and then it shows things start to taper off. At the end, though, here, I want to point out we added the data. Now, it's not complete because we haven't finished the survival year. When we monitor survival in mule deer, it's December 1 through the end of November. And so right now, that last point on the graph is December 1 through right now. So we could have some mortality over the next few months, but we're through where we usually see the spikes in mortality. We're through the March, April, where we end up losing a lot of deer. Long story short, this year looks good. Things look good. We have fewer deer on the landscape, but the ones we have on the landscape, and I want to stress this is at a statewide level. Right? Individual units could still be struggling or still have issues, but at a statewide level, deer adults are surviving well, fawns are surviving well. This is representing just fawn survival and looking at this a little bit differently. So each line represents a year, and with 0, so you've got your x-axis and your y-axis. 0 on the x-axis or the flat axis is the starting date of when we start to monitor survival. The y-axis of 1 being 100%, as you go down through it falls off. So you can look at the different colors represent different years, and they're finished out. you can see that survival for fawn survival. And when I say fawn, I probably need to back up because we're going to be talking about fawns and neonates, right? And when we say fawn, we mean 6-month-old deer to an 18-month-old deer, or a year and a half, that yearling buck. When we say neonate, we mean 0 to 6 months. So this monitors deer until they're a year and a half old. Right now, we've made it through the worst. It's that top line, that pink line, which is good. It's the highest survival we've recorded in mule deer the last 5 years in mule deer fawns. So statewide, fawns are surviving well too. A little bit about the demand to hunt mule deer and by Utah sportsmen. On the left side, we have the number of applications. Those that desire, put in, want to hunt. And then across the x-axis, the year. It's broken up into those individuals who bought a preference point. That's the top in blue. Those who put in and were unsuccessful. And then those who put in and were successful. The point I want to make here is that there is a strong desire. Folks want to hunt mule deer in Utah. We passed through 2008. Everybody that wanted to hunt could have hunted. You see that there were still some unsuccessful applicants, and that's because they didn't draw the unit or region that they put in for. But if they wanted to buy a tag over the counter, they could have. And there was an opportunity for them to hunt buck mule deer in Utah every year. 2009, we crossed that threshold, but still 80% of those who wanted to hunt could, and really only 3%, they could still buy a permit. But that demand keeps increasing. And with a cut in permits, when populations dropped off, we crossed the threshold where less than half of those that wanted to hunt deer this year were able to hunt deer. And trust me, we heard about it on Facebook. I've decided everybody's an expert on Facebook. Ask them. So that said, I want to make sure that folks know that you are welcome to call local biologists, get input, read management plans. We would love to help anybody in the world understand how and why we manage deer the way we do. That threshold, when we model that out, we weren't supposed to cross that threshold for at least 3 or 4 more years. And so with that cut in permits, that's concerning and frustrating for a lot of Utah hunters. So that's kind of the upfront. Here's where we are right now. Now we want to go into some of the studies and methods and things that we're doing for deer. So with that, I'll pass the time on to Dr. Randy Larson.
I'm gonna pass that remote too, maybe.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, Colby.
All right. Great to be here. Thanks for the opportunity. I wanted to say at first, just to thank you to everybody for your time and energy and what you devote to your care and concern for Utah's wildlife. Had a slide up showing a nice deer that I killed. Hunting has been a huge part of my life growing up, a big part of who I am professionally, but personally and with my family. And so I wanted to say thanks for all that you do. I grew up in Orem, Utah, so I'm a Wasatch Front hunter. But Kevin, I watch every board meeting and I hunt the South Manti. And so I'm watching you close, making sure you're looking out for my unit down there on the South Manti. What we thought might be good, we're in the middle of a technological revolution when it comes to wildlife management. We have more and better data than we've ever had. And so what my role here today is to try and help everybody understand all that goes into the information that the big game program is providing to the board to help make decisions. And so some of it you probably already have seen and will know about. Some of it might be new, but I'll cover a little bit of the methods associated with the large collaring effort that everybody's plugged into. Which button is it? Big green. Oh, perfect. That map shows just a little bit of a visual of where we have collared animals in the state of Utah. We've got broad coverage. I don't know of any state that has more animals with collars than the state of Utah. That comes at big expense, as you all know. It comes with a lot of requirements to manage data, and it's a huge team effort. And so I will use we as the pronoun because it's all of us in this together. Yeah, Kevin.
I would just add at WAFA, Randy Heffelfinger was talking about the work that's going on with this technology, and he had a huge shout out for Utah and said it's unbelievable the amount of callers that Utah has, and he was really impressed with the work. And so, that's coming from one of the leading experts in Mule Deer, and that's pretty impressive to get that kind of compliment. So.
Yeah, in my opinion, Utah is at the forefront of how to manage big data when it comes to collared animals. And shout out to everybody involved. The division's been very forward-looking. The Utah Migration Initiative, the GIS team at the state has helped build tools and applications that allow us to visualize, see, and have these data in front of us almost in real time. And so it's a fun time for us to be involved. It's a fun time for students to learn the ropes because we're right in the middle of a sort of a transformation on how we collect, gather information, data, and then turn into information and use it for management decisions. From a collaring standpoint, here's just kind of a timeline of what goes on. So you can think about, and there's a lot more that biologists are doing, behind the scenes with classification and all that. But just in terms of the collaring effort, you can think about October, November as capture prep. There's some pictures there. We're so grateful to be involved, but that's a picture out of the lab that Brock and I share of just collars spread everywhere. We've got students plugged in helping. Kent is managing 100 different things, including FedEx boxes of collars going many different places. Helicopters need to be scheduled, all that kind of stuff. It's a huge effort. The big capture in terms of number of deer that we capture is always the December timeframe, late November after Thanksgiving through December. Sometimes it'll drag right close to that December 23rd Christmas boundary. And what we're trying to do there, and you'll see from the presentations that come behind me, is December condition, health assessments of mule deer in December are really powerful in terms of predicting survival rates, understanding management issues and that kind of thing. And so that's the big effort when most of these animals are caught. Covey mentioned fawns and adults, and then neonates. We'll talk a little bit more about neonates a little bit later, but we're catching, typically trying to maintain about 40 adult females on each unit that we're interested in survival, and then trying to have somewhere around 20 fawns. Brought a few visual aids. The collar technology has changed a lot. That's your classic adult deer collar. It lasts about 3 years with a location every 2 hours. Those are now beamed through the satellite network. The technology has gotten really impressive, really amazing, really quick. There's the ability to have a Bluetooth connection between this collar and either a vaginal implant transmitter like this. So this goes in March to a pregnant female. It's got a light and a temperature sensor on it. When it comes out with the baby in May, June, it talks via Bluetooth to this collar, which then beams it through the satellite network into an email system, a notification. We get notified, the biologists are looped in, and away you go. You try to catch the fawns. The fawn collar is also Bluetooth enabled, and so once you catch a fawn, you can link that fawn's collar to the mom collar, and now you are monitoring the fawn in real time through the satellite network. And so that technology is relatively new in terms of application to the wildlife realm, but something that's changed the game in a big way for all of us. I mentioned March, May, June. You can see some pictures there on the right. Neonate captures, so capture of fawns that are between 0 and 3 days. Once they hit 3 days, good luck, but you can catch them before they're 3 days old. And then the monitoring occurs all year. And so that's kind of the sequence over the year that we're talking with and working with. What about it? Yeah, so this is, oh, yeah, sorry, thanks, Kent. So you've got adult female, adult doe. If she's pregnant, she might get vaginal implant transmitter. Then once the fawn is born, you've got a collar that expands. And then as that fawn gets bigger at about 6 months of age, somewhere between 6 months, 10 months, these bands will break and come off. And so you've got to catch that fawn again. Now it's 6 months of age in December, and it gets a collar that's got an elastic band in here that will allow it to stretch. And so you can monitor survival and movement and habitat use all through that entire life phase. And that's what we are attempting to do to try and understand what's happening with mule deer in Utah. Obviously captures, helicopter captures, Kent is coordinating typically 2 helicopter crews trying to dodge cold fronts and incoming storms, a million different people, a million different places as this happens in a very dynamic way. We're very fortunate to be able to plug in and help and assist, involve our students, and so very thankful for that. Another thing, in addition to the technology with the collars that has sort of changed the game, is the ultrasound measurements. And so on that bottom left, you can see the ultrasound there. The right is our measurements of rump fat. The one that has 10 millimeters is in relatively good shape and relatively good health. The one that only has 3 millimeters, not so much. And so this is new information, new technology that we didn't have just 10 years ago. Rachel Cook, who's a researcher from the state of Washington, developed a method using an ultrasound coupled with the weight of each animal, the age of the animal, and then a score down their back of how much of their backbone you can feel, allows you to predict body fat with high accuracy. And so before, you might be able to look at a deer and try to judge whether it's in good condition or not. You might weigh them, you'd have a weight, but unless you were looking at a dead animal and could look at rump fat as it is on a dead animal, we had no way of predicting health or talking about condition. And so just within the last decade, that has been added to the list of things that we can do and measure and monitor. And it's become really, really powerful, as you'll see from the presentations that follow me. So with the ultrasound technology, we have high ability to talk about whether animals are healthy or not when they're alive. And then with GPS collars, we know where they go, what they do, and we can start to unravel what matters when it comes to managing healthy populations. A deer is released, obviously, after capture, and all those measurements are taken, and then we are at this point monitoring them remotely. Collar is sending locations once a day, collecting locations every 2 hours. Those are beamed through the satellite network. They're sent to a server at the collar manufacturer. Utah's Migration Initiative has built a database that scrapes those in real time, and it feeds the wildlife tracker app, which I'm sure you've seen before, but each of those dots represents an individual animal, kind of the orange salmon color. Each of those are individual mule deer. We have broad coverage and a very intense, large effort to monitor mule deer. And so in terms of information, I don't know of any place that has more or better information than we do here in the state of Utah from this large collaring effort. This part might be relatively unknown, and so each of these collars is equipped with a motion sensor, and so if the collar does not move for 12 hours, we get an alert. A mortality email is sent through the system. There are a handful of people in the state, Kent, myself, Jessica Shapiro from the Migration Initiative, who get literally 50 to 100 emails a day. Some of them can be ignored. Some of them might be in the back of a biologist truck from a deer that got just picked up with no magnet to shut it off. but there's literally something going on, 50 to 100 emails every single day that we are dealing with, managing, getting sent to the appropriate people. That top email represents a dead deer with an email to Amy Vandevort. Our biologists in this state will drop everything to pick these animals up and try and figure out what happened to them. You see that bottom right, Amy saying, I'll get to this afternoon after my meeting. They all die on days I plan to take off. And she's dropping everything. And I could point to 100 different cases, 100 different examples where biologists or we as a university and students will be out on a weekend, on a holiday, after hours, doing everything we can to get on these animals that die and understand what happened so that we can feed that information back to you and make informed management decisions.
Randy,
Yes.
how much time do you have to actually get out there and make a good?
Yeah, I'll show you. And
was.
so the collar needs to sit still for 12 hours. In the event of like a predation scenario, animals might, cougar or a coyote or a bear might be feeding on a carcass and jostling it around. And so sometimes there'll be a couple day delay in the trigger of a mortality warning. Assigning cause of death is best done sooner rather than later. And so what we do once we get the email, we're scrambling because we would like to pick up everything within 48 hours to give us just 2 days sort of max to get there and see what happened. You can sometimes tell what happened if if an animal got hit on a road and you picked it up and it's right next to the highway. Maybe it doesn't matter that you're there so quick, but animals' carcasses get scavenged. Animals that might die from disease or malnutrition would be consumed at some point. And so the quicker you can get there, the more accurate and better the data will be in terms of cause of death. And so we work hard in this state, everybody, to make sure we're there as quickly as we can once that notification is made. And I'll show you some data where we do a good job. We get there quick. Here's some slides assigning cause of death. Colorado has a wonderful 100-page manual that walks you through what different predators do to carcasses and what it looks like in terms of how to identify things. And so that helps us a lot. Typically assigning animals, those causes of death that you see there at the bottom. We also have the ability to swab bite marks on the collar or the carcass and use DNA if it's questionable. You can get saliva from predators out of bite marks and puncture wounds, and that can help inform what our understanding of what happened as well. So a malnutrition death would look something like that. Animals that are succumbing to starvation. There's no evidence of predation. They're curled up oftentimes under a juniper tree on winter range. If you crack one of the long bones and look at them, they have no fat in their marrow at all. So those pictures in the bottom right, the bone marrow is really dark red, sometimes almost translucent, and they're just completely out of energy, out of gas, starving to death. And that happens during the winter typically. And so the animals that succumb, that look like that, you would assign a cause of death as malnutrition. Coyote predation, you're looking for tracks, you're looking for scat. They're typically scattering carcasses without any evidence of caching or hiding the carcass. Sometimes you'll find just a collar and a head, like that picture on the right. Lions have their own unique signature when it comes to a mortality event, cached tracks, large puncture wounds, often in the face. And so the energy and effort to get there quickly allows us to be reasonably confident with causes of death and then understand what's impacting each of these individual herd units, what's impacting fawns, does, etc. Little comic relief here. You look at those. Sometimes we are there really quick. You can read the one from Josh Pollock. Make sure you have an extra pair of underwear next time you go pick up a collar. It's a long walk back. And so sometimes we're there quick, but we try to do it in a very safe way, so that we can gather the information and then pass it along to the board. How quickly do we do it? So since 2014, when the state of Utah switched over to GPS callers, we've picked up almost 1,500 callers collectively as a group, as a state. The biologists have picked up about 2/3. Students and Brock and I have picked up about another third around the state, filling in when the biologists are busy, can't get to it. Or if there's a particularly nasty hike, oftentimes those get sent to some young go-getter student. The vast majority get picked up within 48 hours, like close to 85% of them. The ones that take a little time would be those that maybe there's an access issue, private land issue, etc. Since this is recorded and on the record, sometimes we get stuck. So top right, that's Brock digging a snowmobile out, and he was driving and got stuck. Just for the record, point that out. It's a huge effort. What it does, though, is provide really powerful information, and we are trying to share that in as quick and in a real time sequence as we can. A couple of strategies and things that we are working on to get the information disseminated to you as board members, to everyone involved and interested. You should be getting a roughly monthly email update, trying to capture and summarize things. If you're not, let me know. We'll add you to the list, but I think all the board is on that list. Those take a day or two to write. We hope they're helpful. They're intended to be completely apolitical and just information and data, and we'll continue to do that. The other thing we're working on and excited about is a web page with data dashboards. And so rather than wait for a monthly email update, you could log in and just look it up online and see what survival is for any herd, any unit, any year, what the causes of death were last year, year before, etc. And we're very close, within a month or two, by the end of the summer, of rolling out a very interactive web page that would allow anybody interested to see the data, see the information, and visualize the patterns. These are some screen captures of that web page. It will be visually stunning and appealing. You'll be able to click, look at survival rates by unit and year, causes of death by unit and year, some information pulled in from the GIS team and the migration initiative, whether animals are using public-private land, all that type of stuff. These are just some screen grabs. Movement patterns, timing, migration, distances of migration, all that kind of stuff will be at your fingertips here soon, and will be hopefully helpful as we try to manage and conserve the species in our state moving forward. Annual survival rates, a lot of the stuff in board meetings that we asked Kent, hey, Kent, can you look this up, will now be really quickly and more readily and easily available online for everybody to see, and they'll hopefully have us all talking on the same page, talking about the same set of information. And that's it for me. I wanted to say thank you. It's been the highlight of my and Brock's career to be able to involve students in this effort. We're able to leverage dollars that come from the state agency with money from the university. The university is very big on experiential learning, providing students hands-on training opportunities. We get to use university equipment to help pick up callers, provide sort of a backup and an assist to the biologists in the state, and it's been really, really good. And so thank you for all you do. If you got any questions specifically for me, I'll be here the rest of the time.
Thanks, Randy. That's very important. And Brock, all the work and effort that goes into it. I mean, it's unreal.
Yeah.
How many total people do you have at any one time out there? Just
Yeah, so we think about the big we as a big team of all the biologists. In fact, just 5 minutes ago, getting a text message from Jason Robinson, who's the Tooele biologist who's out looking for a deer. He couldn't find it. He's asking for the latest coordinates. And so we're sending that to Madeline Vanderkirk. She's looking it up. And he just sent me a text saying, "Hey, I got it." And so it's all the biologists. We have, 3 or 4 or 5 graduate students at BYU, and then a whole army of undergraduates that help. Big group.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What you're doing. Any other questions?
Okay, thanks. So we kind of gave an intro, and Randy talked about all the methods about how we do what we've been doing. Now, what I'm going to get into first, and then we'll turn some time over to Brock, is basically what do we do with all these efforts? If we can queue up that presentation, I do that? Let's go back a slide. Yeah. So, just a quick overview. So, what do we get from all these efforts? First and foremost, what we get are the overwinter and annual survival estimates, as well as the population estimates. Kobe already showed you the long-term history. Those are a big part of it, and those are kind of just the bread and butter of what we're getting. But we also dive more, and we can get, when we get this condition, we can start learning more about what is happening with these herds. How are they? Are they in good shape? Are they in bad shape? Or are we concerned? What do we expect to see that year, and make predictions about what survival and other things might look like based on that condition? And then we also can get some things on cause-specific mortality, help identify why, if we have poor survival, why are these animals dying? How do we address management, take management actions to help fix what is the underlying problem under that unit? So that's what this next section will kind of really focus on. So as I said, first and foremost, we get these survival and population estimates. Historically, they used to be based just strictly on harvest, and we had to estimate what survival was based on some surrounding states information. Now we're getting information specific to these different unit levels. It does a great job of seeing how things vary even within a short range. 50-mile distance can make all the difference in the world as to whether something has good or poor survival. And so rather than making estimates from 500 miles away, we can actually use local data, get the best estimates we can, understand where we're at with these herds. But then beyond that, as I said, this condition data is really starting to become kind of a game changer in what we're doing, understanding what these animals look like, and then now tying that to the survival information. So this graph here shows the blue line is our adult survival that we've seen over the past 5 years or 6 years since we've started switching to this GPS collaring effort. And when we switched over to GPS, we also is when we started doing this condition estimate. So the blue line is the survival. The orange line is December body fat. You can see very quickly, these are highly related. The higher the fat is on these animals, the better they survive. And so our efforts from a management standpoint, we want them to come into winter with the most body fat that we can get on them. And that goes back to habitat in the end. When we have good spring moisture, good summer moisture through monsoons, we tend to see high body fat. And that tends to correlate to high survival the next year. When we have these severe droughts like we had 2 years ago, that took a huge toll. I mean, dropped average average fat by 2% on average per animal. Huge numbers, and that had effects not only that year, but we saw some major lag effects in it too. So it actually had a multi-year effect, even though the drought itself only tended to last in severe fashion for that year. You have a question, Byron?
Oh, I just,
Okay. So that's one thing at a statewide level we can look at this. More specifically, we're collecting this information on all these deer at each unit. So we can go through, and this is just a table showing on the left is all the units that we've captured deer on, and we've collected this condition information. We can go through and identify where deer are coming in great shape, where they're coming in poor shape, and there's a latitudinal effect there as well. So on the cache, for example, we need to have deer up in at least double digits, preferably higher, up 13% body fat, versus a unit like Pine Valley where they don't get those harsh winters, so we don't see those same fat numbers. And so it's all relative exactly how much fat you need to survive that winter. But I think in all cases, it's safe to say the fatter you are coming in, the better off you're going to be. And then beyond that, we can look at this information down to and kind of give a probability based on an individual level of survival. This graph on the left is showing body condition, and your probability on your x-axis is body condition. As you increase that, you have a higher probability of survival over winter. And so we can actually look at the individual animal and say, with a decent amount of confidence, that when they're coming in poor shape, if you get a deer coming in December on cash in very poor shape, their probability of making it through is much lower than one that comes in with a nice amount of fat on them. On the right, another thing just to show, we age all these animals when they're coming in as well, and we have some really definitive data showing that age is a huge factor in what lives as well. Healthy prime-aged animals, they do much better as they get older, generally 7+. We start to see that probability of them living over winter decline quite a bit as well. So it makes a huge difference. Just healthy prime-aged animals, they're the ones that live better. They're the ones that are most important to the population. I mean, no surprise there. But this is just some data just indicating that. So that's how everything looks at survival. Shifting gears and just kind of flipping things a little bit, and now looking at how everything relates to what's killing these animals and how are they dying. So condition and mortality. So this is the condition. Basically, this is over 1,300 animals that we've assessed condition on over the past 5-6 years. The majority of them fall into that. They'll have 3-4 mils of rump fat on their back, into that left side of the curve, and then we have some that come in upwards of 20+. 29, I think, is the highest we've ever recorded. So a lot of variation, but the majority do come in that left side there. When we look at what animals are dying and what their condition look like, we can see if you're going to die of malnutrition, it's almost always the ones that come in very skinny. 4 millimeters of rump fat or less. They have the highest probability of succumbing to malnutrition. You come in fat, your odds of dying of malnutrition, very low. Looking at that, this pink line, those that are being killed by coyotes, and this is just adults, remind you. But those that are being killed by coyotes, exactly the same as those that are coming in with malnutrition. If they are in poor shape, coyotes, they can be susceptible to coyote predation. However, when they're nice and healthy, highly unlikely that a coyote will remove an adult deer. Contrast that with the yellow one here that comes in, which is lion predation. You can see that curve almost completely overlaps those with what we see as available. So the green mark about so basically taken in proportion to availability. That means that lions are taking weak deer, but they're also having that potential to take deer that have 8, 9, 20 mils of rump fat on them. These healthy deer that have a higher probability of making it through winter. So when we look at the same type of data for all the captures, but we switch it over, instead of looking at fat, we're looking at age. The majority of animals we capture in the state tend to be 3, 4, 5 years old. Right in that prime, most productive part. That's where most of our populations are. But we do get them up into they can live 10, 11. We've aged some at 13. I think when we get back to the teeth, we've even been in the 14, 15 range on a handful of them. So they can make it that far. Majority don't make it past 13 though. When we look at from an age standpoint, what are dying of malnutrition? Again, this just shows once you hit that 6-7 year mark, that's when they start being susceptible more to malnutrition. These older age animals are dying through the winter and just can't make it through. We look at coyotes, same type of an effect. They can't take these young prime-aged animals. They're really not susceptible to coyote predation, but when they do get into those older age classes, all of a sudden coyotes can become a factor. Then when we look at lions, you see maybe a slight skew towards those older animals, but they definitely have the potential to take some of those prime-aged animals that are most important to the population. So just as a summary of where this kind of goes, I mean, basically when you're looking at what's causing population issues, cougars have a greater potential to impact them. They can kill, they do kill in proportion availability, which means they're taking some of these sick and the weak, but they have the potential to take healthy prime-aged animals, which can influence your population. Coyotes, I mean, coyote predation, for the most part, when you're talking about a statewide perspective, they do not have an impact on adult deer. That being said, I'll put a little caveat there. When we go like something like Pine Valley, where the vast majority of your animals do come in with only 2 to 3 mils of rump fat, they can have an issue, have more of an impact down there, where these animals are just don't have the fat, and we do see coyote predation seems like a bigger issue down on some of those units sometimes. Other thing I'd like to point out is that this is just adults. We certainly do see that coyotes can kill 6-month-old fawns. They can kill neonates. So they can impact populations in other ways. It just doesn't seem like a driving factor when we're looking at that adult segment of the populations. The other thing we can get at with this, when we're getting this cause-specific mortality, shifting away from the condition and the age relationships, but this is where we're really starting to identify limiting factors on each unit, and we can understand how mortality is occurring across on deer across time. So this is by month, what's killing them. You can see that spike in February, March, April, when winter is starting to take its toll, and you can see that green on the bottom, malnutrition. That's when we see those effects of that, and we're starting to lose animals that just can't make it through winter. I think one of the interesting things about this graph too is the orange is lion predation, and you can see it's pretty consistent all year round. So they're just kind of taking their share, and they do it year round pretty consistently, and not a whole lot of variation between them. Versus the coyote is the blue. Again, like malnutrition, coyotes can have that impact in that winter time. Not much of an impact outside of that. And this is just for fawns. The previous graph was adults. This is for fawns. You can see about the same as adults. You do see that succumbing to malnutrition earlier happening with fawns, occurring and spiking in that January time frame, February and March, versus adults. It took till February and March to really start becoming an issue. But largely malnutrition driven. Lions not as big of an impact or factor, but coyotes certainly having a larger role here. And then lastly, when we look at it by individual unit, you can really see where each one of these factors is a role. Where we see malnutrition has a huge impact. This is for 2019, 2020. So you see something like Cache, where we have these harsher winters, malnutrition, big role, very little impact of lions this year. But something like Wasatch, Manti, and Paunsaugunt, many lion kills down there. More of an issue. So we can look at this, identify where is the problem. Is it a habitat issue? Is it something like that going on where we can do habitat treatments to try and focus on that? Or is it a predator problem where we need to adjust predator permits and try and get ahead of things? This is where we really get that good information. We have it year by year, so we can see how things shift. A great example was something like Monroe, where we had really good population growth. Malnutrition started becoming an issue on that population, which caused it to decline some. And then because all of a sudden we saw a shift from that malnutrition over to lion predation as being the limiting factor in a 1-year period. So even if you identify an issue 1 year, it may not hold true that following year. So it's important to keep monitoring it, understand. And also when you do when you increase predator tags, understanding, are we having an effect? Is our lions still taking a large percentage of these deer? Can we start seeing an impact on this increased harvest in terms of improved survival and reduced mortality by that problem? So a lot of information that we're getting out of this, and I think we're just getting to the point where we have enough to really start making some great decisions and start really seeing how we update our management accordingly to show to take the data we're collecting and then adjusting our management to address the specific issues.
Kent,
Yeah.
I have a question that on the malnutrition portion of that, we've done $300+ million worth of habitat work. You can tie that malnutrition back into where that deer came from as to we need to do a habitat project in that particular area, or have we done a habitat project? So we know if we're getting money's worth in all these habitat projects we're doing across the state. I mean, that's something that's going on now when you analyze
Absolutely.
it.
That's where it's a large focus of some of my stuff. I'm trying to get a PhD on what's going to be. So we're trying to do those analyses, but it is a big factor in the initiative, migration initiative that we're doing, looking at how these deer are, seeing what habitats they're using, and seeing is there an issue? I mean, and can we go and what can we do up there to see why did they come into winter so skinny? And you can see it, when you do a capture on one unit, sometimes they're all the same and just horrible. Sometimes you see some deer come in really fat, some deer really skinny. What can we see why these are coming in fat and why these aren't? And then absolutely address it. Put a habitat project where they're trying to improve those summer ranges in particular, and that's what we are learning from some of this. I think a lot of the work we've done on habitat has been winter range, which is great, but we are learning that summer range is also a driving factor. So can we start getting more work done on these summer ranges to help get them coming into winter fatter? So
you are doing that right now then?
Absolutely. That's part of the analysis we're doing right now.
That's great.
It's not quite there with the exact output for you.
Yeah, because now, like you say, summer range is probably more critical than winter range in some instances, not.
In some instances, I won't make a blanket
Yeah,
statement, but absolutely, certainly.
For that body fat you're talking about, they've got to leave the summer range in the best shape they can in order to survive the following year.
Absolutely.
So,
And can you go back to that last slide? So, Byron, you kind of hit on this, but this is, now that we have this information, right? It's the, if I have $1 to spend, where should I spend it slide. So that's why this is so key. It all ties in. Condition is related to survival. Survival is related to habitat. And then you get the mix of predation. Is it coyote predation? Is it an aging population? Is it lion predation, where they're just taking in proportion to the abundance of deer on the landscape, but they're taking too many to have a growing population. So this is directing decisions. And I can't emphasize that enough. We come back, we evaluate this data, and then we say, okay, if we've got $1 to spend on this unit, we are losing animals to malnutrition, or we are losing adult deer to coyote predation. Is it because they're old? Is it because they're skinny? Is it a combination of both? Are we missing recruitment? And how do we address this? Do we address this with a targeted coyote control? Do we address this with placing the unit under predator management for mountain lions? Do we address this by focusing some large landscape scale fires on summer range? This is driving our management decisions. I can't emphasize that enough.
I speak. I've noticed I compare mule deer to sheep all the time, of course. And I've noticed that on a huge depredation year, our lambs will come in lighter. No matter what the feed was the same. But our lambs will come in lighter because of the harassment they suffered during the summer. And so I think that's something too that needs to be in our minds. One year the wolves are not lions, but one year in Wyoming, the herd that was punished by wolves all summer, same sheep, within a week of shipping, were 9 pounds lighter or 10% lighter than the herd that wasn't punished. And I think the deer could have this very same experience if they're, even though the feed's there, if they're getting punished by predators or harassed by predators throughout that summer or whatever season, then they're going to come in lighter because of the harassment. Just a thought.
Yeah, I mean, motion burns fat, right? So if you're forced to move and you can't eat,
And worry.
you burn fat.
I might want to say something too, right there on that Zion unit, where we had that jump with lion predation. A lot of that was mature bucks, so we need to really watch that close, because that's what we want. It takes a whole bunch to get a buck up mature, and that was a big factor in those deer right there. I was kind of involved in that, and it really opened my eyes to what those lions were eating too there. So good information. We appreciate all the work you guys are doing. It's great. We're on top of things, and we'll get it figured out. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Brock McMillan. I'm gonna spend a few minutes talking about some of the neonate work. So I put this slide up here on purpose. On the left here is Sidney Lamb, and on the right is Levi Watkins. Randy and I, one of our primary motivations is to help train students. And so these are the two most recent hires in the state of Utah. So Sid just got hired as the biologist for Box Elder, and Levi's the new biologist down on the Boulder. And nothing brings Randy and I more joy than seeing our students be successful. And it's because of this partnership where we're able to have a lot of students participate, and it really brings us a great deal of satisfaction. And we have a lot more. Riley Peck, Dave Smedley in this state. Last night I was laying in bed trying to think what I was going to say today. I think we have biologists in 7 states and 3 countries. And so it's really rewarding to us to be involved, and we love the partnership. And I agree with Randy, the big we of everybody involved. Until about 10 years ago, we knew very little about this first phase of life in mule deer, and really in any species, primarily because they're really difficult to catch. And so there were a few studies. Jim Karpowitz did a study out on the Book Cliffs, I don't know, years and years ago, in the 80s, where they caught some neonates. But historically, the way we've caught neonates is you find a vantage point, you sit on the ground, you have a spotting scope, you're looking at a deer and you go, oh, she's acting funny. And you start watching her until she walks over and a fawn stands up and feeds. And you go, you have your little walkie-talkie, you go, okay, go, 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 I've got one. And people run in and you're guiding them in, and you're hoping to get there. You're hoping it's less than 3 days old, so it doesn't run off and you can get there before it disappears into the trees and so forth. And so it's been really hard. And Randy showed you the Bluetooth technology we have now, but that's only the last 3 years. Before the last 3 years, we had VITs, we had those transmitters we put in the vagina of a female, and but we'd have to go out and find every deer every day starting on about May 20th and listen to radio telemetry. And you're making me smile, dude. and would find every single deer that had a VIT in it and would listen radio telemetry. And instead of us getting an email, the pulse rate on the VIT, so the VIT has a beep that comes off of it. And if that VIT was out of the female, so it cooled down by 3 or 4 degrees, that frequency of beeps would double. And so instead of being beep, beep, if it was out of the female, it would be beep, 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 beep. And we'd have to locate all 60 females every day and we would have to listen to see if the VIT was out. And then if it was out, we would have to use the radio telemetry to try to figure out on the mountain where it was. We didn't get an email with a GPS location. We would spend hours trying to triangulate where that VIT was and go in and find it, and then search the area for the location of the fawns. And the last couple years have been amazing, because not only do we get an email, but we have it hooked up to the mother. And so now we can look at the point pattern of the mother. What we learn is a lot of these animals, especially elk, but deer also, within a few hours of giving birth, they pick those offspring up and they move them. So we know with elk, this year has been incredible. It's between 5 and 6 hours. So basically, the calf or the fawn hits the ground and it sits in that spot for 5 or 6 hours while it dries and gets enough strength to stand up and move. And when it gets enough strength to stand up and move, mom moves it. For elk, it's about 400 or 500 yards. For deer, it's only a couple 100 yards or so, and it lays it back down. So if we're there and it's a day old and we find the birth site, we have a huge area. So we would spend hours looking, because it might be 100 yards away under a sagebrush. And now we can pull up where mom is, and mom's staying with the fawn. And so we see, oh, the birth site was right here, but here's a cluster of mom right here. And we can walk right into where mom's clustered, and the fawn's always there, or both fawns are always there. It's fantastic. So it's really reduced how hard it is. So we've done 3 different studies. We started on the Monroe with the older technology about 8 years ago. And the last 2 years we've done the Book Cliffs, and this is the 3rd year of the cache unit. And through those 3 studies, we've caught about 500 of these newborns, so that we can learn about this early phase of life, this first 6 months of life that we knew very little about. We implemented one of the questions. The first study was, if we implement predator management, if we control coyotes, can we enhance survival of these neonates? And I'll talk a little bit about those results. We monitor these neonates at least through the first 6 months of life. Before the Bluetooth technology of the last 2 or 3 years, what that meant is we would go out with our radio telemetry and we would drive the mountain and we would try to locate every fawn every other day. Now the computer does it for us pretty much. I mean, the Bluetooth connections, we still have some opportunistically that we catch every year to get our sample size up. So maybe instead of monitoring 100 with radio telemetry, we're monitoring 10 a day, or 10 every other day. And then whenever one's dead, same thing that Randy talked about, the fawn collars, when they don't move for, this year we've turned it down to 6 hours, but 8 hours or whatever. When they don't move for 6 hours, it changes the pulse rate, or we get an email and we can go in. If that collar, if the fawn's collar separates from mom by more than 100 meters or so for an extended period of time, we'll get an email that says there's been a separation. Or if it goes into mortality and it's close to mom still, we'll get an email that says the fawn's in mortality from mom's collar. So this is not the right graph. The next, here's the graph. So this is what this graph is showing is on the x-axis, it's saying how fat's mom. What kind of shape is mom in? And on the y-axis is the birth weight of the neonate. And there's variation here because if mom has twins, they're smaller than if she has a single, and so forth. But basically, this graph shows there's a really strong relationship between what kind of condition mom is in and how big of a fawn she has. And this shouldn't surprise any of the ag people in the room. If they have cows or sheep in good shape, they throw bigger calves or bigger lambs. And deer do the exact same thing. This graph shows what kind of shape mom is in and how big the fawn is and I'm saying neonate here, so 0 to 6 months, but how big that neonate is when we recapture it when it's 6 months old. And so basically what this graph is showing is if mom's in great shape, when winter comes in December, the fawn is bigger, considerably bigger. So on the y-axis, it's small here, I know you, but the y-axis scale goes from, it appears, 50 to 80 pounds. And so we see most of them in the 50 to 75 pound range. What we've learned, and I'll show you in just a second, is that if you're over 65 pounds in December, you have a pretty good chance of making it through winter. And if you're under 65 pounds in December, you don't have much of a chance. It all depends on the winter and the area, of course, but in general. And so that's what this graph is showing. This graph is over the last 5 years, what has our fawns. So this is the size of the fawn when we catch it in December, not the neonate, but when we catch it in December at 6 months old, how big it is. On the x-axis, the scale ranges from about 40 pounds, and it goes up slightly over 80 pounds. So that's the kind of variation we have in our fawns in December, from 40 to 80 pounds. And you can see here that at about, the blue line's the strongest, but all of them have a similar relationship. And that is that at about 65 pounds or so, you have a pretty good chance, at least a 50% chance of making it through winter. That's generally what we have, make it through winter, of the fawns that are on the landscape in December. About 50% of them make it. Why is this important? So I love this. This is actually a picture of my daughter this year with her very first deer that she's ever taken. She's spoiled for life. Randy told you we hunt on the South Manti, so this is the most opportunity unit in the state. And I don't know if you're a Seinfeld fan, but George has a scene once where after he says something funny, he pushes away and he says, "I'm out." That's kind of what my daughter said this time. "I'm not going to beat this. I'm out." So I'm trying to convince her to go again. I'm not sure if she is or not, but the graphs on the right are what I wanted to show you here. And the graph on the right is really interesting. And on the x-axis, we have how good of shape mom was in when that baby was in her uterus. And on the y-axis, we have how big that male deer or elk grew to be as an adult. This is the antler size. So this is what hunters are interested in, is antlers. And it turns out that in elk, both of them, the relationship's strong. It's just more significant in elk. In elk, so the black dots are the effect of mom's condition when the fawn or the calf was in utero. And the open dots are the current year's condition, how the current year affects antler growth on that animal. And we see in deer, the current year has a greater effect than mom's condition, but mom's condition still influences antler growth about 10 inches. So it's the difference between a 165 buck and a 175 buck is. So but basically what I'm trying to take home is mom's in good shape, throw good fawns. Those good fawns grow to be bigger adults. Those bigger adults grow to be bigger adults. And even 7 years later, the condition of mom is still signatured in each individual out there on the landscape. In elk, it's the same. It's about, so the other cool thing, I know it doesn't have a lot to do, and we've done data on about, I think this is a compilation of about 5,000 deer and 5,000 elk. And so 5,000 deer, and if you see on the top, the average deer on the landscape has the potential to reach about 168 inches of antler. So, and that happens at 5.5 years old. I hear people say all the time, I could throw another graph in here, "Oh, if that deer would have grown 2 more years, it would have been unbelievable." Nope, at 5.5, they're 168, and 168 stays 168. I'm not saying that happens. Sometimes an animal blows up. We've all seen that. So sometimes an animal may put 30 inches on in a year, or a lot of antler on, but in general, that doesn't happen. But the take home is we want healthy moms. Healthy moms produce offspring that survive, and healthy moms produce offspring that grow into healthy adults. The other thing I wanted to talk about is cause-specific mortality, because we think we get something figured out and then we go to a new place and it's completely different. And so this is kind of Kent's thing. He made the point just a minute ago that 1 year it can be malnutrition, like on the Monroe it was, population starts to decline, and then we see huge top-down forces of lions on that population, and it switched in 1 year from malnutrition to lions that were regulating that population. So this is what is killing our fawns on the Book Cliffs. And we can see this is the percent of mortality, not just percent mortality. And so we can see that on the Book Cliffs, coyotes aren't very important. It happens to be lions and bears that take most of our fawns. About 50% of the fawns the last year on the Book Cliffs were eaten by predators within the first few months of life. 30% of those that were eaten by lions. 22% of those that were eaten by bears, and only 4% of those that were eaten by coyotes. Wade.
This is still 0 to 6 months.
0 to 6 months. That's correct. This is 0 to 6 months. It's going to change from 6 months to 12 months. That's a great point, Wade. And the data we're collecting are able to inform those decisions from 0 to 6 months and from 6 to 12 months or 6 to 18 months. And so if we see that recruitment is what's limiting the population, we aren't getting fawns that incorporate into the adult portion of the population, then we can recommend management decisions that go in and manage to enhance recruitment. Yeah.
So that's Book Cliff specific information.
Yes.
How close are we to having that good of data on all of our deer units?
Absolutely not. so that's not completely true, Carl. So we do have fawn to doe ratios in December for every unit in the state. So we do have an idea of survival. If the herd's healthy, we know that it starts at about 130 or 135 fawns per 100 does. That's what it is on June 14th, it's 130 to 135. So when December comes, if they're 70, we know we've lost 47% of the fawns that are on the landscape. If it's 50, we know we've lost 60% of the fawns that are on the landscape. We don't necessarily know what's taken them, but we do know that there could be a problem there. Does that make sense?
This graph right here is when we got Randy's email, January 3rd. We saw the mortality, or I did, the lion and bear on the Book Cliffs. I sent an email out to everybody, what are we going to do with the upcoming meetings and stuff like that? And that's what's brought this meeting where it is today, is this graph right here showing the cause specific mortality on neonate mule deer. And as we find out as we go farther, the next 6 months where we're at. But
right.
All this information that we're getting is just, it's fantastic that,
I also think that's what brought the larger harvest on the lions. Thanks.
well,
to
it is.
Bateman.
That's why we got
That's why
the division
that
came in.
happened.
And, yeah.
Is because of this. So we did things fast. That's so commendable.
So this tells a really good story for the Book Cliffs, but it's very different on the Monroe. And so Monroe has hardly any bears. I don't know what they have every year, 1 or 2 tags a year. And in the 4 years we did the study down there, we had one that we put it as unknown that may have been a bear kill. Everything on the Monroe was either coyote or mountain lion. And this is the total number of fawns that hit the ground. So here, 13% of the fawns that are born are eaten by coyotes on the Monroe, or they were during our study. And 10% of the fawns that hit the ground are eaten by lions. And every year we have some that are stillborn, or it appears that mom just walks away from them. So some, I think if mom's in really bad shape, deer, you often hear in some species that if mom's in bad shape, she reabsorbs the fetuses. And we have no evidence of that in deer. It appears that once deer are pregnant, at least past the first trimester or so, they don't have the ability to reabsorb. They all give birth. And we do have some evidence. It's really cool. On the cache, we have had the same female the last 2 years that's delivered stillborn twins, the same mom. And those twins this year, I went in and got them just 2 weeks ago, and they were both about 1.5 kilograms. And so that's only about half size. So they look fully developed, but it appears that one strategy deer might use, if they're in really bad shape, they just say, I'm not going to allocate energy to the development of this offspring, and I'm going to carry him to term, but I'm giving up basically. That doesn't happen very often. We're looking at, on all the ones we've done, about 4 or 5% of the fawns are stillborn, or they're born so small they don't have a chance of surviving. But the management decision on the Monroe would be very different than the management decision on the Book Cliffs. And we implemented this. So the Monroe, we wanted to see if we could enhance fawn neonate survival by implementing predator harvest. So normal wildlife services, you hire wildlife services to go in and remove coyotes from a portion of the mountain. And we did that from half the mountain, and we left half the mountain undone. And it turns out that that we can, where coyotes are eating these fawns, coyote control can enhance neonate survival. So on the x-axis that we have the year of the treatment, before it started, after 1 year of coyote control, and after 2 years of coyote control. And we were able to increase neonate survival on that unit from high 50s to mid 70s percent of the fawns that were born survived. And this is only to 16 weeks. And we did that because there's very little coyote related mortality of neonates once they reach 16 weeks of age. That first 16 weeks of life, really the first 4 weeks, but it tapers off, and by 16 weeks there's almost none, until again in winter when these fawns are starting to get malnourished again, and then coyote mortality picks up again when they can't get away from them. Turn it back to Kobe. Any questions?
Thank you.
Going, just touching really quickly on that photo of Brock's daughter with that great buck. It's not that she killed her best buck of her lifetime. She doesn't want to hunt with Brock again. It's that if anybody's ever hunted or spent a night with Brock, like, I guarantee she didn't sleep. He is the loudest, worst snorer in the world. I shared a tent with him once, and like, I ended up throwing a shoe at him. I just couldn't take it anymore, and I was angry the whole next day. All right, so we've gone through a lot. We've gone through how are we taking data on deer? What does the data mean? And now we want to dive into some of the meat of the management implications, what this is directing, what we're doing as an agency, how we're using this data, and what it's going to mean as far as decisions go. So the board asked us, they said, we want you all to bring back population objectives. And so we sat down as an agency and said, okay, what do we want in Utah's mule deer? You know, I think the Monroe is one of the perfect examples. We removed coyotes. We increased neonate survival. We had conditions that allowed for great adult survival. We were below carrying capacity. So when we talk about mule deer a lot, mule deer are, they're related by density. They're related, they compete with each other for forage. They need that high nutrition to maintain good body condition. And when there's too many of those on the landscape, they start to compete with each other, and the body condition goes down, right? As body condition goes down, that shows up first in when we get body fat in December. It shows up in fawn doe ratios, so we can start to see it there. Just they don't produce that healthy fawn that weighs more. So we saw the Monroe do this. We saw it grow, until it hit a peak where every year we go down and we'd say, man, they're in poor body condition. And then we start to watch the fawn doe ratios go down. And then we start to watch adult survival dip. And when we start to see it dip, when we go in and look at what the cause specific mortality was, it's malnutrition. So managing deer on the landscape, it's this delicate balancing act. You know, we all want more, and we convey more to better, but more isn't always better. You know, I was thinking about this the other day. I'm out in my garden looking at my patch of carrots, and I seeded a lot of carrots in a little space. And I know that I'm not going to get one big, robust carrot unless I go in and thin some of those out. And mule deer aren't really any different. When we get a density at which they're competing with each other, we start to have negative impacts, including poor survival, smaller bucks on the landscape, less recruitment of yearling animals, and a struggling, often aging population, right? Because if you're not recruiting new young, a population, your average age goes from 2. And if you don't recruit any, then you go to 3, then you go to, and you push through to where now you've got an 8-year-old population that isn't recruiting mule deer, that isn't healthy. And that's what we want to avoid. So in setting population objectives and bringing these back to the board of December, the direction we've given is we want to have healthy, robust deer populations. And here's what we're going to do that. We'll use the best data. We'll use this data that we're collecting. We're starting to see through, you think of carrying capacity sometimes as a fixed or stagnant number. It is not. You know, we obviously saw that we were struggling with deer for years. We hit 2010, we grow 100,000 deer over the next 5 years. And then we hit summer of 18, winter of 19, and obviously our carrying capacity dropped, right? Deer fell off because of malnutrition. So we're going to use the best data to look through the noise and see try to attempt to determine what is carrying capacity for different units. And then we're going to when we bring these back to you, we're going to attempt to manage below that carrying capacity. And we'll talk about why that is here in a second. Some of the population performance metrics that we'll evaluate, we talked about this already, and that is total body fat that we're getting every year in December to see where we're at in terms of how fat these deer are, and if we have the appropriate number on the landscape, if we have less than we could have, or if we have more than we should have. Look at fawn doe ratios at different population levels. So we'll go back through as we reconstruct population estimates. We can say, okay, at 19,000 deer, our fawn doe ratio was 44. But at 17,000 deer, our fawn doe ratio was in the 60s or 70s. And so we may actually have a more productive herd if we back that off a few thousand deer. And we'll do this through monitoring cause-specific mortality, not only knowing what we have on the landscape, but why we are where we are. Finally, we always have to take into account habitat conditions, because if we are damaging habitat, if we are running too many animals on the landscape, it may be good for a few years, but eventually we're all going to lose. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Okay. So this graph demonstrates what I'm talking about when I say carrying capacity. So let's start with the one on the left. There are 2 graphs here. They represent it differently. And this is a hard thing to visualize. It's hard for a lot of biologists. And so I want to break this down, and I don't want anybody to feel like I'm talking down about them, but if anybody has a question or anything like that, stop me and let's go through it. As we look at the graph on the left, on the y-axis, you have low to high, which means a small number of, in this case, deer, to a high number of deer. All right. As we move through time, there's a population growth curve. We start out with a few animals, and it takes a while for that population to take off. The steeper the curve is, the faster the rate of growth. The fastest rate of growth right there at half of carrying capacity is what we call maximum sustained yield, MSY. So that's your maximum rate of increase. Now, I think that although that would be your maximum rate of increase in a population, it's not where we want to be. Socially, it's not acceptable, and we want a little more than that. And we can still maintain a good growth rate if we manage towards the top but just back off that curve. So we're not saying take every deer population, find out what carrying capacity is, remove half the deer and manage there. We're saying try to attempt to find out what it is and just back it off just a little bit so we have more healthy, more robust. So if you look at this on the other side, just again, showing that rate of increase. As that bubble grows, as the red grows, the rate of increase in that population is quicker, and it backs off as you approach a high population. This has been this isn't just theory. This has been demonstrated several times. We see it in our data that we collect. There are great books and reads. If anybody wants to read information on this, we'd be glad to hand that out or give it to them. One more way of looking at this before we move on. So this is that same curve turned on its side. So at the left, small population, and on the x-axis to the right, as you move to the right, you get a larger and larger population. And the important part here is to start to understand why. And what you see is, see the dotted line that says attempted recruits. That's our fawns, right? And as we increase density on the landscape, the attempted recruits and the actual recruits start to diverge. What that means is that even though every deer is pregnant, every deer throws a fawn, the chance of survival of that fawn is lower as we start to approach carrying capacity. So what we want to see is those lines be closer, and that'll give us, especially on our general season units, that'll give us more productive, robust herds.
Chloe, would you compare that attempted recruits along with elk on that same?
Yes, but we manage.
How would you do that?
I'm gonna make a blanket statement here, but elk are also a density dependent species. But one of the differences is that in our elk herds, we manage almost all, with the exception, I can only think of one that may be hitting a biological carrying capacity. We manage them well below the top. And so their attempted recruits and actual recruits, it's more in line. We harvest a lot of cow elk. We set population objectives and we manage to those objectives. I think Kent has something to say here, so I'll let him say something too. But
I think we have one big difference too, Byron, is that in elk, so in deer, we're going to see high pregnancy rates regardless of the year. In elk, what we've seen on a couple years of booklet, we had a pregnancy rate of 53% last year when things were horrible. And then we were up in the upper 80s, low 90s this past year. So that attempted recruits would be lower because they can back off and not attempt recruits. So it's a little different, but it's essentially you get to the same place. You're just, instead of attempting recruits and having them die and fail, you're just not even attempting.
Would habitat be a factor in that as to the body condition of both species?
yes. So it's driven, we talk about top-down effects, and when we talk about top-down effects, we mean predators, and then we talk about bottom-up effects when we mean habitat. And our populations, without exception, are almost always driven by bottom-up effects. But predators can play a role if you get to a point where you're unbalanced. And we've been there, we've seen it. 18 and 19 put us in a place where we were unbalanced with deer and predators on the landscape.
One more point just to make. So when we're left of that MSY there, that's where we go back to Brock's data. Healthy big fawns. Once you start getting beyond MSY, the reason these attempted recruits are failing is because they're starting to become smaller. They're just smaller and just have a lower probability of living because they're just not big enough to make it. That's the. It's just you start tying back to this condition stuff is what's really being affected, and where it all comes back to big healthy does make big healthy fawns.
Healthy habitat, we have
live.
healthy.
And healthy habitat as well. So.
No, and thanks, Kent. Those are great points. Here's what we want to avoid, and what we've seen several times. There is a lot of social pressure to have more deer and to manage for more all the time. But what we see is we climb, when times are good, it's really hard to say. In 2015, it would have been really hard to come to the wildlife board as a management agency and say, we got to start killing does now, because everybody's saying, what is wrong with you? Times are good. And when times are bad, everybody's saying, why would you shoot a doe? Times are bad. And so finding that happy medium, and so managing deer, and Justin, I'll steal a statement from Justin here, but managing deer when populations have declined is easy, because we just back off and we do things that'll help those animals rebound. It's managing deer when we've increased populations that is hard, because that is when we need to be more active, make more active management recommendations, and harvest does. If not, what happens is you overshoot carrying capacity, and then you start to oscillate, right? And I feel like this graph isn't even radical enough. Sometimes the dips and valleys are a lot bigger than this. And if we could just back it off that curve just a bit, we wouldn't end up with these huge valleys and these giant peaks. We'd end up with a more consistent, healthy, robust population on the landscape. And that's what we're going to attempt to do. We will continue to work on habitat. We will continue, you think about carrying capacity as a bucket. Sometimes it oscillates a little bit. We all want the bucket to be bigger, right? And Utah's taken that approach. We've led the nation in that approach. And we will continue to do that. This doesn't mean that we're giving up on any deer populations. I don't want anybody to think that or take that message home. What it means is that while we work on that, we're going to be realistic. We're not going to damage our habitat, and we're not going to hurt our populations. We're going to make good recommendations. So the direction we've given the biologist is to work on this, to manage below carrying capacity, result in healthier, more productive herds, increased fawn production and survival, as well as increased adult survival.
So as we see a new herd objective, will it be carrying capacity or your management level? So we can.
It will be a recommendation of a management level based on what we determine is as close to carrying capacity as we feel comfortable managing, to have this healthy herd. So, and this is unique. Our mule deer populations right now in the state were not based on a carrying, at least a modern carrying capacity. And reducing that population, it's always easy for us when we hit it and blow past it to say, with deer, at least, to raise it. But ones where we've been at 60% of the population objective for years and haven't grown, it's probably not currently a realistic population objective. And we'll be taking a hard look at those and working with our constituents, our local groups.
Can I speak to that for sure?
Sure.
Okay, I got a quick question. Is the population objective we have now in our plan, a big number, have we had that population in the state prior? Before? Have we ever, is that how we got to that, as saying, back in 1910, we had X amount of deer, we know we can do that?
It's not how we got to it, no.
Okay.
But I don't want to say that we've never had that many deer either. We know that we hit some major peaks, especially in the 80s, when you pour back through the data. Like, I know at one time in the state, I grew up in the 80s, right? Like, I remember counts. I remember driving up. I grew up in Castledale, driving up on the Manti through Joe's Valley and counting hundreds and hundreds of deer in those fields. And we're not there now. So, but our population objectives were not set on that.
Okay, I just was curious as to how we got those numbers to begin with.
Yeah. Some of that was a reconstruction that they did at the time. Some of that was a number so high that they would never be forced to kill does.
Just a hope wish. Okay.
Yep. And the other thing is, yeah, again, there were times when we had a lot of deer. The data from then, we didn't have this kind of data. So the population reconstruction, the models, they're not as good. Kent, would you add anything to that, or?
Yeah, just it was the best guess we had at the time. It kind of does go back to in most cases what they thought we had in the 80s, but Kobe's point, exactly what that number is a lot more elusive, given that we didn't have anywhere near the data that we have now. But it was always I think a lofty estimate at least, but some were realistic. In some places, we actually underestimated during that time when we initially set those objectives, and you've seen these increases over the past 5 years where we were at objective, but felt we still had plenty of room to grow where we've increased those objectives. So sometimes when they set those initially, they overestimated, sometimes they underestimated, and it just kind of runs the gamut. But at the end of the day, that 453 or wherever we're at right now is a sum of those units. So each unit sets its objective, they're summed up, and that's how we get that statewide objective. And that is the approach going forward that you'll see as well. Each unit will make their own objective, and then the statewide will be simply a sum of what we feel we can handle in each unit.
I want to go back to Carl's point real quick. On the question is, are our population objectives, are they objectives or are they carrying capacity? And we've had a lack of alignment there for a long time. And so what we had is population objectives that were higher than what biologically could be supported on the landscape, at least in recent history, the last 10, 15 years or so. And that's one of the things is Covey and his staff brings forth recommendations this November, is to have better alignment between those two things, because realistically we shouldn't have population objectives that are unattainable. And so the direction that Covey's given biologists and others is to make sure that those align, and that they're realistic. To have a population objective that is not realistic is a wish, and I don't think it's fair to our biologists in the field, and I don't think it's fair to the public. And that's why, as we look at our unit management plans that are being updated on a 5-year interval anyways, let's be realistic. If we make some strides, we hope we could get support from the board to come back and say, hey, we've had some habitat improvement projects, we've done some fires, everything's looking good. Can we raise that objective up 2,000 because we think we're close? And we'd hope we'd get that type of support from the public and the board, but we need alignment between those two things, Carl.
Well, I think there's also another element of some of those are going to go down significantly. And it's not that anybody's giving up on growing mule deer. Yeah. I think we're just smarter, and it's going to be a better number.
Well, and in some cases we have, in almost every case, we have new data. And to manage at some of those objectives that are so high and actually try to get there, I think it would be detrimental to the population, as Covey and Kent and Brock and Randy have shown, and it certainly wouldn't do any favors to the habitat. And you cannot have healthy, robust populations of mule deer at the expense of your habitat. You'll have short-term gains, but in the long term, you'll support less animals. And so this is the approach that we'd like to take to the board moving forward. And I think that's one of the nice things about having a work session like this, is nothing's on the line today, but at least board members know the philosophy of the division moving forward, and kind of give a preview of what you'll see in the future. So.
Can I add to that too? I agree 100% with what Justin's saying. I think some of our objectives on some of the units in the past have been just wishes. They have not been realistic at all. But I think we also need to caution, use a little bit of caution, because what really needs to drive our objective, I think, is let's find that carrying capacity, the actual real carrying capacity, not what we wish it was, but what it actually is. And then we back off, as Colby says, and that needs to be our objective. And I think that's the number we really need to focus on. And if we don't think that it's realistic to get there, I think we need to consider why. I don't know that we want to drop our population estimate down from that number just because we're so far from it. It seems like a pie in the sky idea. So I think we need to just be cautious that just because we're nowhere near that carrying capacity backed off objective number, I don't know that we need to shy away from it either. If that's what the unit, if that's what the landscape can handle, then that's what we need to shoot for, even if we're nowhere near it. Does that make a little bit of sense?
Yeah, Wade, maybe a good gauge for that is we've had great conditions over the last 10 years or so for growing deer. And in some units, we grew a lot of them. And if you'll remember, we did bring population objective increases through the public process. And and they were well received and it was supported. And then there were times that you look at populations increasing, and we're rising, we're increasing, body condition scores are declining, fawn production's declining, survival rates are declining, and so those data are telling us that might be a stretch for that population. So I agree with you. I don't think we should lower the bar for the sake of saying, we don't want to put forth the effort, we can't get there, those types of things. I think our biologists are going to look at every factor and say, where have we been the last 10 years? And frankly, I think on probably most of these units, if we haven't hit our population objective in the last 10, 15, 20 years, it probably does need to be lowered. We've had some great conditions. We've had some rough conditions, as was mentioned earlier, over the last 2.5 years also. But, I think we start with what's achievable. And if we need to adjust, we can certainly bring back recommendations. But I don't think you'll see any cuts from us just because we don't want to put forth the effort. So.
No, and I agree 100%. And I think, and Kobe mentioned this in the beginning, finding the actual carrying capacity is going to be a process.
Yeah.
This isn't just something we automatically know. We've got a lot of data, but this is going to be a fine tuning, and that's always a moving target, but depending on weather patterns and everything else. So I do think we need to be patient and understanding in the fact that this is going to be a process, and it's going to take us a while to get there. Sorry. It's going to take us a while to get there. But that needs to be the goal. I don't think there's going to be a lack of effort or shying away from it at all, because if we start to see those declining, conditions and fawn survivals and all those kinds of things, we know we're above carrying capacity. We're above where we want to be. We drop it back. It's going to take some fine tuning, I think, as we move forward.
Yeah, and just to your point, Wade, I think looking at why these populations haven't hit that number is a key component. I mean, if everything says they're fat, they're healthy, but lions are taking 30% of them, clearly we don't want to back that objective down. But if everything's dying due to malnutrition and there's no fawn production and other things, and you're still 10,000 deer short of your objective, there's probably a need to adjust it, and it is unrealistic. So all those things, all these data we presented will be taken into consideration and used to help set these objectives.
There's just a couple moving parts in all this, just a few.
Can I ask a question? Oh, sorry, you going? I just have a question for board members, and we can do this because it's a work session and back and forth. Kobe's right. The thing that concerns me with deer management is not when deer are declining. We have a lot of answers for that. It's when we're growing deer. And a lot of times we're really hesitant to call for doe hunts when populations are increasing. But that's, if you're going to manage deer instead of watch deer, that's really what you have to do. Get there to where, and it's not that you don't want to see the increase, it's you want to manage for that spot where they have great body condition scores, where their fawn production is great, survival rates are aligned, habitat's in good shape, all those types of things. And this isn't intended to be a loaded question by any means, but I think it's a hard topic that we have to discuss as biologists and board members. And that is, what type of appetite is there from the board if we come with doe recommendations during these increases? Are we wasting our time, or is that something that the board would consider and entertain? Kevin?
I think a big part of it is education. I think this is really good for us, but it's going to be also the sportsman in that process. And that's long term. It takes a lot. I think a great example of that is like the Henrys, when you had that landscape level fire, and we watched that population almost double. But then as that all leveled out, that habitat leveled out, the sportsmen were beside themselves to see the Henrys not produce the racks that it always had. And they couldn't blame it on, well, you're given too many tags because you had kept it at that 40 or kind of you kept it at the level you said you would. And so they were scratching their heads like, why isn't the Henrys producing like it was? And it's a great example to show that at some point your recruitment won't continue, your horn growth won't be there. Just like Brock said, with you're seeing if those does are healthy, it'll affect them 6-7 years down the road. And you can see that in that example. But I think it's that education to all of us to be able to understand that, to be able to know that. And I just have one more thing I've really struggled with envisioning with Kobe's comment. And I know you still got a little more, but I just can't envision you in that carrot patch.
I'll send you a photo later, Kevin. Um, I- and I want to make sure that we send the right message today as to the information that we want to provide to the board, because I understand that I think we all want the same thing. And in fact, I know we do. We all want healthy, robust mule deer populations. You know, we all want that. And we have the data now that's telling us how to get there. Wade, we will not give up on populations. You know, we will fight. We will, and where appropriate, we will readjust population when we have large landscape scale fires. It is a game changer, and we will push for habitat restoration in the right areas. You know, we will push for summer range fires. We will push for those things that we need and that we know that we need to grow mule deer, and that ultimately changes the size of the bucket. We just want something realistic to manage to, and we'll keep pushing. And if we have to lower something to 5 years, come back to you and say, hey, we hit it and we still have healthy deer and we want to raise it now, that's the ideal spot, right? I mean, the ideal spot is to say we can keep pushing forward on habitat, keep pushing forward on everything, but also not manage deer at the expense of deer, right?
I'd love to answer Justin's question too. I'd be all in. I'd absolutely support that, the idea of doe hunts, 100%. What I would get a little hesitant on is if we start to try to blend in some kind of statewide consistency aspect to that. I would be 100% supportive if we can be very specific and say, this unit, perhaps even this area of this unit, we've got some serious problems. We're over carrying capacity. We see our body condition starting to drop. I'm going to support it all day, every day. But a blanket wide, our deer going up, I struggle with that one. And I obviously know that wouldn't be the idea.
And I'll echo exactly that. I mean, that conversation of I want to grow more deer by killing a few, it is a hard conversation to have, but the targeted doe removal, you've got my full backing. The blanket, I agree. I don't want to see what a huge doe hunts. I want more specific doe hunts.
I agree also. It has to be on a unit by unit basis. And basically you've got the information for us now, unit by unit, so we can make those decisions and, do them one at a time as that opportunity comes back to us. And, we'd love to see that. And we're not going to do a carte blanche or anything like that. And everybody understands that here. And because this is a great working relationship we have with everybody in this room and all the people throughout the state that are working every day to improve the quality of our wildlife in the state of Utah. So it's a huge effort and a lot of people involved.
I would add to that. I would support that fully. And with our professors in here, those areas where we start to see that being a problem, I think just what you presented to us today, some of that information on malnutrition, if we could see that on those areas that we're starting to be really concerned, if we could focus in and show us some of that information, just like you did today, would be huge. To say, hey, now we need to start to be worried. We're not getting the recruitment. This is what, we're losing a lot of animals, but here it is. You can lay it out. I think the board is going to be able to be a lot more palpable and be able to say, yeah, we understand that.
To me, it's no different than a ranch. This is just a huge ranch, the state, if you will, or these units broke down, like you're saying. So if we can't keep all our ewes or all our cows, we have to cull. We have the opportunity to put them in the corral and cull the old ones or the weak ones. We can't put the deer in the corral. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing. We could double the deer herd in a year with this fawn recruitment that we talk about if they all stayed alive. So yes, we're going to have to, I hope this is a good problem. I hope we have to cull the herd here and there. I hope we have to. I hope we get to that point where we keep these fawns alive and have to cull the herd. That's what we want. That's what we need. That's what we have to have.
In my opinion, it's about growing deer responsibly. We don't want it to be a race and then overshoot it and then decline again, then overshoot it. And the reason I feel strongly about this is, with having Covey's position prior with the big game coordinator and looking and researching and understanding big deer or deer populations and what drives them. I think when you can grow deer herds responsibly, you still might have some times where drought and hard winters set them back. But if you're at K or over K or carrying capacity, that's going to be a lot more painful. Those losses are going to be greater. Those valleys, when your population cycle, are going to be a lot deeper. And so I think really what we're advocating for is, instead of hitting those peaks and saying, "Oh, we had such a good year," it's expensive. I would rather be below those peaks a little bit, so that way when Mother Nature comes in and does her thing, we're not seeing 30% losses of our adults. We're seeing 12, 15, 18, 20% losses. And that's a win for us, is if we can get away, and every deer population does this. I want to be clear. They increase, they decrease. You're going to see that. So nothing is static, nothing is stable. That's not just in Utah, that's the West. But getting away from those big swings so we have consistency. And so you're not seeing 10,000 general season deer permits decreases being proposed, that type of stuff. And so I like what I'm hearing from the support, because it's needed. I love the concerns of Carl and Wade and others that this will be surgical. And I even like saying on a portion of a unit makes sense to have a doe hunt rather than the entire unit. I mean, our data shows us that if it's tight enough and good enough data. So I appreciate the support if we were to bring something like that back. It's encouraging.
I think the point too, Justin, is it will be surgical, but the painful part is that it will also have to be significant, right? So if it's surgical and not significant and just a token number, it won't work. But if it's surgical and significant, it will work. Donna, I know you had something you wanted to say.
Yeah, I probably need to talk a little bit about doe hunts that they're not very popular in southern Utah. And we've had the last 2 or 3 years a lot of doe permits, and we've removed a lot of does. And there are does that's been on private property, and we haven't. We need to work on that and maybe try to. We've got good habitat around, but those animals suck into those hay fields. It's and we had cornfields. That's a lollipop out there that really changed those deer. So we had to remove a lot of those, and it was very unpopular. But my looking back at that now is those agricultural areas are not going to change. They're going to be there, and they're still going to grow those crops. And I can see where a fence would eliminate the problem forever, and it'd be quick. And we need to look at some of those things in some of those areas, and maybe we need to do more fencing so that we don't have this problem. Those does and all those deer that got removed there, everybody in southern Utah went out and looked at them all fall, and they enjoyed them. And they're not there now. So it's been very, very unpopular, to what's went on. But those deer were living on private ground, and maybe some other things I could maybe see there. Some of that, the families are getting bigger. They're splitting some of that up. They're selling some of it. Maybe we could go in and get some conservation easements or buy some of that property where we could have our deer there without having to remove them. But we need to look at some things like that down there to maybe help that situation out.
I think, Donnie, we'll evaluate every unit and every situation independently. I know we will. That's how we work. And sometimes a fence is a great solution, and sometimes that added nutrition from our agricultural partners is what is driving that population. So even when we put in the fence, that population lowers and those animals die. So, we have to look at each situation as it comes, because a fence, yeah, it may keep those deer off private property and help that private landowner, or it may just reduce the, and I've seen it happen. I've seen it where we fenced a hayfield that was really, really important to deer, and working with landowners, because we never want to grow deer on the backs of private landowners, but working with landowners to remove deer sometimes, and leaving it open actually allows us to have more deer for the public in the long run. So we have to evaluate each one of these situations independently and look at it and say, well, what is going to be best for this population?
Sure, and I can see that. And I'm not wanting to fence off the whole world, but some areas, like particularly if they're going to grow corn there, we can't keep those deer out. They're there every month, year round. So we can't have that. And those deer are getting removed when they get in there. So we need to maybe do some fencing in areas like that.
And again, I think every situation, yeah, evaluate it.
I think sometimes these deer are displaced by predators too. Don't ever forget that. They would have been fine, could have been fine, but they can't live with the pride of cats eating on them.
I completely agree with you. At times, Brett, they're forced into areas to evade predators, and we'll get to that in a second in the presentation too.
And I mentioned too, maybe conservation easements, but you can look at that whole corridor from down I-15. When we got that freeway, it completely changed those deer. And we probably need to look at what we can do for our long range deer and securing some places for them to winter, because we haven't got a lot of it. It's all private ground in the valley. But if there's ever some pieces that's available, we probably need to look at maybe buying that property from the people, or doing a conservation easement so that we can have in years to come a place to winter our deer.
And Donnie, that's exactly what we're doing with the migration initiative.
Sure.
Is we're letting the deer tell us what the important areas are, and then we're looking at how we protect, preserve, enhance those areas, and work with private landowners and others to shore those up, get crossings in the right place, ensure that corridors remain open, have the right type of conservation easement in the right area. And these are all things that we're doing right now.
Okay, good. We need to get along.
Sure.
And that's not happening in southern Utah right now.
Agreed.
It's so we
It's
need
much
to
better.
work on that. Thank you.
I guess before we move on, just checking with the board, are there any questions on population objectives, or the philosophy or strategy there? Is there anything else?
And talking about populations, I spend a lot of time on Pine Valley, and we've been over our population objective, and we probably just need to use carrying capacity. That's a better word. It's what we need. But you look at that unit, and it's just kind of there. We're kind of right in the middle. Our deer's not real healthy. They're not really in bad shape, but maybe we've got a few more deer there than we, that we've got food for. That's kind of opened my eyes to all of this stuff that we've been getting, and the health and of our deer, and it kind of shows there that maybe we'd be better off if we got down to maybe more of that carrying capacity.
And that's exactly the point of this, is just what we want is healthier, more robust, more productive herds.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've looked at some units around the state, and we can definitely, we spent a lot of time looking at the Pine Valley and talking about the Pine Valley and working with Jason, and I know
Sure.
that he wants to make sure he has the right number too, and we'll treat every unit that same way.
Yeah, Jason's done a good job. That's a big unit, and got lots of.
It's a big unit.
Anyway, sure.
They always remind us that southern Utah is a third of the state. So, all right,
We can still grow deer.
let's look at buck-doe ratios then. and some of our concerns and some of our what we'd like to present to the board as far as buck-doe ratios go. And Kent and I will share this part. So we'll start out with what our current splits are, and then just one of the things that we say is that buck hunting doesn't affect populations, right? And we say that a lot. But one of the things we fail to acknowledge is that population size does impact buck hunting. So the number of deer you have on the landscape dictates the number of fawns you have on the landscape and the number of bucks you have on the landscape. And so I want to make sure we hit home with that. And then look at, again, our trend in applications, where we are, the desire for hunting mule deer, and then talk about the philosophy of how we want to address this, moving forward as far as buck-doe ratios. So this is our current distribution with the units in pink-ish, salmon, okay, mauve. Units, salmon units are 15 to 17, and the green units are 18 to 20. So this is what we have right now. This is what was passed, but I think everybody is aware that these are the units. 18 to 20 is a little bit more quality. 15 to 17 a little bit lower quality, more geared towards opportunity. But general season buck deer hunting in Utah, philosophically, is geared towards opportunity. That is general season buck deer hunting. It's great when individuals and folks have the opportunity to take a mature buck on a general season unit, and it happens often. However, we do have units in the state that are set aside for extreme quality. We have the Henrys, the Paunsaugunt, and then less quality but still quality, the Book Cliffs, the Vernon. These units around the state, the Oak Creeks, that are set aside with less that for that extreme quality hunter. And it's great that we have this. I mean, we talk about it all the time, the best of both worlds, the opportunity to dream, put in for points, and one day go hunt one of these extreme high quality units with big bucks and still be able to hunt deer a lot in Utah. Kent, you want to take these next couple slides? We'll go over this. Is that okay? So what I want to get into with these this is basically just is a graph put together of how many permits can be issued depending on where we decide to manage at a buck-doe ratio. So buck-doe ratio is on the x-axis there. Number of permits is on the y. And as you go an increased number of your buck-to-doe ratio, what your objective is, we need to then adjust permits accordingly. And the way this whole thing functions is two main drivers in it. So as you increase buck-to-doe ratio, you increase percent success. That's what this top left graph is. It's a linear relationship there. Basically, the more bucks you have in the landscape, the more likely you are to harvest a buck. And that goes from many units, even on a general season. I mean, there's other factors that go into play. If you're well roaded, if you terrain, it just foliage, all that. But from a simple standpoint, if you have a lot of bucks on a landscape, chances of being successful are in the, I mean, Henry's Paunsaugunt, upper 80s, 100%. You go down to 15 bucks, then our success will drop to 25, 30%, depending on what unit. And so that's part of it. The other aspect of it is simply to manage for higher buck-doe ratios, the allowable buck harvests is reduced. We have to kill fewer to maintain those higher levels. And then when we combine those together, that's when we get this curve that shows how we manage. So it's a function of combining that, how many bucks you can remove with the overall change in success. And so if I've added two red lines to this graph here. So if we're managing up towards that 19 bucks per 100 doe, the middle of that upper range, everything managed at that that high level, you know, we're going to be in that 75,000 permits per year range. That's roughly what we can support. If we managed everything around 15, 16 bucks per 100 doe, the middle of that bottom category, then we would get closer to that 90, 95 range.
And then figuring out exactly where we want to be in between, just depends. On both of these are socially acceptable or biologically acceptable. This is where it becomes the social aspect of wildlife management. Do you want that opportunity with, or do you want more towards that opportunity slash quality? And how often do you want to draw? I mean, that's what it all boils down to. And then something that kind of Kobe mentioned on that opening slide, but a big thing is separating deer populations and buck permits. We've heard it a lot during this last round of racks about we need to cut buck permits to help the deer herds. And you saw from the division recommendations to cut buck permits on a lot of these units. And so just to understand exactly what we're talking about when we do buck permits and how do they affect populations, and how do deer populations, how are populations affected by the buck permits and how do buck permits affected by the populations? Two totally different things there that I want to address. And so we cut buck term permits and made those recommendations because of the population decline that we saw. So we were looking at reducing buck permits. And the reason we did that was to make sure we tried to get that population to the proper agreed upon buck-doe objective. If we issued higher permits, we would have likely reduced many of these populations below that that objective. We manage at high enough levels where biologically we wouldn't have hurt anything. We wouldn't have gotten down into really bad territory, single digits of buck-doe ratios. However, we would have been below what the public is expecting to see on those units and what we've agreed to manage to. So that's why we made those recommendations. And you can see on this graph two different lines. Basically, the red line is if we had 325,000 deer on our general season units to hunt. The blue line is at 250. Depending on where we're at with buck-doe ratio, again, changes what number of permits we can do, but you can see a clear difference. If we're managing at 19 bucks per 100 doe, we can be at 80,000 permits or whatever it is. If we grow that population by 75,000, when you factor in the success changes and all that, we could issue another 10, 20,000 deer permits. It's a huge number. And as we grow these populations, we can issue more buck permits. And that's, as Covey said earlier, that's our ultimate goal. More deer, everybody wins. It's great. The flip side of that coin is how do these buck permits actually impact populations? And what we're referring to there is the population growth. So bottom line is bucks don't impact populations. It's all about does. Those are the ones that have babies. And so unless we get below a buck-doe ratio of roughly 7 or 8 per 100, all these does are still going to be pregnant. Every time we've done these studies, all these studies we've done with the neonate survival, we're taking pregnancy, and even beyond that, we still, when we're catching deer in January or February, March, we are collecting that pregnancy just to make sure we're collecting the data and understand. And virtually every time we've done it, we see 97, 98% pregnancy. Virtually everything is pregnant. We usually catch 1 or 2 for whatever reason, don't get pregnant that year. Some deer, it seems like we've seen some 5, 6-year-old deer that apparently they show 0 signs of ever being pregnant, even though they're an older. And so just something biologically wrong with them. Additionally, one thing we hear is the second pulse. If you have higher buck-doe ratio, everything's getting bred in a more succinct period in November. Therefore, they're producing fawns in a very succinct pulse. Well, the reality is that we have 0 evidence of that from all our studies. Everything from when we did Monroe and very low buck-doe ratio to Cache to Book Cliffs, 3 units with very different buck-doe ratios, one being limited entry, all have essentially the same type of a pattern with their fawning. And I believe their next slides. So this just shows pregnancy rates comparing to Monroe to a unit. This is actually Peon's Basin in Colorado. Very similar pregnancy rates between Monroe and them, so no difference there. And then this shows the fawning period, and both, I'm not sure which is which here. I think the the gray is the Monroe, the black is the peons, but you see how they basically follow the exact same pattern. We have a very pronounced peak in mid June there, and then they're pretty much evenly distributed on the end with a couple stragglers on the peons for whatever reason. But you can see just very different buck-doe ratios, but no evidence of any kind of a second pulse happening with the breeding season. And to go back to these points now, additionally, we've never seen any difference in neonate survival because of bucks. It's not like having more bucks does something to make healthier, bigger, like your bigger fawns doing all, or your biggest bucks doing the breedings making bigger fawns. There may be a genetic component to that, obviously, but we can't pick it up in any of the data showing that we're seeing better survival to any of these fawns. And then the last big point is, so if you have a population of one that has 2,000 bucks in it or one that has 1,000 bucks in it, if that population is not being limited by habitat or anything and just is allowed to grow, you essentially have the same number of does in that population. And so that same number of does is going to be what creates your fawns, and you'll have the same number of fawns being born. But if we take a step back and say that population is habitat limited, so this goes into the size of the bucket. If we can only hold 10,000 deer, and you want to manage for 1,500 bucks in that population, then or 10,000 adults, will make it simple. If you want to have 1,500 bucks, well, if it's all it can hold, then you can have 8,500 deer. If you want to manage for 1,000 bucks, then you can hold 9,000 does. And so there is the potential there that if you're limited and you have bucks taking the place of does, if you manage for lower buck numbers, then you have more does in that population to put out fawns. And so you could actually decrease that population productivity by having too many bucks if you start getting those limitations. And in sometimes you will see bucks where if they start competing with does, lowering that doe condition, you can also actually see a negative impact. And I think Colorado saw this when they raised their buck-doe ratios by several, where they actually saw a decrease in that fawn production. So if you reduce that doe condition, decrease fawn production, you could have a negative impact on populations there. So it's just making sure we understand what we're dealing with. When people say to cut buck tags because the herd is struggling, sometimes it's warranted, certainly, to get to your objective if the population's hurting. But to do it just to do it to try and increase population size, the reality is you just will not have an impact from that standpoint. But it certainly can be warranted because of population issues and to make sure we're adjusting and managing
Ken?
to what we agreed upon.
Could you explain how that would affect the 10,000 tags we reduced this year statewide?
And the whole reason for that is you saw that big 60,000, 70,000 drop in deer population. And so that's why we came with those recommendations. And to make sure we're getting to those objectives. If we didn't do that, where you would end up is, and I don't know what the exact number would be, but our buck-doe ratio on several or many units even would be below those 15 to 17 or 18 to 20 objectives. And that we want to, and we're obligated to manage to what we said we were going to. And so that's why we came with those. And some were increased in the rack process, and that's okay. And it'll help make sure we maybe get to the upper end of those objectives, whatever is best on that account. But some of the times when you're asked to say, oh, we just, we need to adjust or have the tags on a unit to help the herd, as long as we're within that stated objective, we can't really support that because it won't have that desired effect of increase. It's not going to increase fawn production. We can say that. And that's ultimately, we all want to grow these populations when they're struggling, but unless we address why they're struggling, it's not going to do it. And over harvest of buck, when we're maintaining buck-doe ratios in double digits, is certainly not the problem.
Thanks.
I think it's you.
So when we did the statewide mule deer plan, one of the things that we asked, and this is just general season hunters, we said, do you want to hunt more often at the expense of quality? Do you want to hunt less often and have more mature bucks in the landscape, more quality? And when I say quality, I mean mature bucks in the landscape. Or do you feel like you're about in the right place? And it came back overwhelmingly as, we're okay with where we are, but we don't want to lose opportunity. We don't want to lose opportunity from where we are. And by lose opportunity, I mean we'd hunt less frequently on our general season units. And when we do these surveys, you know, we ask this at a statewide level to get a really diverse group of constituents to respond. A lot of times, the folks that are really invested, and the folks that we hear from, the folks that are most vocal, are those who tend to lean towards more quality, and they're okay waiting more. They're also individuals or folks that are probably hunting in Colorado, Idaho, and Wyoming. But your average Utah mule deer hunter that's a Utah hunter says, oh, it's about right where it is, but I don't want to lose more opportunity to have more quality on the landscape. And so we want to make sure that we represent that broad base, or attempt to represent that broad base. Just a reminder to the board of some of the concerns we have. You know, we dropped below the threshold of half. Less than half of the applicants that put in for a general season mule deer hunting this year in Utah were successful. And I don't regret the recommendations that we made. The recommendations that we made, we agreed to manage to the plan. And so we made proactive recommendations that were tough. And it was tough to recommend that type of a cut. But those recommendations should get us to in the neighborhood of where we need to be, and we'll obviously adjust in the coming years to either increase or decrease where we need to continue to manage to that.
Kobe.
I need to go back and talk about that for just a second, and then Justin, go ahead. Sorry, I went one slide too forward, but what I do want to say is we plan to bring back, when the board passed the mule deer plan, it was our intent to leave the current distribution locked in. Leave the current distribution of 15 to 17 and 18 to 20 locked in, and the board was uncomfortable with that, and they changed that and said, no, we want to see that come back with the individual unit plans. And when we sat down and looked at this as an agency and collaborators, we were concerned that if we brought these all back individually, one at a time, they would all slowly go to 18 to 20. And as Kent demonstrated, if we do that, even under good circumstances, under high years, we're going to cut 15 to 20,000 permits out of what we currently have. So right now, under average circumstances, we can hover right there around that 90 to 95,000 mule deer permits and manage to what we've agreed to. If we change everything from that to 18 to 20, just that slight change has a significant impact. And it goes against what we've been asked to do by our average hunter. And so we want to come back this fall and bring those objectives that we've asked, that we agreed to bring. We want to bring them all at once. And what we're going to ask from the biologists and the regions is that we have to be flexible. If this is something that we really want to tackle, and if there are units in the state that we really want to manage for more quality, then we need to evaluate things like harvest success, accessibility, hunters, the terrain, and say, well, are there some that are 18 to 20 that need to be rolled back? Are there some that are 15 to 17 that would make sense? We need to evaluate things like disease, chronic wasting disease, and are there units where we could move them up? But at the same time, if we need to have an equitable amount of opportunity on the landscape, that means someone somewhere is going to lose the quality that they've been used to hunting at for at least the last 6 years, when these were 5 to 6 years when these were set. And I think what we want to do is just be open and upfront with the board, because that's really hard. It's really easy from the vocal individuals that we hear from to move up in quality. But we're going to do it at the cost of opportunity from the non-vocal majority. And it's really hard to lose something that we've been used to having. So we wanted to start this discussion now and have those thoughts. And Justin, you had something to add to that? It's none of this is biological. None of this will help save the herds. This is just how we hunt bucks. But it's what a lot of us are really, really passionate about, including myself. And we all want more bigger bucks and to hunt more often. And balancing this is probably the toughest thing we do. The biology, carrying capacity, that's the cool, awesome information that as a biologist you're just super excited about. And then you get to this part where as a hunter, it is the hardest thing we do. Very little biological impact, but it's what most of us really, really grew up caring about, grew up dreaming about, and so it's hard. Any thoughts there?
Of course, we have lots of thoughts on that. No, I want to start off. I mean, there's a lot of things that I think we need to reference and talk about in this, but I want to start back at the beginning. 100% in agreement. Our general season units are our opportunity units. I hope we're all on the same page with that. That's what it has to be. I think we've said that. We've got to have the guts to make it stay that way. There's no question about it. Having said that, I think we need to give the public what they want, the general season public what they want. You don't want people like me or even people like Colby making this decision based on our personal preferences. We want to give the public that's what we're tasked to do, is give the public what they want. And I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that we've done this survey several years now. And of course, you can make surveys say what you want them to say, but I do think this gives us some trends. And one trend that I've seen, and I've seen it also in the people that I talk to, is that while the majority of the people, our average general season hunter, does still want to hunt more often than not, the number of people that would rather have a little more quality on our general season units has increased significantly over the last 20 years. Donnie and I talked a little bit about this. When you're talking to 16-year-old kids that are out there hunting for the first or second or third time, very few of them are talking about, wow, I'm so excited I shot, a 2-point this year. They're Brock's daughter, I'm out. That's the discussion the majority of them are having with one another and with everyone else. We all want lots of big bucks on all of our units. That is what we focus on. And so, but I just think we need to be realistic, and we need to give the people what they want. And if the average general season, more of the average general season hunters want a few bigger deer on the landscape, even though these are our opportunity units, I think that needs to factor in to our decision. Keeping in mind that opportunity has still got to be our number one goal in that. I don't think we turn our back on that. Just because opportunity is our goal. I think we need to give the people what they want.
Wait, can I say something to that too? Because I think sometimes we think, so population objectives are set in the unit plans by design because they have local impacts. The number of deer on the landscape has local depredation impacts, and we take the data at that level. Buck hunting has less biological impacts. And we just ran some numbers yesterday, and Randy always points this out. So Randy says it really frustrates him. And I'm going to use you as an example here. It really frustrates him when people say, well, we need to have this at the local level. So Randy says, what do you mean? The Manti is my unit, but I live in Orem. And we ran some numbers. We pulled numbers yesterday to look at who hunts where. And a lot of these units that are southern Utah, southeastern, the Manti, over half of the hunters don't live in any county that touches the unit. Go and hunt that unit.
Yeah, we got to change that, Kobe.
There's a lot of there's a lot of that sentiment. And so my concern is that when we say we're hearing more from locals. And when we don't take into account broader survey data, we could be hearing less from over half of the hunters on the unit. And they hunt that unit too. They're Utah citizens too. And I just want to make sure that we take that into account. You're welcome, Randy.
Kobe, I got a question. The division isn't considering lowering the minimum 15 right now, right? I mean, sound like we can go lower, but we're not considering doing that.
That actually came up in the Mule Deer committee. So right now we are set with the two for at least the next 5 years. We're set with 15 to 17 and 18 to 20. And the Mule Deer committee discussed going higher and they discussed going lower. And as an agency, and we were hesitant about going higher because of the spirit, but we finally sat down, we had the discussion, and it came back is that nobody was willing to go higher or lower. As a group, we came to the consensus that we were going to leave it alone. We have a couple members of the Mule Deer committee here in the room. Did I portray that correctly?
Well, and there were people that were very passionate about going higher. I'm not sure there was anybody that was beating down the door to go lower. I mean, other than the situation, if we had a higher outbreak of CWD or something like that, but there were some passionate members that would have liked to have seen a third tier, but by and far the majority, it settled right on the 15 to 17 and the 18 to 20. And like Wade said, I've had a lot of people talk to me, hey, I want to be able to hunt a better quality deer. And I say, okay, the question I ask him, is it you want to hunt a better quality deer in your backyard? Because you have a unit within an hour of you that is an 18 by 20 in most of the state. I mean, we've got a few other areas that don't, that you'd have to drive 3 hours to get to one. But and the changes that I've looked at and viewed it with maybe switching some units to scatter some out, but it generally, I don't know how to answer somebody that says, yeah, I want to hunt quality deer, but it can only be here, because I have a quality deer unit within an hour of just about everybody. And so I kind of like the mix of where we're at, maybe with a few little adjustments, but I don't know how to answer the question to somebody that I wanted in my own. I want quality deer only where I want to hunt, because in Utah we got lots of options. So
just an observation in looking at the data and having been in Kobe's shoes before. If you look at this survey data, with general season any weapon, general season archery, general season muzzleloader, about a quarter of the people said, yeah, I want to wait longer to harvest a bigger buck, which means that 75% of them say, no, let's keep it the way it is, or let's draw a tag more frequently. And so those are the data that we receive from the public. And then when you look at our 18 to 20 units versus our 15 to 17 units, I think we have 29 general season deer units, and we have 18 of them that are managed for 18 to 20 and 11 that are managed for 15 to 17. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kobe, is that accurate?
Yes.
So the one thing that the reason we want to have this discussion with the board is, at least for us, we feel like that's a pretty good balance. We've had it managed this way for quite some time. If we want to chip away at that and have more 18 to 20 units, we feel like, at least from our perspective, we're going against the survey data that we received. And Wade brought up a good point. We have to listen to the public and manage towards that. And so I guess hopefully one thing we get out of this conversation is, do we feel like we have a pretty good balance with our 15 to 17 to 18 to 20s? Do we feel like we want more 18 to 20s? And if so, is there an appetite to change that from, like, if we pick a unit and say, we feel really strongly this needs to be an 18 to 20, Is there an appetite to move another unit back to 15 to 17? These are kind of Covey gets a lot of mixed messages at times from a lot of different people. And so we just want to know what guidance we should be given this program and working through it. So Kevin, you have a thought?
I would just say, representing the Southeast region, the biggest comment we get from over there is that they look at that distribution, they look at the green, and there's not any green in that southeastern portion other than there's limited entry units or the premium limited entry, but they don't have the green. So they'll comment through the rack every year. They always say we would like one there, and so I don't know that it's want to go from 18 to 20. I think they just would like a green unit in southeastern Utah. Is one of the comments I hear a lot.
Other than the 9 Mile, they want an additional one.
Yeah, because they feel like that the 9 Mile is mostly private. It doesn't allow a lot of people to be able to go in.
Could I jump back in here? After the board meeting where we actually had removed that mandatory chiseled in stone numbers, Covey gave me a very stern talking to. There might have been some yelling. But I understand his concern, and I don't think he was necessarily wrong. We have had these numbers set the way they are, and even though we've got a 18 and 11 or whatever it is, there seems to be some disparity, I think, from a size standpoint, and I don't know about permit distribution. It looks to me like it's half and half ish. And I made the motion to remove that from the management plan. And my intent was not so that we go back in and just completely rewrite all the 15 to 17s. No joke. My intention, my motivation for doing that was just to provide some flexibility. I hate things chiseled in stone. Now, I agree with Covey's assessment that the natural tendency might be groups come in, biologists, they want to make that change. I think that would, be on our shoulders to really look at this, look at these distributions and say, is that warranted? Is that something we want to do? And I guess the reason I made that motion is just so we would have the option to go up or down or any direction that we saw fit. I just don't like things chiseled in stone, but my intent was never that we need to realign this and have the whole state be 18 to 20.
Wade, what if I want to see if the board's comfortable with this. What if we propose something where we work through these on the individual unit level over these next 6 months, but in addition to that, after we get what the units want to look like, what the regions feel strongly about, because I don't think we'll have anybody jumping up and down to go from an 18 to a 20 back to a 15 to 17. What if we reconvene the Mule Deer Committee for a meeting and said, okay, now from a larger statewide perspective, here are the consequences of this. How do we feel moving forward as a committee that's pretty diverse, representing a lot of folks? And is this something we can support, or is there some tweaks we'd like to see in this? And then we have both unit. Then we try to represent both, right? We try to represent both local and unit, and we try to represent both that broad base. And we might not align, but working on some sort of alignment where we can understand that. But as a statewide committee, we'd prefer if that one went here, that this one came back. Is that something the board could support?
Carl, maybe you could jump in on this. Maybe you don't agree, but having been on that committee and one of those, there's a lot of value in that committee. There's a lot of diversity and a lot of good opinions that come back to the table. But at the end of the day, they're advisory in nature. And let's be honest, every one of us on that committee is a little bit agenda driven. And I think we just kind of come back to the same place we were. It's not that there weren't a lot of great suggested changes that were brought to the committee. It's just that we're almost at a stalemate because we're so diverse and such a large group. I wouldn't be opposed to the idea. I'm not sure I would find the value in it. I see probably a little more value in the direction of let's look at unit-wide committees, biologist working that process. Obviously, that comes back to the division, and the division works it back up the process to here. At the end of the day, we're the ones that are going to have to raise our hands and vote on this. While we love input and suggestions, I just don't know that I see a ton of value in taking this back to the statewide committee, because we made a few changes, but we were, for the most part, kind of deadlocked, and really not a lot got moved.
Covey, when we went from 5 units to our current number that we have, I think there's still some units out there we could do a little bit more, separation, making more smaller units. One we just did on the Cougar a year ago is the Ochre Stansberry, because they're 2 separate mountain ranges. So we separated that to manage, predators to the deer and the elk on those units. And I think that's something we need to look at doing. Same thing with our deer, is that we split that Ochre Stansberry. That's when I've heard a lot of comments off from different people that we, do that, because people run from one mountain range, depending upon conditions, to the next mountain range from year to year. But we could control our populations and stuff like that, and our hunters better if we split those units up. So how many other units are there similar to that in the state? I mean, you look how big the box elder is and the central manti. I mean, those are giant units, and just the people can all concentrate in one, north, south, east, or west. But if we can, regulate people and put them, spread them out farther, it help, increase the quality of their hunts, by seeing fewer people where they're actually allowed to hunt. Instead, just people can go all to one spot one weekend and try the other one, the next weekend.
Byron, I think that, and you made the point probably on the one of the units that really we could look at something like that. The Ochre Stansberries, where they're so different in land ownership, and what we always run into that becomes difficult at that point is, then we agree to manage to this buck-doe ratio inside this, but if they're sharing summer range, like the manti as compared with the Ochre Stansberries, we have 2 summer ranges, and then you come down on the same different winter range where you're classifying inside of different units, making sure that you have a biological sample that's big enough to get what's representing what you're trying to manage for, it becomes difficult at times. Doesn't mean we can't do it or shouldn't do it, and we'll continue to look for that. It also, and we've asked survey questions on that, and as opposed to sometimes predator harvest, we're trying to target an area to really get the harvest we need. Deer hunters have been a little more reluctant, and we asked that specific question on the manti: do you want the manti split? And the hunters that hunt that unit overwhelmingly came back as, no, don't split it. They wanted it left alone. On predators, there can be a biological reason to come in, target areas, hammer them. On buck hunting, it can be more social, and so we've gone with more what are the feelings there, and we've made those recommendations. There are units though, Byron, where I think we ought to probably take a harder look at this and make sure that the unit boundaries are what we want them to be. Wade, the one comment I did want to make, just in referring to yours, is again, if we form a local committee and only get local input, we're missing out on the Randys. And where it's buck hunting and it has a statewide impact on a lot of folks, sometimes more who aren't local than are local, it would be hard to get that impact at a local level and hard to get that input. We'd miss it. We'd miss it and we'd ignore it.
And I would like to hear the local impact or input on each of these units, but I saw a lot of value in the Mule Deer committee. And so I would, if we were going to bump some of these or move some of these around, I see value in bringing that group back together.
Colby, and I appreciate your point. You're 100% right. I've been a big proponent of unit-wide committees, and I don't know if I've ever used the description of local, because I don't know. I mean, obviously, just by logistics of it, perhaps there would be a heavy local component of it. But to me, my idea with these units is, and I know the local committees are already in place, everyone's involved, everyone's invited. If you've got a Randy who loves a unit, I think they should be a part of it. Anyone, to me, the concept of a local unit or a local committee is, or a unit-wide committee, is that everyone that cares about this unit come and give your input, not necessarily just the locals. And obviously the logistics behind that would have to, maybe help facilitate your concern, which is very valid. But I think anybody that cares about these units needs to be. But I guess here's my thought behind that is the people that care the most about the unit, spend the most time on the unit, have the most experience on the unit, by and large have a little better feel for what's going on, perhaps a little better input, perhaps a little better, uh, more well-versed suggestions. And it doesn't matter where they come from. I mean, there's people all over the country or all over the state that have pretty good feel for maybe what works on the Pine Valley, and I think they need some input on it. It doesn't need to be locally, just local people on the committee. I think just anybody that cares and knows about the unit needs to have some input on it.
Yeah, I think that I look over time, and I hesitate saying this because Wade might get a big head, but the Friends of the Paunsaugunt, there's been some amazing ideas come out of that group over time, and so I think that having that input on these local levels, I think we'll learn some things, maybe some stuff that's going on with the local biologists, and not saying it's just that local group. I like the idea of bringing a diversity of people into that, but talking about the local level before we go to, maybe that those local, would then go to the Mule Deer committee, and some of those ideas be brought to them. But I think there's some great value in those smaller committees. However that's developed, if it's bringing some outside people, I think having someone from the Wasatch that has a different perspective. I know the Manti is kind of the gateway to the Wasatch, and there's so many of them that go and hunt there. I think if they have a committee, it'd be great to have some of those people represent. It'd help some of those locals understand, outside of their box. But I also think that group could give some input in. I know that it's happening at different times. It'd be hard, but I think it would be.
One thing I want to make sure that I don't devalue local input, because I know how important it is. And, especially when we talk population objectives, those are the individuals affected by depredation or whatever else. Definitely deserve a seat at the table, and definitely we need to hear their opinion, their thoughts. And we want that. We do want that. So I want to make sure that we say that. We just want to make sure that we don't come back to you in a year with every unit going to 18 to 20, or come back to you in 5 years, and over 5 years we move every unit to 18 to 20, and we will cut no less than 15,000 permits permanently if we do that. And that's the concern. I mean, if we put it out there just black and white, that's what it is. We'll be in a place where under good conditions we'll be able to issue 75,000 instead of 90 to 95,000 permits, and under poor conditions we'll be able to issue 60. And we've seen it from our surrounding states that have different systems. They don't have the limited entry system that we have, where we provide that quality. So if we look at states like Colorado with a population of over 450,000 deer, they only offer 60,000 buck permits statewide. And if we look at a state like Nevada with a population of over 100,000 deer, they offer 9,000, just over 9,000 permits statewide. That's it. And what we're saying is, if that's the direction we want to move, we understand that. If that's the drive and that's the force, and we're not trying to fight against what the public wants. We're just wanting to make sure that we represent the public and they know what they're getting. And there's some concern that if we do them one at a time, or if we don't take into consideration the larger picture, that slowly they will all just go up in quality.
But Cody, have you looked at the impact that has as far as recruitment and retention?
Yeah. I mean,
That's really
I don't know that
we can start going down in numbers. That's really going to affect our recruitment and retention, and the 3 R's that we're trying to.
It's also going to affect support for hunting. I would say the biggest movement in the hunting culture right now is the locavore movement. And a lot of us grew up and we big mule deer are awesome. I love big mule deer. A lot of us grew up with that being key, and a lot of sportsmen, that was the ideal. That was the goal. But the biggest movement in the hunting culture is hunting for subsistence. So I can't say that word. That subsistence. Thank you.
Sound it out, Covey.
Spell it, Justin. So if if we lose that group because of the lack of opportunity, we're not just going to hurt ourselves on the the 3 R's, which are important, but we could eventually lose support for hunting, and that's important to us. It's important to us as biologists. It's important to us as hunters. It's important to us as an agency. It's important to us as board members. We just want to make sure that the decisions we make moving forward safeguard some of that base. I feels like we beat this one pretty good. Does anybody have anything else they want to add?
My turn. Just a little bit about Southern Utah again and all that green. We like that. And I'm looking forward to these unit plans and visiting with our public there on those units, because we need to educate them on what's going on and what we're doing there. But there again too, we can grow more deer in Southern Utah if we do the right things. And that's what we need to do with those people. Get together with them, find out what we can do to make it better. That's what we want to do for our customers. We want to give them the best and give them what they, and give them what they want. We don't need to have great big bucks around every corner, but we need to give them a little of both. And we can do that. And that's what you guys are doing a pretty good job of doing that. But Southern Utah is different than Northern Utah. We can grow deer down there. How we can. So we need to work on that and make it better for everybody. And I think those unit plans and meetings can help do that. So let's don't lose that aspect there. Anyway.
I'd just say that there's been an amazing group of passionate mule deer professors and biologists that have presented today. Incredible data. I wish I could just download what you guys just shared, have it there permanently. But one of the things I keep going back to is the vision that Kevin Conway had. When no other states were saying that they could do habitat work, he said, we can do this and we have to do this. And I know it wasn't just Kevin Conway. There were so many in this room were part of that helped build that. And many states still can't even do that with the blueprint that Utah has, are still not able to do that. And I think we heard today from so many of you, and I was going to go around and ask you what you guys thought would be the number one thing you could do, but due to time, I'll just state what I heard from you guys. And I think the number one thing is and I'll take a lot of blame because I work for the federal government, but I think one of the biggest reasons we are where we are is the Smoky Bear campaign. We've had 150, 200 years of suppressing every single fire. And so we are old age class on so much of not only our state, but we've seen what's happened in California with the Carr Fire, Paradise Town. And I think that Utah can lead the way, just like with the Kevin Conway, if we say, you know what, we want a diversity of age classes. We want early cereal, we want mid cereal, and we want late, but throughout the state, because then when we get that large fire, it's got something to burn to. As good as we say our firefighters are, in reality, we're just hoping to find that fuel break to where we can get it to. And if I think with getting a new governor here pretty quick, all of what you guys just shared, we had our director go to that governor and say, hey, this is what we need to do, and have that Kevin Conway concept where we say, you know what, have all this data that you just showed. We want to do this statewide, and we lead the country again, and not just winter range, but that summer range habitat to have a diversity. I think we could do absolutely amazing things, and all of where we're just talking on a small scale. Hey, we can do this 600, 700 acres. We do that landscape scale. The only way, working for the federal government, I can tell you the only way that's going to happen is if the state and the governor get behind that concept. Because we go as a federal, we go to the county commissioner and say, hey, we want to do a prescribed burn. And the voices, even the sportsmen, it is nil. We just don't get the support because it's not popular to say, hey, we want smoke in the air. There's people have cabins. That's not popular. But if we have the state behind it and the governor saying, we will give the tools to the federal government here in Utah and we'll do it, we could not only affect Utah, but as other states see us do it, we won't be having the conversation about the 300,000 deer because, we'll go through the roof. So anyway.
No, well, I feel like I've taken a lot of the board's time, but with your permission, I feel like we've had some hard discussions, so I want to end on a positive note of some of the stuff that we've done, if that's okay. Byron, are you okay with that? If we, just a few more slides and then I'm done, I promise.
Absolutely.
You don't have to
That's-
hear.
That's why we're here. That's why we're having this meeting.
You-
That's just,
You won't have to hear from me for a while.
we can stay here as long as we want. I don't know what time we gotta be out, Stacy, but while we're all here gathered together, I mean,
All right, so I want to acknowledge what Utah and its partners have done. They, yes, thanks, Kent. That's what we keep Kent around. Keeps you humble. Really acknowledge what Utah and its partners have done for mule deer. We have the most aggressive habitat restoration program in the nation, and now with new data pointing at summer range, Kevin, you better believe we're coming and we're going to push. Like we are going to push, we're going to use the data and we're going to do more summer range work. We have one of the largest deer survival studies ever, and we continue to do it every year. Last year, we captured over 995 mule deer in a month, less than a month, in our winter collaring effort. We've put on 3,316 GPS collars since 2014. And we've gotten cause-specific mortality on over 1,000 animals. We are pushing, and this is because of our partnerships and because of our biologists. When you see your local biologist, make sure you tell them thanks. These guys miss out on family events, they miss out on other things, and they work way more hours than they're probably supposed to get all this done. We have the Wildlife Migration Initiative, comprehensive collaring effort tracking key habitats and corridors. Now, not only are we guessing what habitats are important for deer and where we should treat and how, we let the deer tell us. When fat deer come in, we look back at what habitat they used, analyze that, and try to make more of that. We're focusing our habitat projects on key areas and also identifying corridors, crossing needs, places we need to protect and preserve. And with our partners, we were able to pass, new predator management bill, House Bill 125, which is, it changes and allows us the discretion and need to manage. And this was a partnership effort. And with that, we wrote, we updated the predator management policy that we brought before the board that allows us and helps guide that. In deer management, we wrote a new management plan that is the most proactive and mule deer management plan we've ever written. And it allowed us to get out ahead and cut permits before we had the data showing, well, we dropped below thresholds. We were able to cut them before and manage to what our public expected, along with monitoring survival, herd health, that we continue to do. And we couldn't do this without, there are a lot of folks. We just want to say thanks. We appreciate everybody that works on this, has worked on it. And we want to make sure that we don't know it all. Like we don't. As biologists, these systems are complicated. These issues are complicated. We don't want to pretend like we know it all. We know more than we ever have, though, and we're going to keep pushing to understand mule deer and their habitats even better. So with that, we'll take any additional questions or comments.
lunch, Stacy, where are we at there? No additional comments or anything? Then I guess we'll just, break for lunch for how long, Stacy?
Your call, how long do you wanna wait? 45 minutes, you wanna come back at 1?
All right, just do it 30 minutes. I mean, it's just gonna be a quick, let's just eat and get it over with.
Have to eat here.
We're not going out to eat anywhere, so.
No, you're not leaving the room.
Yeah, let's just do 30 minutes for lunch. Start back up at 1:45.
Alright, so
smash all
restrooms
tea,
will be on
can't
the
we?
hall for anybody who's needing that, and then we'll come back to this room and there's just box lunches back here. And sanitizer.
Gotta
Wash your
keep
hands.
these on?
You can take it off to eat, but you have to wear it to walk through the hall.
Kind of have to take them off to eat.
Yeah, maybe.
Got a hole in it.
Got a hole in it.
I wasn't sure Stacy was gonna let
Right, do your part, don't spread the disease.
Kevin, your comments are spot on. It's not just fire, we can do large scale mechanical. In fact, I went down to Hirst a couple weeks ago and watched. Large scale aspirated generation go on.
Thank everybody for coming back after a lunch break. We finished up on item number 3, the mule deer, and we'll go to our next item on the agenda. Item 4, predator management. Darren DeBlois, are you ready to go?
Yeah, we'll, what we'll do is we'll have Justin give a
Take
short,
your mask off.
oh yeah. We'll have Justin go ahead and do a kind of an overview on predator management and when that works. And then in the interest of time, I've got a few slides. We'll run through some numbers, and then if anyone has questions, we can do that. So we'll go.
Alrighty.
Justin?
Okay. Wait for the PowerPoint to get loaded. I think the other one, is there another presentation?
Darren, is this your presentation?
Yeah, there should be one, a predator.
Oh, okay,
I don't know what yours is called. Predator
I don't
management,
know.
so, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Alrighty. So this is a presentation we gave to some legislators at the Sportsman's Caucus this last year. There were a lot of questions about predator control, and HB 125 was in review, and a few other things. So I just put this together. I won't cover all of it for the sake of time and the fact that Covey and Kent and Brock and Randy did a really good job capturing a bunch of this. So I'll just go through some of this. So predator-prey relationships, they're complex at times, and these discussions, they invoke strong feelings from various stakeholders, and a lot of times people want to boil down these complex systems into what I would consider to be oversimplified answers and solutions to pretty complex problems. It's interesting. We hear a lot from people who will highlight when predator control won't work or doesn't work, but we seldom take the time to discuss when it works. And there's scenarios on the landscape where it does. And so the purpose of this PowerPoint is to present the science behind that. There's a researcher, Ballard et al. In 2001, and these researchers summarized about 40 studies on mule deer and black-tailed deer, and they came up with kind of 5 take-home messages on predator control and when it works. And the first is that your deer populations have to be below your carrying capacity. If you're not below your carrying capacity, predator control isn't going to have the impacts that we think it will. Also, predation has to be identified as a limiting factor. That's key. Another thing they found is that control efforts to reduce predators have to be enough to yield actual results. So you can't just go take a handful and think you've done something. You actually have to set them back to allow the prey population to respond. The control efforts need to be timed accurately, and so either prior to predator or prey reproduction cycles. So for coyotes, that might be early winter, January, February timeframe before they pair up, and then obviously for deer and elk right before fawning season in May and June. And they also have to be controlled at a focus scale. We saw that on the Monroe study that was mentioned earlier. So these are kind of the 5 take-homes of when predator control can work. This was a thought from the paper. It said if populations are near carrying capacity, predator removal will do little to increase population numbers because such mortality will be replaced by other mortality factors. And if it's not replaced, it's going to result in deer overpopulation that could harm the habitat and result in a population crash. So one of the things we talked about earlier is that habitat has to be the foundation and we can't overshoot it. In contrast, if predation were suppressing a deer population at low densities, so your deer population's well below K and predators are keeping it suppressed, then predator control may allow a deer population to increase or increase at a greater rate until compensatory factors take over. So essentially what this is saying is if you have the ability to be at this many deer and you're here and you do predator control, it's going to help you get there quicker. Now, if you have the capacity to be here and you have this many deer, predator control isn't going to help you get above what the habitat can sustain. It's going to keep you here, and deer are going to die from other forms of mortality, such as malnutrition. Top down, bottom up. We've heard that a little bit today. Top down is when predators are keeping a population from increasing. And I want to point something out as well. A lot of times we oversimplify it and we say, well, the predators must have been driving that population down and then keeping them suppressed. And that's not always the case. Sometimes you could just simply have a hard winter or something along those lines, or a drought conditions. Your populations get suppressed, and then you're carrying a lot of additional cougars or coyotes or whatever predator population you had that was used to a higher population. And that's why they're keeping them suppressed, because there's more mouths on the landscape and you're out of balance. And so it's not always this, they drove it down and kept it down. Sometimes we have environmental factors that suppress or get populations at a lower density, and then predators suppress them there. Bottom up is when you're simply limited by vegetation. And we've certainly tried to address that with WRI and our many, many partners, treating 1.8 million acres since 2005. These processes can act on a deer population at the same time, which I think is interesting, as the example I just gave. And predation and habitat conditions, they're not mutually exclusive. So why does this matter? As board members, you're going to hear this a lot. We hear it all the time. Kill rates are quoted. They'll say, well, a cougar will eat a deer a week or every 10 days or those types of things. And that's true. But it may or may not impact the population based on where the deer herd is at relative to carrying capacity. And so that's why that's important. We've also stressed this, that carrying capacity can change. And that's why it's so important the deer population objectives are obtainable. Carl, when you were talking about, is your population objective and your carrying capacity similar? I think when you're talking predator management, that's why it becomes really important. Because if we come and say, let's do a management action because we're worried about carrying capacity, and everyone looks at the data and says, yeah, but you're only 80% of your objective, that we're sending mixed messages. And so I think that alignment's important. This is really interesting. How do we know where populations are relative to carrying capacity? I think Brock and Randy, Kent and Covey hit on this really, really good. The old method, and we still use it, is you look at the habitat, you measure that, and then you extrapolate it to your deer population. And so drought, those types of things. Another way that we could do it, here's a good example, Beef Basin, where population or habitat has changed over time. This is a winter range from photoplot data and from 1986 to 2009. And it just shows that habitat is changing in that environment. And so our carrying capacity has been lowered. Now, this isn't the whole story. There's predator issues depending on the year and those types of things as well. But this is foundational to having good deer populations. So how do we know where populations are relative to carrying capacity? If it's not looking at habitat, we do what we talked about with body condition scores and ultrasound. And this is a paper by Stewart et al. 2004, where they looked at if your population's at carrying capacity compared to if you're half of your carrying capacity, that maximum sustained yield, what the differences are. So the physical condition of adult females is going to be lower if you're at carrying capacity. Your pregnancy rates are going to be lower compared to if you are below your carrying capacity. Females will delay reproduction. You'll have fewer yearlings pregnant. Weight of neonates will be lower. Less young being born. Survival of young will be lower. Those types of things. So there's a lot of ways when you get an animal in hand to say where are we at, and as was mentioned before, it's in a lot of ways based on all the data we're collecting now, we're getting to the point where we can say, yeah, this is being influenced by top-down pressures or bottom-up pressures, and that really influences our management. So I'm going to go through some of this stuff really quick. Kent showed all this, so I won't go through this again, but the one thing I want to show is this last slide here. This is one that Kent didn't show. This includes fawns, in addition to what he showed as adults. And I just want to highlight that the green I don't know what it is. It's not a polygon. It's the green data. What do you say? What would you call that, Kent? Curve, even better. The green curve, yeah, shows what's available. That's the frequency of our samples of over 1,000 animals. And this is by age. And as you can see, coyotes are taking the older and the younger animals, and then the cougars are taking animals pretty much in proportion to their availability. And the reason that's important for us as managers is that they're hitting a lot of those 2 to 7-year-old deer, as was mentioned earlier, and that's where all your reproductive output comes from. If you want to grow deer herds, you better have a good cohort of 2 to 7-year-old does to produce fawns. And so that's where that's being taken, and that's why that's so key. And again, it's not to say coyotes aren't important. Coyotes, I mean, if you're below carrying capacity, these are fawns that would have hit that 2-year mark and some of those types of things down the road. So just want to be clear with that. So kind of the take home with this is cougars will kill deer in proportion to their availability, and they hit the prime age deer. Coyotes are hitting the weakest, oldest deer and have the biggest impact on fawn survival. And then bears, maybe Darren can speak to this a little bit better, but right now we're doing a study on the Book Cliffs with kleptoparasitism, which is essentially where a cougar will kill a deer and cache it, and then a bear will come and take that cached deer. And so the cougar has to kill at a higher rate. And so it's complicated, it's messy, it's indirect, but there's some interesting relationships there, and I hope we can get some good data there. So anyways, I won't go through the summary for the sake of time, but that's kind of the take home message that we gave the legislature. And I think it kind of sets a good foundation for conversations on predator prey relationships and when we get aggressive and when we don't and why we manage the way we do. So we can have a discussion on that, or I can turn it over to Darren and kind of talk about our management. And any thoughts on those slides or what you heard or saw?
No questions?
All right.
All right, Darren.
Thank you. So we used a lot of that when we brought recommendations around this spring, and particularly regarding our new policy on predator management. So as soon as this next presentation comes up, I'll share some data. We're working on cougar recommendations right now. Biologists are in the process of making recommendations, and we've got some data, so I'll go ahead and share that, kind of give you an idea of where we are with some of these programs. Maybe. I know they're working on it. One of the things that we ask the biologists to do before they start with recommendations under the plan is to go ahead and revisit all their units and look at them in terms of the new predator management plan policy. And so what they're doing is taking all of this data that Brock and Randy presented this morning, and Covey and Kent, and taking those things into account, and then they'll make some recommendations in terms of what units are experiencing that top-down pressure and implementing predator management plans, and that will make a big difference in that it's made to respond according to what Justin just presented. So it allows for us to make quick decisions when it needs to happen, and also allows us to be aggressive where we need to be. predators. So that's taking place right now. Okay. It's this one, right? There we go. So I thought I'd start just by showing what our cougar harvest has been this year and compare that with kind of a long-term running total. This is these are our cougar harvest numbers from 1990 through this last season. I always add the caveat that the seasons are still open, so more lions could be taken, but typically most of that harvest is completed by the end of winter, so we don't see a whole lot roll in. We're the two lines here. The red lower line is sport harvest, and then the upper orange line is a total mortality. That would include wildlife services take, depredation if landowners take animals, any cougar that dies and is brought to our attention. That tends to stay fairly static over time. We try to keep the sport harvest. If there's opportunity to take lions, we want to see sportsmen take them first, and so we try to make sure that those lines don't get too far apart. We'd rather see more sportsmen take lions than wildlife services. Interestingly, you can see what that trend has been. I think the one thing the management plan does really well is detect growing lion populations and adjust. Probably the weakness of the plan is that it tends to sort of chase that increase. And so you wind up at some point, you break even and you might see some declines. But one thing that the new predator management policy allows us to do on specific units is to get aggressive quickly and not be quite as conservative. And so we'll see how that plays out. This does include the increases to the quotas and permit numbers that we made this winter as well. So
Darren, quick question on
yeah,
that. Do you have a feel for why we had those decline in harvest rates there around late 90s and early 2000s?
I'm trying to remember when the first cougar management plan was done. I think it was 98. I think that had a big impact on it. Just readjusted how we did things. And then we did another one in 2011, 2015. The one we're operating under now was completed in 2015. But I tried to, I don't know that people have a sense that there were less lions available in the early 2000s. Some people tell me, yeah, they feel like population was lower than it is now. But, we haven't quite gotten to our high point, in 96, 97. We took 666 lions off the landscape. Last year we just are over 600. So we're getting close to that harvest level again.
Darren, is Kevin on the call? Maybe Kevin could weigh in on that. I know he was
Yeah,
involved
Kevin
with that land management in the mid 2000s.
Right.
Yeah, Darren's right. We had gone through, deer populations were lower and the lion population, I think, had self-adjusted to that. And then we got into a growth pattern with deer in the early 2010, 2011, and deer population started growing. Lion population came along with it, and we've increased harvest along with it, would be my best response to that. In the early the 2005 Cougar plan, when we were putting that together, we had harvest objective units that were, they would have an objective of 30 and they would kill 8, kind of a thing. So we were kind of out of adjustment in terms of what was being offered and what was on the landscape.
Thanks, Kevin. This graph's a little bit shorter time frame. This starts in 2002, but this shows our statewide percent females in the harvest. The plan tries to manage statewide for below 40. And you can see over since 2015, well, actually since about 2011, we've maintained that. It's interesting that that trend there. I suspect that may indicate something about what we're looking at population wise. You'd expect with a growing lion population, even with increased harvest, you may not see us overcome that threshold at a statewide basis to get over 40% females in the harvests. But we've also seen that coming up. And then when you look at a unit by unit accounting, we're seeing more units that are exceeding that 40% females in the harvest, which would indicate a decrease in lion populations. The other thing we're seeing, and we just got ages yesterday, is that we're seeing more and more units that with lower and lower age classes being harvested, which would also seem to indicate that we're making some reductions in densities on those units. So, any questions on lion data? If not, we'll move
Aaron,
to.
did that include
coyotes.
all sources of mortality?
Yes. Well, no, this is just sport harvest.
Sport harvest.
So yeah, so it could overcome that when we don't usually get a lot of depredation take relative to on unit by unit basis relative to sport harvest. But it could bump it up, and certainly on some units, the females tend to be taken in depredation situations, and that's when that number increases. So moving on to this is going to be our coyote programs under the Mule Deer Protection Act. Just quickly, these are the numbers we have so far for Wildlife Services efforts in targeted coyote removal. So this is our program where we contract with Wildlife Services to take coyotes either from helicopters or fixed wing aircraft or even on the ground. Most of this is done from a helicopter. And you can see the months along the bottom. So January, February, March, April, and then the units where they worked and how many coyotes they removed each month. It's a little bit busy chart, so I'll leave it up for a second if people want to kind of look. One thing that we did this year, well, let me just say it because it's a little different. We also, you'll notice there aren't any northern region units in this graph. We contracted this year to do our northern region coyote management with a helicopter company, and they specifically focused on the area around Grouse Creek, kind of the Blue Creek area, just west of Tremont and the Cache. Wildlife Services took about 500. This all adds up to about 500 animals, and that contractor took an additional 80 in the northern region on those 3 units. It was roughly split a third per, so about a third of those came off of each of those 3 areas.
So the contractor took 80, balance were done by Wildlife Services.
That's correct.
500.
Yeah, so 580 altogether.
What'd that cost for the contract?
We don't have a final billing. There's about $400,000 for Wildlife Service to do that, and I suspect they'll be a little bit below that. I don't think that one thing that we did this year is we asked them to only bill us at an hourly rate, and so we wanted to pay for actual work rather than some ancillary things, and so that actually has helped with the cost quite a bit. We're paying for real flight time and real removals, and so that's been a big difference. But that we'll get a better look at that budget, and I should be able to have something like an accounting for that at the board meeting. If you're interested, we could show you that.
Where does that money come from?
It comes from the coyote stuff. It's from Mule Deer Protection, so it's
That's part of the Mule Deer Protection Act.
Right. Yeah. So it's those fees that we charge on big game permits to do predator work primarily. There's some other funding sources if we're having them work bighorn sheep concerns, and there's some other things in that sage grouse. There's some other things in that contract, but the bulk of the coyote stuff is from that. So moving on to the bounty program. So we've got the targeted stuff, and then we've got just the general bounty. These graphs are going to be the same, but one shows the number of coyotes removed through the bounty since fiscal year 13, which was the beginning of that program, and the other shows the dollar amounts. So obviously it's the same line, but I thought you might be interested in the actual. So payments on the left and coyotes removed. We've seen quite a decrease. If you remember, we made some changes a couple of years ago to the program to try to rein in some fraud that we detected was going on, and try not to pay for coyotes coming in being bountied from out of the state. I think the decline has a little bit to do with that, but we have seen quite a decrease over the last 2 or 3 years in people that have turned in coyotes for bounty. So I don't know if I have all the answers to that, but it certainly is declining.
Darren, just a little follow-up on that. Is it the new requirements we put on are just too difficult?
I would have expected to see, I haven't heard that feedback, honestly. Wade, I think I would have expected to see some reaction to that the year after we implemented those changes. And then any movement in the graph after that, I would have expected to represent either I don't know if the public's becoming less interested in the program, or we're actually seeing some impacts out there, and coyote densities are decreasing. But there certainly is something going on. I don't hear people buck into. We've been pretty good about being accommodating to let people come in and get those turned in. So there may be a little bit, used to you could kind of save them up and turn them all in at once, and so there's a little bit of noise from that, but now you have to do it on annual, get a year, got to turn them in, so there could be a little bit of that too, but I think it's a real trend.
Darren, we and Wade, we did halt coyote check-ins when COVID hit, and so we were shut down for a little bit, and I don't know if people held on to them and just didn't want to check them in based on their winter kills, but that might be part of it as well.
This is a map that shows locations of take, so you kind of get a sense for where coyotes are being taken across the state. It's actually it's good to see that a lot there. We get a lot from the central mountain ranges. That's where we're raising deer, and that's good to see. Again, this is the bounty stuff. This isn't the Wildlife Services take. We have a map that we're working on for that, so I'll present that too if the board's interested, where Wildlife Services has been taking coyotes. That's all I had for today. So be happy to answer any questions anybody has.
So we have a surplus of money in our account then?
Yeah, we'll have some money left over this time, and luckily that rolls over. So
I'm surprised to see such a dramatic.
Yeah,
drop.
and Justin's right. We have recommenced check-ins, and so I'd expect to see some come in, but we do this on a fiscal year basis, so we may see some adjustment. But I think that downward trend is real. I think, again, I don't know, maybe multiple factors, but it seems like taking less coyotes out there.
Any questions?
I've got one. Darren, there's been some studies done on where there's mature lions or like a trophy unit that maybe there's less predation on deer than where younger lions are. And I was wondering, like where we manage for trophy units, if there's any data that shows those bordering deer units where you may have a lot of those subadults move. If there's with the new collars and stuff, if we're showing that maybe we have an increase in mortality from lions in those areas now that we have that, be able to get that data. Just wondering if we've correlated any of
Yeah,
that.
so we're looking at some of that with USU studies. So they've just completed their first full year of monitoring, and they're actually going to come and present to us early in July some of the results of that first year. And if the board's interested, we could certainly provide some updates on that to the board as well. So we'll look at that. It seems like one thing that we've learned from that is that some of these female lions make pretty significant movements. And I highlighted one last year that went out into Wyoming after visiting the northeastern region and across that. We've got a different one. These are from the cache that went all the way up. She wintered up in by Palisades Reservoir near Idaho after going to the Teton. She went almost as far north as Jenny Lake, came back into Idaho, wintered there, and now she's almost over by the city of Rocks. She's come back through Idaho and is just north of the Utah border. And there's a few of those. There's some on the Manti we've seen make some big movements. So you've kind of got this, and this is in the literature, you kind of got this transient population that overlays your established older adults. And so as those adults are removed, you have the potential for those territories then to be filled, and younger animals tend to tolerate more animals around than maybe an older animal. But I'm not aware of any study yet that's been able to tie cause and effect to increased lion numbers, to increase either depredation, or I just don't think that the data has been available. Lion studies always suffer from a lack of sample size, and we're lucky we've got quite a few lions on the air, so we may be able to answer some of those questions.
One of the things that's been on my mind, and the southeast mantis struggled in deer numbers for quite a while, and the west mantis had kind of a trophy unit for lion, and the southeast manti have increased lion tags to a point where you think, man, how many more lions can you continue to harvest from there? And we continue to see one of the issues over time seems like it being lion. And I was just wondering, having a trophy unit, if that's just allowing that to continue to happen, being close by.
We need to think about lion management on a much larger scale than, and in some cases, maybe even bigger than the state of Utah scale, that we pick up lions, especially where we're on a border. The cache, if lions are making those movements outside of that unit, they're certainly making those movements in. The cache over the last 3 years has been the highest unit for lion harvest in the state, and we still struggle with depredation the adult mortality of deer was a lot better this year, so maybe we're starting to see some effects from that, but we seem to still have plenty of mountain lions on that unit.
Okay, Kevin, one thing I think I really liked what you brought up about how the deer are doing versus how many lions are being taken, and that's one thing that I think you'll see more of, and maybe Darren's going to get to it in more of these agenda items, but that's one thing that you are going to be seeing from us as an agency is you look at all the data that we've collected on mule deer, and we've got really good indicators of what's driving those populations. And the one thing that you'll see from us is more recommendations basing cougar recommendations more on how deer herds are doing. I think in the past, sometimes those plans have talked past each other, and they're held at different meetings, and there's different stakeholders and different interests and those types of things. But I think with all the information and data we have, we'd be foolish not to manage cougars as closely as we can to how deer populations are doing. So,
yeah, especially given the data that we saw today, that lions pretty much take deer at the level they're available on the landscape. And there's literature out there that indicates that even when a deer herd declines due to environmental factors, lions still eat the same number of deer, and we carry a higher. You don't see, it can sometimes be 7 years out before you start to see that population react. And so predator management plan policy will help us be more reactive. So you'll see recommendations along those lines as well.
And proactive.
Proactively, yeah. So if we see, for example, we get a big winter die off, that was an environmentally caused decline, but we know we're carrying a lion population that's still going to remain at a high rate. We need to get that population density down as quickly as possible in order to let that mule deer herd. We got to think about lions and deer like we think about deer and browse. That, you know, deer are habitat for lions, and we need to have some balance in there and make sure we're meeting our management objectives for both species in light of how they interact.
I think that'll be a huge help because like you say, in the past, it's almost like we talk our mule deer and then we manage our lions or predators almost in a different discussion, you know, more, almost as opportunity or what's on landscape. And if you mesh those together in the information that's given, I think the public and the board will be able to understand it a lot better.
Darren, and this kind of goes along the same thing, but and maybe you've shared with it as much as you wanted, but you and I had a discussion 5 months ago about how we were going to shift the way we were managing and have individual management plans perhaps for each unit. More, we would manage our management plans for our lions would look more like our management plans for big game, for elk and deer. Has there been more movement on that? Are you going to kind of present some of that at the board meetings?
I think we've made some changes to the policy. Some of those changes are different than what's spelled out in the current lion plan. I would suggest that now's a good time, based on those changes, to take a look at our lion plan again. And at first I thought it'd be easy just to tweak it to take into account the policy changes, but I'm wondering if maybe it's not due for another larger review, larger scale review, especially in light of a lot of this new data. So that'd be my recommendation. But again, don't want to speak out of turn. So Mike.
So I just want to remind everybody that House Bill 125 gives us some pretty clear marching orders with regard to how we're going to manage predators moving into the future, and we've taken that into account. You'll see that in Darren's recommendations, and it is prioritizing the health of our big game herds, and putting pressure on cougars to make sure that we can accomplish that goal. So we've been told that's the way we're gonna do business by statute. So we're taking that into account.
This might be somewhat of a interesting thought, but we've even explored just having the cougar plan be an addendum to the mule deer plan to ensure that there's alliance. And I don't know if we're going to take that step or not. I mean, this is nothing's on the line. This is a work session, so we can talk about those types of general ideas. But that way, it kind of ensures that if deer populations are trending down, then then we can get aggressive with lion harvest, and vice versa. If deer populations are doing well, we can back off and manage a little differently. And again, it's all about managing growth appropriately, up or down. But I do kind of like that concept to tie those together more. And for whatever reason, there's a lot of reasons, but they just haven't been in the past. So.
Well, and I think, those kinds of ideas and those discussions is really what prompted me to put this on the agenda, because that makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, obviously that deer are the habitat for these lions, and we have some of these units where the herds are really struggling. To me, it makes sense that we couple those two, that, the cash. We've got a deer herd that's really struggling. That lion plan that factor needs to be a part of the lion plan. And obviously we've received our marching orders. I think we're all kind of on the same page with regard to that, but I think we need to have a clear direction and not be shy about it. I think we just need to say, look, this is our goal. This is our focus on these units where we're struggling, where we're under carrying capacity, and our deer herds are struggling. We need to be aggressive, and we need to move forward, and our plan needs to reflect that, so that we know what we're doing.
our mule deer plans are written that way. We have a DCI, and if we have issues, then it's directly tied to it. And it would only make sense to me to manage our predators the same way, so that it's tied when it's up or down, that then it would be adjusted accordingly.
Well, I think we did really good this past year when the director made his emergency order active. Increase those,
I
units
think-
that were in trouble and stuff like that, that were still in the right amount of time, premium time of the year when you still got a lot of snow on the mountain and stuff like that, where you can make a difference. So we've always got that tool available to us at the director's discretion. He can do that anytime he wants to.
So we did that under emergency order. House Bill 125 gives me that authority to be proactive and not do it when we reach emergency status. And what we are attempting to do with Darren's recommendations is to have him plug in what I would do proactively as director and bring that forward to the RAC and the board folks for discussion. But keep in mind that we have the authority. If we believe that the numbers are showing that we need to have those permits, we're gonna have those permits. So, but that'll be part of our recommendation.
So if we
we bring it
implement
forward.
a predator management plan on a unit because we see these indicators that it's a top-down problem, then yeah, those will be pulled into predator management. When we take it around, we'll provide a list, but we look at those twice a year according to policy. So the recommendations you see will be for units that don't have those problems, and obviously we can have discussions about the units that may fall under predator management. One challenge we've had in the past is that sometimes the public process short circuits the aggressiveness that's necessary on a given unit. And frankly, in order to have predator management work, you got to take the gloves off and you got to get aggressive. And then once you've solved the problem, then you can back off. So that's the intent.
I was gonna mention that same issue, the public process and many of those that don't want predators removed. But I think this really helps us in that tool to show that it's exactly what it's tied to. And when we can increase, we will, but when it needs to be a decrease, we can really tie it to that and not just say, well, we have this increase. It can be tied to exactly what we have with our prey base.
And I think Darren really highlighted it well, because this is a sensitive topic. It's controversial. There's a lot of passion on both sides of this. But for years we've said, oh, if we just had a little more data, if we really knew what was affecting these deer herds, then we'd be able to make some better decisions. Well, we know. We know, thanks to the collar data and the studies these guys have done, we know. The legislature has given us our marching orders, and I agree with Darren on the units that need it. We've got to take the gloves off and be aggressive and do what needs to be done. I don't think we need to tiptoe because of the public process. I don't think we need to tiptoe around and marginalize it or compromise. We need to do what needs to be done.
So since this is an open forum, let me throw this out there. Our intent was when we do recommendations this next month and the board meetings in August, is to provide a list in the presentation of units that are under predator management. And that was all I was going to present. These units met the criteria, they're under predator management, and then here are the units with permit recommendations that fall under the plan. Would the board like to have a little bit more detailed explanation on those predator management plan? Why is it in predator management? What's the feeling among the board? I'd be happy to do whatever you'd like to do.
Well, I would think that a little bit of data that we seen, especially if it's in some of those units where you can show some of the collar data that shows, that there's reasons why. I think it maybe you don't know you have that on every unit, but if you could include some of that, I think it'd be very beneficial.
And we could provide the list, and then if there's specific units that people have questions about, we could be prepared to go into detail. Maybe that's the best approach.
So Darren, just to clarify, what you're asking the board is, if we bring a list, we'll say, here are permits for public draw units, and whether it's harvest objective or split, and then we can have the discussions on how many permits and those types of things. And then another list with predator management plans, and that's where we say these fall under predator management. And the policy that was recently passed helps us determine what the harvest needs to be, get extremely aggressive, so that way we can get the impact we need and back off at a later date.
So right now, the regions are working through recommending which units need predator management action. Once they make those recommendations and we have those discussions, the regional supervisor and the director's office will sign those and they'll be in effect. And so when we bring recommendations in July, we anticipate predator management plans will be under House Bill 125 will be in effect. But we wanted to let the board know which units those were. And then again, if the public has concerns, we can have that discussion. But that was my intent. Now, if we want to do something a little different, let me know. But
Just a question on that then. If it's under predator management plan, if the unit is, we wouldn't necessarily know, there wouldn't be a specific number of permits issued, would there?
it's unlimited. It'd be like the current units that we have for sheep. They're just sheep units. It'd be managed. There would be no quota. And we wouldn't take that into account as well. Never mind. I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, it'd be open. Now the harvest level just depend on interest and accessibility and all the rest. We'll have to monitor that. And even on the cash, where most of the units we increased quotas on this year remain open. They didn't. We increased it enough that the harvest took place in essentially an unlimited way because we didn't meet quota. And so, given the harvest numbers, we may be pretty close to the cusp of where we need to be in terms of getting those populations reduced. So again, the plan's pretty good at tracking that incline. And with the actions we made this winter, we may be pretty close to where we need to be. So that's good news.
I mean, I would think that if there's under this, it's basically those predator managements are going to be unlimited cougar. I mean, the harvest is going to be where it is. I think we need to be ready to explain that. I think there will be people, not necessarily our sportsmen, but people are going to say, look, you're just killing them. You're just killing them at will. So we need to be, if it's truly an unlimited or a number that's set that we're never going to get, we need to be ready to explain that.
And our district biologists, that's part of the plan, is for them to explain what the criteria are and what their concerns are. So we'll have that data, but we don't, if the board just wants to address those specific things as they come up, that's the approach we'll take, rather than run through every single unit and explain why, if that makes sense. We'll be ready to explain.
So a question with that, we talked about we've got to adjust the population numbers on some that we may never reach. And so I'm getting that this predator management's not solely based off of that. Can you explain kind of what will all be into that predator management? What will qualify them for that?
Yeah, so it'll look like the Manti is a good example. We saw, for example, you see a unit where you've got deer that are in December that have good body condition, they've got good fat levels, but it's not, well, your doe mortality is high and it's mostly cougar related, and that population isn't growing. That's not a summer range limited herd. That they're getting plenty of nutrition this summer. They're coming in healthy. But there's something else applying pressure to that. And so we had that for 2 or 3 years on the Manti, the first few years of data that we collected. That's a unit that probably needs to have an adjustment to the predator density. Another example would be, on the cache, where you don't necessarily have a predator issue, but you have a large decline, a big die-off, and then you're out of whack in terms of predator density and prey availability. You'd want to lower that predator number. And we can see the likelihood of that occurring in December when we're collecting those fat levels. So we got poor body condition, nothing's died yet. We'd probably want to implement a predator management plan that winter and literally have people the next day, once that's implemented, be able to go hunt those increased quotas. So it allows us a lot more ability to be proactive, but those are the kinds of explanations that'll be in the plans. This is why we're doing this. And then the other part of that is, what kind of conditions do we need to see in order to just go back under the plan guidelines and manage that way?
Are you going to implement, it's been talked about, like, everybody that's a bow hunter have a tag, and deer hunt, elk hunt, everybody could carry a tag with them out there.
Yeah, we
Making
talked about ways to implement that. Byron, you will see a recommendation on that. Right now, I think the quickest way to implement that would be to do what we did with bears and implement a spot and stalk hunt in the fall that would, open, it'd be an over-the-counter permit. Anybody could go buy one they wanted. They could hunt any unit, any cougar unit in the state. And we just set a season length for that, but you couldn't use hounds. You'd have to be a boot hunt. And that would allow someone, if they wanted to purchase a lion tag, have it in their pocket when they're out hunting deer or elk or any other big game.
We can do that in certain places right now if it's a harvest objective.
Right.
Hasn't filled up.
Yeah, most of the lion units aren't closed and they're open through November. So
I don't
this
think the
fall,
public knows that.
right? We could probably work to get the word out, but
There's
and
lots
that's
of
been the
pictures
case.
on trail cameras and everything. You see them all year long. Bears coming in and lions coming in. Somebody sitting in a tree stand. If they had that tag with them, they could harvest that animal at that time, which gives you more. If it's a harvest objective unit,
Is there any consideration for person having more than one tag?
That's a good thought. I think we do that with some of our big game species where we're trying to reduce. I think the thinking behind that, Brett, would be there's some people that are good hunters, and especially on a unit where you're not meeting your quotas. If you allowed a person to take up to 2 lions a year, buy up to 2 tags and possess 2 lions, they might go back to a unit and take a second one. You might see an increase in your harvest. So I'd be open to that idea. I'm curious to know what the board thinks about the idea.
Yeah, no, I'd be supportive of that idea, and also, the direction Byron was alluding, because I carry a permit in my pocket year round. Costs $50, but I have to go. It's a conscious effort to go buy a lion tag every year, and there's the vast majority of the people are not going to do that. And so I think the direction Byron was coming from is, let's make it as easy as we possibly can. If they have a permit of any kind in their pocket, perhaps let's make it legal for that permit to go on a lion. This kind of opportunistic kill we're not going to have a lot of harvest this way.
Right.
But if we can make it as easy as possible, we're going to increase that opportunistic harvest far more than if we make them go buy a tag. Since I've been buying a tag, I have not killed one. But prior to that, I used to see them all the time. That's just kind of how it's going to go.
It works, yeah.
But I think if we can make it as easy as possible, and that's where Brett's headed, I think, that makes sense. We find people that are committed, motivated, that want to kill and have the skill set to allow them to kill. I say if we're taking the gloves off, if this is a predator management unit, let's take the gloves off and allow them to do it. And this is maybe steps into a little different direction, but I wanted to mention it. This is one of my big concerns with this. I feel real good about where we're at and what we're doing. We're talking about more lion tags and opening up and taking gloves off. Permits does not help our deer herd. Dead lions help our deer herd. And I think there is a disconnect there. I've experienced where I'm at. We've had 10 or 12 lion permits on that unit for a long time. We've never come close to our objective. But yet you look at the data, we clearly have a lion problem. We've thrown everything we can think at it. Bounties, try to motivate people, try to have whatever we can come up with to try to get people to come harvest lions. Can't do it. And then this year we had 2 individuals take an interest in that unit, and they came down and almost filled the quota by themselves. And so maybe that's an impossible question to answer. I don't even know if it's a discussion worth having, but I think that's a reality. Is we need to move past the amount of permits we're putting out there and figure out ways to actually get dead lions. And if it's moving a direction like Brett's suggesting, I'm 100% in support of it.
Speaking that with the harvest objective changes, did we get dead lions with
Yeah.
those?
Yeah, we saw increased harvest. Now, again, we got to a point where we didn't fill quotas on most of those units, but that was by design. we wanted to make sure
They
that.
were set high. We didn't think they'd get
Right,
there, but we
yeah.
did get some.
We want to make sure that the harvest that could be taken was taken, and that certainly happened.
So Darren, we could give them an example. The Chalk Creek unit,
Mhm.
where we went from 8 to 15 permits on the quota. And then I increased it during an emergency order to 30.
Right.
And we took well over 20 lions off of that unit.
Yeah, they almost filled it.
It says here 27, there's only 3 left.
Yeah.
Right. And that we started at 8.
Right.
We took 27. So many of those units, Mineral Mountains,
Mhm.
sheep was another one where we had really good success by increasing the quota.
The Ogden unit's within 3 also.
Can I say something real quick? I just want to thank the board for approving the predator management policy that was proposed, because I think really what it did is it allowed our agency to get aggressive, be proactive, be responsive, without having to wait for another recommendation cycle to come through, which was really one of the limiting factors. So we could see the data. We knew actions needed to be taken. We knew recommendations needed to occur, and so I love that flexibility. And so I think there was a lot of trust extended when that approval process occurred. And so anyways, just want to thank the board.
I'd just add one thing to that. Thinking at our next meeting, probably one thing that we'll really have to think from a division standpoint will be the other side of it after we go into predator management and we really hit those animals hard, how we explain that process of how it comes out. And a lot of it will probably rely on that data from Brock and Randy and what things are looking like. But this first go around, we'll probably really need to educate the public of what that will be to once we know that we're where we need to be, how we come back out of that.
And I think to get at that, that's why when we come back in July, if we look at those measures and say, yeah, the population's responded, deer here, survival rates are good, we're in a good spot once again. That's where you'd see us come with public draw recommendations and say, let's have 15 on this unit or whatever it's going to be, and as opposed to predator management, and the board will get a chance to see that unit and those numbers once again. There is a couple of concerns I have that are tangentially related to this, and that is mountain lions with the conservation permit program. In the past, we've had it where we had some units that were just straight limited entry, a lot of units that were split. But now with this new direction, we could have a unit that was used to be managed for quality very quickly go into harvest objective if the deer population isn't responding. And so that's going to be probably have to be some type of a change to the conservation permit program or something along those lines, where at that point a conservation permit is really not worth that money if it's you can go buy that permit over the counter. And so that Darren and I will have to bring something back to this board, but that's okay. Just expect some changes there.
We already have one unit where you can kill 2 lions on that unit. If anybody's aware of that? The San Juan, on the Elk
Oh,
Ridge,
yeah.
Mokai, down where we put the sheep and stuff like that. We changed that several years ago. Where we
Yeah,
could go and one person could kill 2 lions. So
There's
Somewhat.
precedent, and there's nothing in the rule that would prevent us from doing it. In the past, we've had to get some legislation for, like, I think for doe pronghorn, 2 doe permits. We wouldn't need to do that. So that's something that if the board would like us to see a recommendation along those lines, we could certainly look at that and bring it.
the other thing be length of season. I assume they're probably, if you go harvest objective, it's going to be basically year round.
Right.
On those units and stuff like that, all those, so.
Yeah. Logistically, because we meet so late in August, I think what we'd have to do this first year is have the board approve a spot, and if we're going to go spot and stock season next year, and then we'd know that would kick off, and then this year we'd have to rely on if harvest objective units are still open. But it's tough. Just the timing is tough to move that season any earlier and get the decision, and then have the amount of time pass that's necessary for all those decisions to be legal. And so that's probably how we'd have to bring it.
I'd sure be in favor of a 2 cat limit on individual on some of these places.
Right.
I think what Wade alluded to happened in many of these areas. Dock Creek's been mentioned. I know it happened on the Cache or the Ogden. It was several individuals with hunters in tow.
Right.
That were responsible for taking big share of those cats on a unit they were passionate about.
Mhm.
They wanted to make a difference on. And I think some of those individuals took, several lions, not themselves, but they
Right.
had a hunter with them. They wouldn't have done it without them,
Yeah.
kind of a thing. And so, and if we could double up on those guys, I think that'd be.
Certainly be a way to address units that don't fill quota, either under the plan, you got a unit, putting in a predator management won't make any difference if they're only killing 2 lions out of 10 as it is. So some of these other strategies would help us. And, if a unit, it's either under the plan, it's got a quota or permit level, and then you stop when you hit that. So having someone take, it's more of a scramble, but if someone takes 2, there's not a big biological concern there. And then if it's under predator management, it's unlimited. We need to get as much take as quickly as possible. So I think that's a good suggestion. I think that's probably a good thing to pursue in the rule.
That would help us too with, we don't always have good conditions in southern Utah, so that'd help us there. We do have the conditions like we did last year. We had good conditions. The director gave us some more tags and we were able to harvest those lions, so it helped us a lot. We need to make sure we have that available, so when it's good conditions, we can get the job done.
I think it's key to remember too that I talked to Idaho. Idaho has if you're a non-resident, you can take a lion or bear with your deer or elk tag. They only see about a 1% usage on that. They just don't. People don't burn their deer or elk tag to take a lion. Yeah, we'll need to find strategies to entice. We're not going to get a lot of harvest on boot hunts and opportunistic harvest, but so hounds are going to be key, and we need to make sure that people who can use hounds to hunt can help us manage, because that's 99% of the take is with the use of dogs. That's really the most effective way to do this. So
It's going to be a really unpopular idea, but I want to throw it out there because of this idea. I mean, I've been talking with several of the houndsmen and houndsman groups over the last few months. Obviously, they've got to buy in on this, or we're just not going to be able to harvest lions. But I did have a couple of sportsmen pitch the idea to me of, can we consider other means of take, perhaps through trapping and means like that. What's the legality on that? Is that an option? I know it's an unpopular idea with some groups, but
right now, in a depredation situation, the director can authorize, wildlife services can do it. The director can authorize a private person to do it. That's a third rail trapping. That if you want people coming out of the woodwork, propose trapping lions. But
I hear you.
But all around.
But it's
Yeah.
not at this point. I mean, if we wanted to take that big of a leap, we wouldn't have any legislative roadblocks in our way or anything like that.
No legislative roadblocks. No.
We've talked in other committees different times that we might jeopardize trapping for other species as well. It might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. That's what worries me, is the Pandora's box we might open.
Mm.
I'm with you. I'm all with you, but
No, it's true.
We have it as a tool to deal with specific cases, but writ large, yeah, it's a little bit different. We definitely will fill a room if we try that. So, but
How many conservation tags do we have now, Darren? You know, on lines?
I'd have to look. Do you happen to know off the top of your head? We just did expo tags and we've had 7 of those. I think conservation, I want to say 8,
No, I want to say 18.
18.
Yeah.
There's an
And
8
then
in there
Governor's
somewhere.
tag.
Yeah. What's that?
statewide Tag on top of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's only one statewide conservation permit, and so that's some
How
of the stuff.
much revenue does that generate that, you know, you're not gonna get back to?
About 30 or 40 grand a year, something like that, on conservation tags.
I'd have to look, Byron. I can pull it up if you'd like.
Yeah.
Kenny's gonna be on the agenda. Maybe you'd have that handy. We could ask him.
And that's all together, all conservation tags.
Yeah.
Look about $40,000 into that account every year.
There's 18.
Yeah.
So,
It's gotta be more than that. That might just be internal.
Oh, it is that. Yeah, you're right. It's internal. So what is that? 10%? 30%?
Maybe 100, 120,000.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. I got it about that. That's all I have. If there aren't any more questions.
If no questions, we'll move on to item number 5. Carl and Wade, that was a,
Want to go? You want?
I think you threw it on there and I seconded the motion.
All right. I don't want this to be about the bear recommendation that was made. I think we landed in a great place and where we're at. It's more about the process and how we got there. More so than any vote we've taken. I had people contact me after that and say, you know, we had a major change come post RAC chairman report, post public process. And then there was a major change and we did our thing and we adjourned for lunch and then came back and we took a vote and nobody really had there was very little public input at that point. And I had RAC chairmen contact me. I had citizens contact me and say, hey, I would have loved to have said something about that, but our process, our script that we go through didn't allow that. And so, I mean, I know we have that script to keeps us on task. It protects us. But if we face that again, I would just like to bring it to people's attention and say, look, we did this process and then a better idea came up and it's something we needed to do and it was timely and it was there. But we, and I know it'll scare Marty and it probably scare you. Well, you're way too close. But a way that maybe we go to the RAC chairs and say, look, this is a new thing. You're representing a group. Can you give us your input? Or it's scary to open that back up to the public and do that and start that process again. But with that one, I think we landed in a great place. I'm very comfortable with that. But if we face that again, I think we should recognize that we need to do something additional if we get into that situation again. So sometimes our structure and our script hobbles us. And sometimes it may defeat us too. But we just need to recognize that we do represent the public. They had something they wanted to say. I don't think it would have changed where we landed, but maybe we just recognize that process.
I think part of that too is, you know, that we had new data. There was stuff come out on the Mule Deer, and it was right before the meeting, and it caught us all off guard. But I also think that sometimes stuff comes out, and if we can see that, if a group comes to you, and make sure they take that through the RAC process. Even if it's one RAC, but we get a feel of what that vote is. I think sometimes a lot of groups think, well, we don't need to go through the RAC process. We'll just bring it to the board. That's where stuff's done. We need to really send a message that, hey, the public's got to have a voice. Let's send it there and then we'll pick it up. And if we start sending some stuff back through the process and not making a vote, that'll send a message.
Donnie and I were talking about this yesterday on the way up here, how awesome our process is. I mean, the state of Utah's process, how the public's involved, how we have private citizens appointed to regional advisory councils. We have public meetings all across the state. And then we have a 7-person public appointed people to make the decisions. I mean, it's as good as it gets. I mean, it literally, this is the best process there is in the country. And so I think we want, we don't want to do anything to jeopardize that. We've got everything that we need right here, and it works great. Having said that, it's a huge, cumbersome process because of all the input. We have public meetings. We have them. There's hundreds, sometimes thousands of people that show up to these meetings across the state over the course of a process, a RAC and a board process. We receive lots and lots of input. And now we've got the online version. People can comment online of the presentations. We receive hundreds of emails. I don't want to sound like I'm talking against what Kevin and Carl said, because I'm not. I agree 100%. But I think we also ought to consider the other side of it. We do receive tons of public input. They have tremendous opportunities to do that. They have access to each one of us. But I also sit on several other boards, and at the end of the day, this is the process. We are appointed by an elected official. And at the end of the day, the buck stops with us. We each raise our hand, and that is the final vote. And while that's a big responsibility, I also think we need to consider that we need to vote the way we feel. We need to make the best decision that we can. And obviously, we only have one vote, and we do that. I don't feel like we need to necessarily follow the whims of the public. I don't think that we get 5 different recommendations from RAC, but at the end of the day, they're recommendations, and public has their hands on us. We're appointed by an elected official, and if the public doesn't like the way we vote, then they vote out that elected official and have him put someone in that they like better. That's the process. The public always has their hands on us. That is the purpose of boards that are appointed by elected official or elected themselves. But at the end of the day, we need to vote our conscience, and we need to do what we think is right. Having said that, there's a process, and we do need to be sensitive of all the input that comes into us. And we certainly don't want to circumvent any of that. But I think at the end of the day, we still need to consider it's the 7 of us that make the decision. We get lots and lots of recommendations and lots of input, but the 7 of us make our decision. And I don't think we need to be shy about voting our conscience and doing what we think is right, because that is the process as well. And so I think there are 2 sides to this, and we need to be very aware of both of them and consider both of them.
That made me think of something too. I think sometimes through the RAC process, there's always something simple that's a good idea that maybe is only brought up at one RAC. And I think that's something simple that we can vote on at the board. But I also think sometimes there is something that may come up, or even a board member may come up with it that is bigger than just us making a motion. And I think in that circumstance, one of those examples is when we went to the archery hunt with the once in a lifetime. That affected a lot of people with a lot of points that have put in for a lot of years. It actually went through the process 3 times to be able to go through, and those type of things that come up, we need to make sure that we give the public the opportunity to have that vote.
Any more comments?
I didn't want to take more time than my turn, but I did want to mention, we all sat on racks. I'm sure we all sat on racks, and there was always a disheartening feeling when an issue came up within our region. We were passionate. We knew the most about it, and we approved something at our rack, and it came to the board meeting, and they just kind of messed around with it and changed something. It always kind of hurt our feelings. And I remember having discussion many times with many rack members that, why are we even here? It doesn't do any good. The board doesn't listen to us. And there's some truth to that. And there should be. Because at the end of the day, they're regional advisory councils. That means they make recommendations, just like staff, just like administration, just like agencies. They make recommendations to the board. And RACs shouldn't. We need that input, but RACs shouldn't get their feelings hurt that the board does something a little different than their recommendation. But by the same token, as a board, I don't necessarily feel comfortable with us just taking an aggregate of the 5 recommendations from the RACs either. You know, I mean, I think we need to consider their input and their recommendations because they're very valuable and they likely know more about that issue than we do if it's from their region. But as a board, the 7 of us, we're the ones that vote. And I don't think we need to shy away from that and just average out everything. Otherwise, they don't need us as a board. Let's just average what the RACs and the division want and call that good. So again, there are 2 sides to this, and I think we need to be aware of both of them.
Yeah, and I mean, the responsibility of the vote weighs heavily on all of us. But what was reported to me is it wasn't that I'm not upset that you didn't listen. You didn't afford me a way to speak. So that's the difference in the situation. I mean, I have voted against every RAC here and voted it there, but I want them. The recommendation on the bears should have happened, but it came in so late that nobody got to speak on it. And so we just need to recognize that, and we'll all vote. I mean, we'll all vote. I think we're all strong personalities, and there's no waffling on that. But the comment to me was, this was a big deal, and it wasn't that you ignored me. I didn't even get a chance to say it. So I just think we need to recognize that in the future. So.
Well, in this particular case, there was circumstances that came up after the racks and everything like that. And that's the reason why we set up this meeting.
And in that bear decision, the only thing I wish that we'd have done was gone to the racks and say, look, this is different. You didn't hear it. You are the chairman, and have those people express an opinion. And if we would have done that, I'd feel a lot better about the decision. We just didn't do that. And so I just think if we face that again, we have that resource. They're very talented people. Let's use it while we got them in front of them. So.
Go ahead, Wade.
I was just a procedural question then. I agree 100% with what Carl says. He's absolutely right. As board members, I have been told or encouraged, I don't know what, to not speak at RAC meetings. Obviously, the 7 of us felt like that bear recommendation is something that needed to happen, but it never got talked about in a RAC meeting. Can we speak at a RAC meeting? Should we? From a board member standpoint, should we express our personal opinion, or should we wait and share that at this meeting?
Well, I think it's pretty clear that, we are the board and they are the RAC, and that's to give those people, being the RAC people and the public, their chance to get up and speak and weigh theirs. It's our responsibility to weigh all the comments from all the RACs and all the public that come to those meetings and stuff like that, to make the best, decisions we can based upon, the information we have available to us. I think it'd be a conflict for us to go and speak at the RACs and stuff.
We don't want to try to influence their
No.
process. But if they ask our opinion or our thoughts, I think it's important that we provide them. But not to try to do anything.
And I think there's a way to do that. I've approached the division staff with things, and they've altered their presentation. I've gone to sportsman groups and said, hey, what do you think of this? And they'll say, oh yeah, okay. And so they've brought it through the process. As far as me presenting at the RAC, I think I'm just ears there when I go to those and when I listen. But there are ways to do that and get it in front of people before it comes to us.
The director?
I don't know the answer to your question about whether you should speak at the RACs or not, but I will tell you how I do business as director with my staff and when we're having leadership team meetings. and dealing with them. I give them free rein to have discussions in front of me, and I'm hesitant to tell them where I'm at on a position because likely when I do that, they will assume that that's where we're going to go. And I prefer to have free and open dialogue to figure out what the best approach is before I weigh in with my thoughts. So I'm very careful about where I insert my opinions on things with my staff, just so we have that free and open dialogue. Just some thoughts.
Yeah, I think there's some wisdom in that for sure. And I think maybe Carl had the answer. Really, the one that made this sense to me is it probably isn't appropriate for us to share our opinions for that very reason, because it would definitely steer discussion and perhaps decisions, which probably isn't fair. But there are other, if we have ideas that haven't come forth through the division channel as recommendations or from individuals at RACs, but we want that to be discussed at a RAC meeting, we can approach other groups and say, what do you think about this? Or have the division kick around the idea so that it at least can be talked about in a RAC meeting in some of those other settings. If we feel like, that's what needs to be done before it comes here.
Any other comments? If not, we'll go to Habitat Projects, item number 6. Daniel Eddington, are you online for us?
I am here.
Well, thank you. It's good to see you.
Good to see you as well. I have a presentation.
Pardon?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to give you a little heads up on this. The reason why we did this one particular item on Habitat Projects, that's before you guys had your meeting. When we were talking about what we could do for wildlife and everything like that, just we wondered how much money would be available that hasn't already been spent, how much money would be, raised this coming year through conservation permits. So with that said, you can go ahead and do your presentation for us.
All right, I'll go ahead and share my screen. So I just want to share a little bit today, maybe about our Utah's Watershed Restoration Initiative. It's also known as WRI. This is an initiative that is led by our DNR staff with Tyler Thompson, and it's primarily administered through the Division of Wildlife Resources. And so sorry, I have a little technical issue here.
Hey, Daniel, could you put that in slide view, please?
That's what I'm attempting to do, but it's not doing it. Oh, why is this not? Let me get in. I don't know where I am. Go to presentation. All right. Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
All right. So just a little background on what is WRI. I know a lot of you know about it. It's kind of been discussed a little bit today, and I appreciate all those comments that came through the process today. WRI is a 14-year-old led partnership driven effort, and it's meant to improve high priority watersheds in Utah. So some of the main ecosystem values that this program focuses on is watershed health, biological diversity, water quality yield, opportunities for sustainable uses of natural resources. So why was it created? It was really created to address the threats to a lot of Utah's watersheds, wildlife, livestock, through doing proactive on the ground management options. So a lot of our ecosystems, for instance, are out of balance in some ways. Some of our winter ranges have pinyon and juniper trees that are overabundant on a lot of our sagebrush communities and have caused some problems there. We have some unhealthy forest, with some aspen decline, which is predominantly our summer ranges for a lot of our wildlife species. And then we just have, different wildlife populations that, have different threats or reductions in them. And then, of course, we have inappropriate fire frequencies and intensities. A lot of our summer ranges don't get enough fire. A lot of our winter ranges get too much fire. And then we just have some declines in our streams, riparian areas. We've got invasive and non-native species on many of our ecosystems. And those were a lot of the problems that were arising that started the development of WRI. And I just want to kind of point out, I know Kobe kind of mentioned this earlier, but this is a unique initiative. Most other states don't have this. They're not doing it as aggressively as we are. We've really led the way in doing a lot of these proactive type projects on the ground. So this map is just kind of an overview of what we've completed from 2006 to 2019 since the program was started. So there in the blue on the map are all the polygons of the proactive restoration work. You can see we've done about 1.1 million acres of proactive restoration in that time period. What you see highlighted in red there is all the fire rehabilitation stuff, kind of the reactive stuff that we deal with. And we've done about 700,000 acres of fire rehabilitation. So in total, that's almost 1.8 million acres and about 1,400 stream miles. And what I just kind of want to point out is that, looking at that as a combination, we're doing 60% of all of our restoration work is proactive, where only 40% of that is actually reactive. And that's a big deal. I think we're getting ahead of all of the habitat restoration stuff. And we're actively on the ground trying to address the different threats, different issues that are there with the habitat that could be improved to help a lot of our, mule deer populations. So in total, we've done about 2,100 projects. If you look down at the very bottom of the map, you can kind of see how those acres fall out by land ownership. And so, as was kind of mentioned in the past, we've done a lot of work in our winter ranges. And for the last several years, we've really been encouraging us to move up in that summer range. And I'll have some information a little bit later on, but we really saw that come to fruition this fiscal year. And as proposals came in, we saw a lot more of those summer range type projects come through the process. So we were excited to see that. And I'm sure we'll see that over the next several years as projects are proposed. So this is just kind of more of a little bit of a breakdown by mule deer projects of what's been happening the last, this current fiscal year and this upcoming fiscal year. So on the map, you can see there in red are the projects that we were not able to fund in fiscal 21. The stuff that is highlighted in the green is what we were able to fund in fiscal 21. And then what is in blue is what is our fiscal 20 projects that are just barely wrapping up. And so I put on here the herd unit management areas, so you can kind of see where they're falling out. I also kind of put on here the crucial mule deer layer, which is in green. That's kind of the life history of what we need to sustain mule deer. So you can see a majority of the projects that we're doing fall within, you know, mule deer crucial habitat. The tables on the right just kind of break that out a little bit by fiscal year. This top table is projects that came through WRI and Habitat Council. Habitat Council is another funding source through the Division of Wildlife to help fund habitat restoration work. And as you can see, the total number of projects proposed in fiscal 20 was 311. It dropped to 235. Total amount of request was 48 million, and that jumped up to 60 million. A lot of this has to do is we keep encouraging large watershed restoration type projects, and I think that was some of the decline in the number of projects as people are just planning bigger projects and asking for more money. You can kind of see here the number of projects that we're able to fund. In fiscal 20, we were able to do about 227 projects. Fiscal 21 was about 181, and both of them we were able to approve about $32 million towards habitat restoration projects. The table below just kind of breaks that down more specifically just for mule deer projects. As you can see here, we had about 182 projects proposed in 20, 137 in fiscal 21. Once again, you kind of see the same trend here where last year we had about 38 million in requests. That's jumped up to almost 49 million in requests. What we were actually able to fund was about 119 projects in fiscal 20 and about 95 in fiscal 20. About the same amount both years, about $23 million. So still a lot of good projects. There's still a lot of good projects that go unfunded. Here's just a quick graph of kind of a breakdown by management unit. This top graph is just acres. So on the left-hand side of the graph, you have acres. On the bottom, you have the management unit. If you're unfamiliar with that, I put a little graph here with the name of the management unit. But you can see where the predominant acres will occur in just fiscal 21, specifically for just mule deer projects. So those are the areas that will be targeted this next year as we implement our different projects. The table below, or the graph below, kind of breaks this out by summer range and winter range. There's a lot of good discussion in some of the earlier presentations, and so I just kind of want to point this out. You know, we've done for years a lot of work in this winter range, and we've the last several years really put a push to try to do some more summer range, and we really saw that this year. We were able to fund almost 100,000 acres of summer range projects that are specifically targeting some of that mule deer habitat. There's still about, you know, another 40,000 that we did not able to fund through the program. And then you can kind of see the breakdown for winter range. We still have a good chunk of projects that we're doing in the winter range, which is there's still a lot of work to be done there. But in total, there's about 160,000 acres of work that will potentially happen here in the next fiscal 21 or about the next year. We'll see a lot of that good work happen on the ground. This graph just kind of shows where all the money is coming from. It's kind of a breakdown of who's funding these projects, who are the different partners. I've done a lot of lumping here. There's a lot more projects. In the life of the WRI program, we've had over 500 different partners. On average, every year, we have roughly 90 different funding partners that are putting funds through WRI to contribute to restoration projects. But this just kind of breaks down where a lot of that money is coming from. But this is all just for mule deer. Once again, there's about 23 million that will come specifically through the WRI program. Our partners have about another 5 million. In kind, they have about another 7 million. And then grand total, there's about $36 million in fiscal 21 that's going to go to Mule Deer projects. I just kind of wanted to point out here, maybe just a little bit of what's not going to be funded, looking kind of at a broad scale. There's about 14 million in unfunded Mule Deer projects that, the money just ran out. Still excellent projects, but we do our best, and at some point we run out of money. There's about another 13 million of projects that were only partially funded, meaning only certain aspects of the project that was brought to the group was able to be funded. So in total, that's about 27 million that is currently unfunded, specifically just for Mule Deer projects. I just kind of want to show our website here real quick, maybe just highlight it. We have two different faces of our website. We kind of have this side of it, which is kind of the About Us side, any information you want to know about the WRI process, upcoming dates, field tours, anything like that. You can go to this watershed.utah.gov. There's any information you want about individual projects. This is our database side of the process, and that's at wri.utah.gov. If you just go up here to this hourglass and type in a WRI number or the name of the project, you can find it. There's also an interactive map that you can jump to kind of just navigate the statewide of where projects are located at. That's kind of the update I had for now. I don't know what you want to do, Byron, if you want to jump into the project list. I provided that handout so that you can kind of see it individually for every project. Kind of what is in green there is the fully funded projects. What's in yellow is the partially funded projects. And then what's in red are the ones that we were not able to fund. There's a lot of information here. It's currently kind of sorted by deer herd unit number. If you want to look at those individual projects, as you scroll over on this sheet, you can see some of the WI ranks, the regions, the amount of funding for each project. Here's kind of the unfunded amount. But with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Byron.
Thanks, Daniel. Are there any questions from the board for Daniel? Doing a great job with this program, Daniel. It's great to see that much money every year going on the ground for mule deer and other wildlife in this state.
Like I say, it's really the envy of any other state. We do a lot of work, and we're really doing it proactively, which is what's cool about this program.
No questions?
Glad it's happening.
Thanks, Daniel. Kenny, are you online for conservation permit dollars and uncommitted dollars?
I am here, Byron. You guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so nice job, Daniel. I think what Daniel and I are covering kind of coincides a little bit. I'll just take the piece that is the conservation permit dollars specifically. So Daniel kind of went over the whole program with all of our partners, and then I just took a couple years worth of our conservation permit fund spending, the external permit fund spending from the annual audit that we do, to show you guys just kind of how those funds are performing and maybe what those funds look like on any given year. And so I didn't really prepare a PowerPoint or anything, but I do have a table we can look at really quick, Byron, and just kind of walk through those balances. That's okay.
Okay. That'd be fine.
And it truly is the envy of the West. I get, my counterparts from and probably the nation. I get a lot of calls from my counterpart in a lot of states wondering, how this works and all the moving parts and how they might be able to do it. And I'm sure you guys all get that same kind of feedback from around the country. So yeah, it's amazing. All right, let me see if I can share my screen here. If not, I'm sure Paul Gedge will sprint all the way out here to help me.
I didn't know where he was hiding.
Oh, here we go. I think it's trying to launch here. Okay, so can you guys see that okay?
Not yet.
How's that, Byron?
There's still nothing there, Kenny.
Okay, let me see what it's doing here.
Kenny, if you'd like to send me an email to document link, I'd be glad to bring it up in the room.
What was that, Paul?
I'm on my way. If you want to- I'd be glad to bring it up on one of the presentation computers here.
Is it, is it not sharing my screen at all?
No. You want to just go ahead and talk through it? Just
Okay, yeah, let's just go through it. So what this is, and you guys will recognize this right out of the gate.
Kenny,
Essentially
sorry.
what- Yeah.
Kenny, if you'd like to email me the document, I'll bring it up in front of the board.
Well, let's just try to get through it, Paul. This will be familiar to him, and so I think I can give him the history and kind of the ballpark of where we're at without that right now. It's probably okay. It's just weird. I don't know. It's showing me in my window that it's sharing it okay, but I don't know why you guys can't see it. So, board members and those listening. So, I don't have the numbers for this year, but kind of like what we do in our annual audit, and I show you the tables of what we've collected and spent. Let's just look at a couple years worth of those so you guys can see how these funds are performing, and it'll kind of give you an idea of the momentum we have with the conservation money specifically each year, and that'll probably be helpful. So when we bumped into 2018, and with the board's help, we actually report these funds in real time now. We don't report committed. We just report the funds that are actually spent on projects, and that's provided incentive to get these funds on the ground and get them to beneficial projects. And so that's been great. And so we came into 2018 with all of the groups total with about $3.5 million in carryover funds for 2018. That year we added about 2.7 more million in collections, which gave us roughly 6.3 million to spend on projects in that next year. And so that the actual performance that year, we spent $4.2 million on the ground, which left us roughly $2 million to carry into this year, the year we're kind of functioning now in the end of 19 and 20. And so we carried over that $2 million into 19. We added about the same. It was about 2.6 million in collections, plus the interest took us to everything that was available for projects was about 4.8 million. So we had spent some of that off. We were at 6.3 the year prior. We were at 4.8 available to us in 19. And here in a month or so, we'll know exactly what we had for 20. And then during the 19 review, we spent about 2.1 million, which left us with a carryover amount for this year of 2.6 million or so. So if it keeps performing like we are, we're spending between $2 and $4 million a year on projects, and we're collecting about 3 million a year on projects. You can tell that's gonna spend those funds out really quick and get them on the ground to meaningful things. And so I think if I remember right from our meeting this year, Daniel might have covered it a little bit. They committed about just over 3 million, I think was the total for this year. And so as far as the health of those funds and being able to use them for what we need to on the ground, everything looks fantastic right at the moment. I think it's kind of hard to keep all of the dates and fiscal year and collections in our minds at the same time, but any given year we probably have about $5 million to allocate to those projects on the ground through the conservation permit program. And so that was kind of what I was going to show you, Byron, in the tables.
And then that money's all matched by PR and Dingle Johnson and other sources, right, Kenny?
Correct. We match it with whatever we're eligible to match with to definitely extend those dollars on the ground.
And those projects are part of the Watershed Initiative project that Daniel just gave us the overview of.
Correct. Many of them are, for sure.
I mean, it's a great program. We just need to, keep the thing going. And we were primarily looking at, things that could be dedicated to mule deer because of this past winter that we had. And luckily we had a good winter, but the winter before, just trying to rebound our deer herds as fast as we can, what sources were available to us, and what projects could be applied, for a quick fix, if there is such a thing, and, habitat.
Yeah, it's a fair assessment, Byron. And like I think has been mentioned several times today, it's just, the network and the teamwork that goes into this is so big. It's just, kind of aligning, getting our ducks in a row for the most beneficial projects and having everybody work together to make that happen. So it's a good point.
Are there any questions from the board?
Yeah, Kenny, this is Randy. I guess I got one. I suspect you've had some conversations with some of our different conservation group partners. How did the auctions, I guess, go this way this year as compared to with the COVID-19, not getting any face-to-face meetings or not getting very many, I guess, after March? How did that turn out for our different groups?
That's a good question, Randy. I think they would tell you that they definitely had some challenges. And I think it's one of those things where technology probably came to the rescue a little bit. I think the first few banquets I heard about might have been a little bit bumpy, but overall, I think with some of the web platforms that were available out there, I think they ended up in pretty good shape. We'll know a little bit more here in a month or two when we start dissecting it. But I'm sure it was impacted. I don't know that I know the exact difference yet this year.
So Kenny, I can add to that. I've had conversations with Mule Deer Foundation and SFW in particular, and all indications are that they were up and that the technology was there and they availed themselves of it, and that the prices were good and that they're up slightly. So I think we're okay.
I was kind of having a feeling that would be the case. Just from the ones I was watching online, I was wondering if that would be the case. Good.
Thanks, Mike. That's good to hear.
Any other questions, comments? You want to talk about the Expo contract?
Yes, sir. Let's just jump into that next one. This will be quick too. It's so just a really quick background on this one. Just an update on the timing of the current Expo contract. We're in the last year of that contract, and it's just time to be thinking about the options that we have in the contract and in the rule moving forward. And so they essentially give us two provisions, either opening a new RFP or extending the contract for another 5 years, as long as we get approval from the board and we're in agreement, and the groups are in agreement, frankly, as well. So it's just kind of time to be thinking about that and seeking a little bit of guidance from you guys on that. I know we can't make decisions today on that, but we'll bring it to the board as an official action item, probably in the August board meeting is what we're thinking.
Kenny, when do we have to make that decision? When does the board have to make that decision?
I think timing wise, we've got to do it pretty quick, Mike. I think we're looking at August, just so we have enough time to do what we need to do, depending on which way we go.
Kenny, just one question on that. Does the contract in this actually designate, it's like we have 2 non-resident sheep tags that are just non-residents, and then 2 others that I believe are open to everybody. Is that contract that detailed?
That's a good question, Carl. I don't remember if it's that detailed in the contract or if that was just agreed to in the permits.
And the 200 permits, what you're talking about?
Yeah,
Carl?
I mean, that's the only, I mean, when this started, there was a lot of stuff, a lot of comments. The only comment that I've got recently is they've got 2 for non-residents. We have 2 for residents, where there have been years when all of those 4 tags have gone to non-residents. And so
Our Attorney General there, Greg, can you help us out on that?
Yeah, Greg. Yep, Greg Hansen with the Utah AG's office, and neither the rule nor the contract specifies the types of permits that are included within the 200 permit allocation. The process for identifying what those permits are happens outside of the rule and contract, and it's just kind of a standard protocol that we've developed. And I don't know if Justin, Shannon, or Kenny can shed more light on how those recommendations are brought before the board, but it's not something that is in rule or in the contract.
Yeah, I can speak to it a little bit. So as far as those 2 permits go, it's my understanding that when I first started getting involved in the expo rule, it was just up front, there was a commitment that we were going to have 2 non-resident bighorn sheep permits. I don't know where it's written. I don't know anything beyond that. We're certainly open to changing it if the board would like. We bring those permit numbers, those 200 permit numbers to the board every year. And so if there's an appetite for change, we're certainly open to it. I don't know where that's set in stone, other than when we started the expo permit process. That's one of the things that we committed to. So
I would suspect that it was put in place to generate people coming from out of state, to do that, a big tourist thing. Well, this thing's big now, so I'm not sure that those 2 tags are critical for its success, but maybe somebody else has a different opinion. But
we're open to tweaking it. I mean, we're going through the list of permits right now, actually, for, I think it's the August board meeting. And so we're working on that list right now. So I know the board can't take a vote or anything, but if there's guidance, we'd certainly be open to it. Mike, you have anything?
Yeah, the board approves those. I've taken them to the board in August for 5 years, and now Justin's doing that as well. So the board has the purview to add or change or adjust those permits as they see fit. So it's your call.
Changing that as even designating 2 non-resident, 2 resident.
When we present those,
whatever.
We present that. When we present those, we present how they're going to be allocated out.
Yes. So
one of each of the once in a lifetime species. And you're right, Carl, it was as an incentive to bring non-residents into the state of Utah in order to get, the facility that we get to use and stuff like that as part of the conditions. But it's open for discussion, I guess.
Thank you.
So that's really all I had on that one, Byron. We just need to be thinking through our couple of options there.
Have you talked to the Expo partners at all about this, Kenny, coming up, this renewal and stuff like that? Any conversations or?
I have it. We're in communication on and off throughout the year, kind of getting ready for the upcoming audit this next month, but haven't really spoken with them specifically about this. I think all the communications I've had with them have been pretty positive, just from a pure, audit compliance standpoint. From what we've reviewed each year, things are good. They seem to be easily meeting the requirements that we have outlined. And but no, I haven't spoken with them specifically.
But this will be an agenda item in our August board meeting then.
That's right. Yep. We'll bring it out as an action item then.
That would include these 5 once-in-a-lifetime tags for non-residents only within the expo.
Yeah, I think, if that's kind of what we're wanting to look at, Justin and I can for sure kind of go through that and put that in there as part of what we approved during the permit process for sure.
So I just want to make sure I understand Carl's concern. Carl, is your concern that we set some of these permits aside as non-resident only, so the only people that can apply for them are the non-residents? And are you thinking more the expo has grown to the point where we just allow them to be for anybody, and if non-residents draw them, great, and if residents draw them, great? Is that
Yeah, the later. The later is really what was brought to me is 2 of them for non-residents. There was at least 1 year where the other 2 were also drawn by non-residents. And so either opening it up, everybody for all those sheep tags are the only ones that they've talked to me about, or 2 for non-resident, 2 for resident. So however that mix might be, but just kind of taking away the 2 that were strictly for non-residents.
I'll have to look at it closer, because I don't know if we do a resident only draw. I think what we do is non-resident only and then open to everybody else.
Resident only would be a completely new thing, but opening all of those up to everyone would be the easier way.
Let us explore that.
Yeah.
So
That's how it works, Justin.
I just want to step in and clarify the big decision with regard to the division and how we move forward is whether we don't extend the contract and go forward with a request for purchase, which is very extensive, takes a lot of time. So we need to have some input on if that's the route you want to go, or whether we're going to extend the contract for another 5 years. I just want to make sure the board understands that decision needs to be made in August so that we have time to, if we need to pursue an RFP process, we have the time to get it done within our rule and regulation. So,
and just to help us make that decision, I mean, the competitive pool for this is pretty small. I mean, it really going to be who has it and one other group. And so has that group reached out to us and expressed anything one way or another?
we have not been contacted, but it's still early in the process.
Okay.
They may be interested. I don't know.
Anything else, Kenny?
No, I mean, I think that's it. You know, the question, Byron, was maybe a general idea. If I knew where the existing contractors sat on this, I'm sure they would want to renew it. I haven't spoken with them specifically. Like I said, this is early for us. We just wanted to get it out there and you know, from a timing standpoint, make you guys aware of it, and then we'll kind of dot these I's and cross the T's as we bring it as a formal action item.
In August.
Correct,
Okay,
yeah.
Kenny, thank you. We'll see you in August.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go to our next Item number 9, WMA access discussion. Wade?
We'll just cut to the chase on this and be, just have a simple discussion. We don't need to drag this out any longer, but, the question I had was, perhaps you could share a little information with us how WMAs work with regard to lions, lion hunting. If it's not allowed, why not?
Justin, was Eric gonna speak to that?
Yeah, I think Eric Edgley's on.
Eric, are you on?
Yeah, I'm on. Daniel and I are going to kind of tag team this, and so I think just briefly, I'll just mention, we have a lot of WMAs around the state, and the primary purpose when we acquire property or are given property to manage for wildlife benefits, are for wildlife conservation and those types of values, and including sportsman's access. But not every property is always maintained for sportsman's access. There are often the core value for that property is a crucial habitat protection, and so sometimes there are certain times of the year, some of our WMAs we do close off to access for lots of different reasons, and it's more on a case by case basis. And our WMAs are primarily managed out of our regions, and they are the ones who develop habitat management plans for each of our WMAs, and they are the boots on the ground and see what's going on there. And so we let them make the primary decisions in the region as to how those are managed and what type of access occurs or doesn't occur. And so I guess generally speaking, that's kind of the answer to the question, I guess. But it's very, like I say, it's very, each WMA is different and has different issues, different conservation values, and different priorities. And so it's really done out of the region. I saw Ben jump down there. I don't know if you wanted to mention something about that.
I appreciate the introduction you gave to the response, Eric, and I just chimed on just in case you needed to defer to me, but I will just add from the region's perspective, and I hope Scott Walker's still with us, he's juggling a couple other meetings too, that WMA access and pressures on our WMAs, especially up here in the northern part of the state where we have high density of population in really close proximity to the WMAs. It's been a growing issue for us in the region for a number of years, and it's become even worse and even more challenging during COVID as we have all this pressure of people, flooding to the outdoors. But we did also just experience a winter where we were, coming down on the mule deer agenda item that we started the meeting with, and the top-down pressures from predators that we're experiencing, and in addition to the public pressures, and we did have a hard time balancing all of those demands. Admittedly, I was in some difficult decision spaces at times, and I felt like it was really difficult for us here in the region, and for me to make a recommendation that balanced fairness with the rules that we had in place at the time. And also that was pre HB 125 too. And so now that we have HB 125, I think we have a new set of marching orders and some new expectations put upon us that I think are really important as we reconvene here in the region. And it's something we just discussed recently here, is that we make this topic a topic for our leadership team here in the region. And so we need to take another look and a fresh look at the decisions that we're making for the individual WMAs on a case-by-case basis, so that we can address the pressures that are placed upon those individual WMAs. And it's going to need the attention of the outreach section, the law enforcement section, wildlife section, and the habitat section. And quite frankly, some help from you guys to help make sure that we are calibrated in our whatever answer we arrive at for each of the WMAs. At the same time, we want to make sure that we're being responsive to resource needs, but also to producers' needs and requests, and while making sure that we're being fair and transparent for the public and for the resource. So that's kind of what our perspective is here in the region, and we do know that we have some work to do in revisiting these seasonal closures, but we do want to make sure that we're following the new directives that we have while maintaining some semblance of consistency and flexibility, which are two difficult things to achieve at the same time.
Thank you for that explanation. That's perfect. And I guess two things. I guess first, I really support the idea of the flexibility. Certainly, you know, the boots on the ground, the people in the regions are the ones that need to make the decisions with regard to this. But my overarching concern is in areas where we have the ability and it makes sense. I just don't want us to be creating lion sanctuaries, especially given the new climate we're in with HB 125. We certainly don't want to be creating any sanctuaries. If there are issues there, I guess I would just request that the regions revisit some of those where they think there are issues, and if changes need to be made, that they do it.
Yeah, request heard, and we'll be sure to grant the request. It's really hard to balance all of these demands in the face of all this increasing growth up here. But what we want to make sure we're not doing, and why we are advocating a case-by-case evaluation is, and I appreciate your support for that, is that we want to make sure that we're not trading one source of mortality for another, because we do have a lot of people that want access to those WMAs, and it's more than just our traditional user groups too. There's a lot of outdoor recreation demands out there, and these WMAs are the nearest open space to do that. And so we just want to be really mindful that we're not pushing deer around in these WMAs to the point where we elevate the mortality even higher than what the lines are already placing upon them at the time. So, and that kind of balance requires that case-by-case evaluation with the input of all those sections. So I appreciate the request, and make the commitment here for the region that we'll get straight to work on it, and we'll do our best to report back with some good recommendations.
Ben, in the past, I know we've had a lot of problems with law enforcement from line hunters, you know, wanting to go into the, you know, different WMAs we have right there. And questions and some others throughout the state as far as being able to go in on motorized vehicles, on snowmobiles, or eliminate motorized altogether, but be able to go in on horseback or on foot, those types of things. I'm sure that's what you'll look at and come back with something like that, because I know when we flew that this winter, you know, counting elk and moose on the Hennifer Echo WMA, as soon as they heard that whop, whop, whop from the chopper, you know, every elk was up and moving. You know, it was kind of hard to count them all at once, you know, once they saw that helicopter coming. And snowmobiles would have the same effect, you know, going into those WMAs. And we get a lot of snow in the wintertime, you're aware of that. So just want to make sure that you make it fair and equitable, but we do need to allow some access to get people into those areas that haven't been hunted for years. So like, you know, Wade mentioned, they don't become a sanctuary and stuff like that. That just, they are available to help out with our mule deer.
Byron, if I may jump in here really quick and just clarify some things. You know, I appreciate Ben's perspective specifically from the region. As like I mentioned before, our WMAs really, a lot of those decisions are made at the regional level. But when we do have closures on WMAs, they're specific to protect certain wildlife populations or protect specific wildlife habitats, or wintering big game from various disturbances through, you know, that critical winter time that we've talked about earlier in the meeting today. You know, those months when we need to preserve the energy of those animals, and sometimes possibly having hounds chasing, you know, large groups of deer or chasing cats where there are large groups of deer could be harmful. And so it should be decided on a case by case basis, and that's what we look for. But the other things that really impact us on our WMAs is some of our closures are due to a lot of folks going up there when it's really muddy and access isn't great anyway, and they create a big maintenance mess for us, and so that really causes problems for us. And so some of the closures are due to those reasons as well. But our dates for closing are typically either in December or in January through April is all for motorized vehicle access. But a lot of these still will allow foot or horse traffic, even though motorized access has been closed for that period of time. So I just wanted to clarify that. We try to maintain them open as much as possible, but when we feel like that there are situations that negate or make us need to close them, we'll do that.
Well, we're still hunting elk all the way through January on those WMAs. And in some cases, we do have motorized access in there through January.
Right.
Yeah, let me jump in here, Mr. Chair. So this was a topic of discussion with all the regional supervisors at our meeting that we just had, that I just came back from at the first of the week. And there were lots of good ideas shared. We're not, it is a case by case basis. We are hunting many of these WMAs, allowing cougar hunting on these WMAs. I'll give you an example. Tabby Mountain is the WMA we have there, that's allowed. Northeastern region allows it. So there was lots of good ideas shared. I think all the regional supervisors, Ben weighed in, but because the northern region has been kind of a hot spot, but all of the regions are going to take a look at our WMAs and what access we can have and come up with the best approach. So that's on the agenda. That's one of the action items that I didn't mention specifically, but you'll be hearing more about that.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'm just glad we have WMAs.
Yeah.
They save a lot of deer and a lot of elk and other wildlife, and some of the ones in the north get a lot of use in the summertime and stuff like that from people camping in them and stuff like that around Pine View Reservoir, that some of them take a beating and some, but I think we need to make sure that our WMAs are the most pristine habitats that we have in the state with some of our habitat money and stuff we have, that we make sure that our own properties are in tip-top shape for our wildlife throughout the state. I know we spent a lot of money and a lot of work on some of them, so I just want to see that continue. That brings us down to other business. We've talked about it a little bit, which is the WAFA meeting on July 9th for all the board members. I assume, Stacy, it'd be in this room, another room just like this one, the setup and stuff like that. Now you've got a roll call those board members that want to attend the meeting.
I do, and because it's virtual, you can attend from your home, or if you're more comfortable, if you're chairing the meeting and you're more comfortable having our AV staff here, then yes, we'd put you in a room similar to this and connect you. So you have either option.
So everybody has the opportunity to go ahead and do that and participate in that meeting. And I'll just kind of give you a brief overview of what the agenda is going to be. Is that there's an oral presentation from each state. You know, everybody else is a commission except Utah and Alaska. We're the only ones that have a board. Everybody else, call theirs a commission. But everybody goes around state by state and do an overview of what's transpired over the last 6 months in your state and stuff like that. Just hit the high points and things like that. So that's primarily what that'll be. And that's going to run from 9 a.m. until right up to noontime. So look forward to, if you can make it, do it. It's a great learning source to see what's going on in other states and stuff like that. It's I think it's very educational. Kevin's gone down and represented us the last couple of meetings and stuff like that and done a really great job. And Kevin, is there anything you want to say about the meetings and stuff like that you've attended?
It was really eye opener to me to be able to see what some of the states are facing. For example, last year Arizona talked about how a lot of the anti-hunting groups pulled their money together. They didn't like that they were having the coyote hunting contest in Arizona. They focused their efforts instead of going a little bit by little at each state. They said, "Hey, Arizona's where we're going to take out." They pooled all their money and they were able to get the Arizona Commission to get rid of the coyote hunting contest. And it was really an eye opener that when they want to focus their monies and they have issues, we kind of talked about the trapping you brought up, those groups are looking for those type of things where they can focus an effort. And so as they go state by state, you'll get to hear some of those things that are big issue items. Montana talked about their legislature wants to get rid of their wildlife commission, take their vote away. The legislature wants to be able to do that themselves. So a lot of those things are really interesting to see what's happening in other states. So.
Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, I had one, but I think Darren left. Is he gone?
Don't know.
I can go check and see if he's upstairs if you'd like. Can we do that?
Well, listen to me first. Maybe it's not worth it, but on these depredating lions, the rule says that you bring the entire animal and turn it in to the fish and game, to you guys. And sometimes this time of year, it's impossible. You got a sheep herder on a horse and an hour and a half back in, and he's going to load this cat he just killed out of the sheep on his horse. It's a recipe for disaster. So we need to tweak that rule somehow, and I don't know where to go with that. I was going to talk to Darren when he was up, but I missed it. I missed my chance. He's gone, but I don't know. Do we need him for that, or do we need to, where do I go with that?
No, I think if you want to bring up the concern and have us explore something, we're happy to do it. I don't know if I can make any commitments today, but if you help us understand the concern well enough, and then we can look at our rules. So I think that's a good way to go.
So say more now or do it later?
Let's go now. If you got a concern.
So the rule is we bring the whole cat, turn the whole cat into you guys.
I think it's 48 hours you've got to do that.
Yeah, but this time of year in the flies, you don't have 48 hours. You just got a sack full of worms. So, you don't have much time. And it's back in a long ways. And the herder's going to bring it back. That's not feasible. It's frankly not worth it. You get a lion loaded on a horse. Somebody's going to get bucked off. And so we need to do something, turn in the head or something different than that.
Justin, was that rule, seems like I almost remember this being discussed, wasn't that rule to prevent trapping or snaring to show if an animal's been trapped? Is that what it was?
I think that was part of it. Yeah. What are you thinking, Brett? Like the ears and the lower jaw? I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let us take a look, because I mean we certainly don't want to put herders or anyone else like that at risk. And I understand the concern on a hot day if you have a depredating lion and you get it and you've got a 6-mile ride out. That's not easy. I hadn't heard this, so I don't know how good of an answer I have for you, but something we can certainly marinate on and take a look at if you'd like.
That's all I'm asking.
Okay. Maybe we could explore something with photography or something like that in select cases. I mean, there's times of the year that it would make sense to bring everything out and
we can do
prevent.
that at our next meeting in August when we'll be talking about lions and stuff like that. That you wanted to wait that long, then you.
That's fine to wait that long. I just wanted to, bring it up.
That give Darren an opportunity to, put that together, then we can deal with that next,
Yeah.
in a month from now, so.
Yeah, and that's
That
fine.
work.
Thanks, Brett. That's a good one for us.
And then I just want to thank all the presenters today. I mean, I think it was outstanding, first class job that every presenter did today and stuff like that. The information was just invaluable. It's amazing what goes on in this state, how much money we spend to take care of our wildlife and how many dedicated people we have. We're lucky to have people like Randy and Brock and their students and stuff like that, really work hard at making these decisions and stuff like that and going out in the field and spending the time and the effort, away from family and everything else. And I just want to thank them one more time. And the division's efforts are, you're over the top. You really are, all the division personnel and stuff like that. So I just want to thank, and along with the board, I think we've got a really good board right now that, we've got some decisions to make ahead of us. They're not going to be easy, but we always seem to get through them and come up with the best, decision at the time based on the information available to us. So with that said, I'd ask
Mr.
for a
Chair,
motion to.
Could I throw out one more thing?
Go ahead,
Or
Rick.
another business? And I just want to echo what you just mentioned about, we sit around in these meetings and it seems like all we talk about are the little things we want to tweak to try to improve. But as an overall, general view, wow, we're just in a great place. I think the direction we're headed, where the division's at, this new data we're receiving. I'm super excited and optimistic about where we're going, and hats off to everyone. I think we've got the best division in the West by far. We've got talented people that really care about what they're doing. And so I hope, though we sit around and nitpick the small things, I hope that doesn't come off as we're negative and don't love where we're at, because as an overall picture, I think we're just in a great place. And so thank you to all you guys. You're wonderful. Second thing was, there were several of us that asked for this meeting, and I've really appreciated all the information we've received and the time we've been able to sit and visit, because I guess my biggest concern is, as I sit on this board and others, we always have a jam-packed agenda. We're always hurrying through. It's always a public meeting where we have a lot of public input. The meetings get long. And so we very rarely have time to sit down amongst ourselves. Obviously, we can't unless it's a public meeting, but we very rarely have time to sit down and just brainstorm among ourselves. And I think there's a lot of value in that. And so I've appreciated the chance to do that. And I've appreciated all the info and the input as well. But I do think there's some real value in the board members just sitting around and chewing on different ideas. And I think it's something we should entertain to do on a somewhat regular basis, perhaps semi-annually. And maybe the division doesn't need to feel like they need to have something prepared and share with us. Perhaps we can just sit around and talk and discuss ideas. I would just make that suggestion that perhaps we even set another one of these meetings, or at least consider it.
Byron, I've got one thing that I just want to tee it up, because there's nothing we can, and I just basically want maybe each of us as committee members to go back to our counterparts and think about. But I'm a shed antler hunter. I love it. I've been doing it for 40 plus years. I do it. My dad did it. I just absolutely love it. And I've had at length conversations with past board members about having a shed seasoning, whatnot, because I've been totally against it. I don't like that idea. I don't like any more rules put on me than necessary that I absolutely have to live with. But after the last couple of years, what I've been seeing after, our neighboring state in Colorado closed or had a shed hunting season, and we have had an influx of folks in our state now that are enjoying that experience. We've had a lot more, it's become an activity that I think a lot more people enjoy. And I'm afraid that our does and our cows and our bulls and bucks are getting pushed around a lot more than they've ever been. And that's a concern to me, especially when we think about, when Brett brought up the idea about the cats and other things pushing them around and having to move more often. I think we're seeing a lot more of that in the last 2 years in our state than we ever have. And so I just think that's something that we need to address eventually. Maybe it's not the big issue right now, but I think it's going to be pretty soon. So I've had my eyes opened a lot this last little bit, and the people I've talked to that hunt Colorado are just tickled to death because what's happened there. Because now they're finding with with a bull shed. If you find one, typically you could find two in past years. Sometimes you've got a little bachelor herd together. You could find 2 or 3 sets in a close proximity. You don't see that in my neck of the woods anymore. But the hunters in Colorado, they're seeing that again because theirs aren't being pushed around as much. But just a thought, just tee that up.
I would add to that. I was actually going to bring this up and thought maybe I would later, but with our researchers being in here, working for a land management agency, we continue to see the amount of people that are in the field go up, and especially with COVID-19, it's through the charts. Went to Lake Powell last weekend, and every parking lot was full, and I think we're seeing that throughout everywhere. But with the research, it'd be really interesting to see if we, the amount of roads and the amount of more people recreating, what effects we're having, and if we can tease that out, and with the shed hunting, what effects are we having, especially in the future? Is there going to be a carrying capacity for recreation that we are going to really affect our wildlife? So.
Come on up, Coop.
I don't have a chair anymore, so we can speak to some of that. We definitely. Thanks, man.
Well, put it back on.
Put it back on.
Not nice, Justin. We can speak to some of that. First, I'll do this backwards, Kevin. First, your comment. With GPS collars, we can get at different times of the year how animals behave, but we'd have to make a lot of assumptions that it was shed hunting activity that caused them to move more or move less. So what we can't control for in the landscape is other types of recreation. The federal land management agencies would have more ability to make those types of restrictions. And as far as the shed hunting season goes, I batted this back and forth with you the other day, Randy, and that is there are a couple of concerns that we have as an agency. One is if we do something like this, we want to make sure that it's enforceable and that it's good and that it actually has a positive impact, right? And when we discussed this idea with the Mule Deer Committee, where everybody finally landed was not necessarily a season, but some type of permit or license or some way to monitor this, and then something to take away if it's being done wrong. And so if it's something we can enforce and say, hey, shed hunting's great, we want folks to be able to do it, but we also understand that it puts pressure on the resource, just like hunting does, just like other wildlife activities do that take a license. And if there's some type of license or permit or some type of requirement along those roads, it allows us to enforce something. It also helps fund the mandate. And so when it comes as an unfunded mandate of now you're just going to close a season and enforce that, that takes hours. It takes hours, it takes time, and it diverts hours and time from one activity to another. And so whereas our officers may build a lot of comp time in the fall patrolling hunts, if they come out and build all that time in the spring enforcing a shed closure, then who's enforcing the hunts? And for those reasons, I'm not saying that it doesn't need to be enforced, it doesn't need to be looked at, but if we're looking down that road, it also, some type of license or fee or permit, it also says, hey, if you're going to engage in this activity, you got to pay for it. It takes a lot of resources to grow that piece of bone. And right now, hunters are the only ones funding that. And we do have a lot of folks from, and you mentioned it, we have a lot of folks from a lot of areas who come into Utah and shed hunt and never apply, never buy a license, never buy. I'm trying to remember, we ran these numbers and it was thousands. I don't want to say the wrong number, so I won't put out a number right now, but it was surprising to me how many folks take the shed antler gathering course and never contribute financially to Utah's wildlife. So yeah, it's definitely on my mind. It's definitely a thought that we have for sure.
Covey, for what it's worth, I like the idea of a permit more than a season as well, because then when you have a bad player, you do have something to revoke, which makes sense, because I think it's an activity. We've got this a lot. When I was on the Mule Deer working group, or with WAFWA, we'd say, well, a lot of people would say shed antler gathering's bad. It's not good for the resource. As a parent of 4 boys, I would love it if my kids said, hey, can we go shed antler gathering instead of, hey, let's play some Xbox tonight. And so I think it's also a way to connect people to the resource, to get them out to look at the range and to enjoy the resources that are available. So I certainly don't want to limit it to the extent possible, but I also want to make sure there's an avenue for people that are doing it incorrectly, that we could prevent them from doing it in the future. That's kind of my personal opinion, for what it's worth. So.
And I guess I'm not so concerned about people doing it incorrectly. I just see the last 2 years, I've seen a lot more pressure on the resource out there. I mean, you might have a group of elk, and if a cow elk sees you, they're all running, they're all going someplace. I mean, they might have a hunter in that same canyon every day for a week, and you're moving them every day now. Where in the past they might have had somebody there once a week or once a month. They might. There's just so many more people doing that activity now, and with our other states closed, neighboring states closed, it's created a lot more opportunity in our state, which is just putting a ton more on the pressure on the resource. So, I personally, I love it. I love going out and doing it myself, but I do see it's something that's putting pressure on the resources that hasn't been in the past.
Randy, is this something you might want to put on the action log as an item? To have the division look into this further and bring it back to us this fall?
Sure. Yeah. I don't know if we can do that today or not, but.
Well, we can't, because Stacy's shaking her head no.
Yeah.
No action items. Can't have an action item.
Maybe we could have like a ham shed antler gathering. No optics, no mules. You just got to walk around.
No Shannons.
We
can look at next meeting though.
It's on our radar. We'll
Just wanted to tee it up. Something that I was on my mind, and I didn't think I'd be the one ever bringing it up.
Well, it's an important issue because there've been people from Colorado for years on the southeast part of, down by Arizona. Well, San Juan County, people coming over, spend great big camps on them every year.
And I'm guilty. I love hunting Colorado. I mean, I've done in their state quite a bit because there's some pretty areas down there, and it's more about getting out and what you're saying, getting out with my sons and enjoying the activity more than anything. But it's a lot more pressure in our state last couple of years.
I think there's a reason for that. 3.5 years ago, when we had the hard winter, we decided that we were going to do some closures, and that impacted a lot of the neighboring states in ways that they hadn't experienced before, because a lot of Utah hunters went there, and we got some criticism for that. But then immediately afterwards, some of our neighboring states put a lot of season closures and other restrictions in place more abundantly than they had in the past. And so what we're seeing is kind of the the boomerang effect of that. Our state is still open for shed antler gathering in lieu of, unless there's an emergency closure like we had. But what we're seeing is more restrictions in neighboring states, and thus we get the influx. And Kobe's right. There's a resource demand and use that's being placed not just on deer, but on federal land agencies, our sitla lands. So it's also, I don't know. I think we're seeing the effects of that, and that's probably why you're seeing the increase there in the basin. So.
I might add a little more to that. Last year at WAFA, we did have conversation about shed hunting, and I tried to maybe get everybody to, if they were going to have a closure, do anything, everybody do the same date, so that we didn't have shed hunters, coming in from other areas. And they didn't want anything to do with that. They wanted to set their own rules, and they were going to maybe try to get a committee together and talk about it. And I've never heard anything else about it, but they wanted to do their own thing. So kind of where that went.
Justin?
Yeah.
Will you put that down on your list of things to do, is to come up with some ideas, suggestions?
It's there. I mean, Kobe's certainly already given it a lot of thought. There was a lot of discussion with the Mule Deer committee. I think we have some survey data. In addition to that. It's on the forefront. I know the board can't give us action log items today and some of that, but maybe next meeting you can do that in a public forum, and we'll be getting prepared right now though. So.
But in the Mule Deer working group at WAFA, that's been brought up and addressed. And
about shed closure.
Yeah.
We did do a fact sheet on it about how to shed hunt responsibly, because that seemed to be the biggest issue. There's nothing worse than when people are tracing with ATV lines back and forth over great winter range and lowering the carrying capacity and disturbing those deer. So we did do that, but I think Donnie's right. It would be very difficult for all the western states to get on the same page. I'm not saying it's impossible. I just think it would take a lot of discussions and maybe even some higher levels than ours. So.
Any other comments, questions, suggestions? Stacy? Accept the motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn. Second it.
I have a motion and a second. Raise a hand. Those in favor, unanimous. Thank you again
Can't vote, can we?
for all your efforts.